Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I, Patriarch Uzumaki, inherit Hell Blood Demon God at the beginning. Chapter 81. The Country of Fire, Konoha. At this moment, the atmosphere in the village is somewhat dignified. The ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, who had been at ease for several days without making any big moves, suddenly made a move. And with one hand, they beheaded Uchiha Koharu, the Hokage advisor of their Konoha village. It seems that the way Uzumaki Fang hugged left and right before, playing with the world, made them think that the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan were not so difficult to get along with, so they habitually did not regard Uzumaki Fang as the man who bleeds into rivers when he fights. Now, fear once again reigns over Konoha village, and in the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Kai Uchiha, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was lost in thought as he looked at his son in pain on the hospital bed. The ancestor of the Uzumaki family, it is rumored that during the Sengoku period, he defeated Uchiha Madara several times, and he is now in the clan of the Senju family. He, and the little girl he brought with him, were murderers who abolished their own son. The Uchiha family is definitely a character that must be retribution, but he suddenly hesitated for a while. That person, who dared to kill the Hokage consultant on the spot in the Hokage office, how could he spoil the Uchiha clan? Especially yesterday, after that little red-haired girl defeated his guards in front of him, and left with Uchiha Makoto's family, he suddenly found that the little girl's strength was completely incomprehensible. How does he retaliate in this case? But looking at his son's miserable situation, he was a little unwilling. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. At this moment, Uchiha Kai has no doubt that third Hokage hates the Uzumaki clan. If it can be united, can it bring pressure to that man? He silently calculated in his heart. You really have no scruples. Senju tribe. Tsunade lay lazily on the sofa, raised his head and glanced at Uzumaki Fang. She also had a little understanding of this man's character. It seems that in the entire ninja world, there is nothing he dare not do, only whether he wants to do it or not. There is no doubt that such a man has a unique charm, especially for a woman like her who worships the strong. Ask you a question. Blinking, Tsunade entangled Uzumaki Fang, took the initiative to straddle on Fang's lap, with a strange look in his eyes. If I want to be Hokage, what price do you think I have to pay? Konoha is a Konoha belonging to the Senju family. Tsunade also has ambitions, especially after witnessing the virtues of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she wants to replace him. Of course, this has nothing to do with utilizing Uzumaki Fang. In fact, the relationship between the two is rather subtle. From the very beginning, it was a tacit exchange with a price, but after paying the price several times, Tsunade became obsessed with that feeling. The price is not simple, it depends on your performance. Fang smiled slightly. Tsunade going to be Hokage. For Uzumaki Fang, that was a breeze. But for the future situation of the Senju clan, Fang has his own plans. Now put Tsunade on top, what will she gain? A huge mess. And this mess, it is estimated that someone will clean it up in a short time. It was the right time to receive Konoha at that time. This dog man, Mama didn't behave well last night. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, rolled his coquettish eyes and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, Fang didn't intend to give her this chance. It's just that when he was about to make a move, Kushina suddenly walked in from the outside, with a piece of information in his hand and a hesitant look on his face. She seemed to come in at the wrong time. At her age, although she doesn't know about Tsunade and Fang, she seems to understand that Tsunade is very happy these days. As an opponent, Kushina was a little upset. Old ancestor, Uzumaki Ryuji has sent a message, saying that you must watch it yourself. Handing the letter to Fang, Kushina glared at Tsunade, and then stuck it into Fang's arms naturally. Hee, you, Tsunade smiled disdainfully. Wait another 10 years, now you can only stare at me. She finally understood why this little girl was so hostile to her before. This little girl is a bit precocious in her feelings, and she knows how to protect food at this age. But Tsunade didn't bother to poke. This world is like this. The good feelings you had when you were young can even last a lifetime, and you can't change it if you want to. Fang understood this point quite well. For example, Hinata and Naruto in the original book. Then he got engaged at the age of 3, can you say that he is in puppy love? Iwagakure, Onogi. Su Feng opened the file and glanced at it, then touched his chin. This is quite an interesting piece of information. But it's not a ninja secret or something like that, but a request from Iwagakure. The Dawn organization in Uzushio village has been established, and recently it is often dispatched in the ninja world to complete various tasks. But Li Xiao clearly marked the price, and the entrustment of less than 1 million would not even look at it. And this number is about to rise because there are too many tasks. According to Uzumaki Su Feng, Onagi's commission is not very difficult. It's just that the difference from other entrustments is that he hopes that Su Feng, the vortex, can be close to the people. In the document, Uzumaki Ryuji's description is that Onoki went to the country of Uzumaki himself, and his attitude was extremely sincere in the stronghold, and he respected Uzumaki Su Feng in his words. This makes Uzumaki Su Feng a little strange. He knew people of Onagi's character. Old antique, stubborn, and even a little old man's own arrogance. But it was such a person who took the initiative to put down his body and asked Uzumaki Su Feng to take action. The commissioning of tasks is also simple and rude. Iwagakure has a sensitive issue, that is, Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozi and Mr. Onoki are fighting against each other. Recently, they left the village privately because of political disagreements. There are even rumors that Tsuchikage has various negative influences and has attracted a group of people. Originally, Onoki could solve this matter by himself. After all, Iwagakure still understands the principle that family scandals should not be publicized. But recently, Four Tails Jinchuriki suddenly learned the full-tailed beast mode. After the lava-style chakra mode was turned on, Onoki and the others were quite troubled. The content of the entrustment is to hope that Uzumaki Su Feng will take action to bring back the mean. Of course, if Uzumaki Su Feng has the ability to draw the tailed beast, Onoki implicitly said that he can exchange a Jinchuriki for 4 tails. After all, a disobedient Jinchuriki is not a good Jinchuriki, and this is the same in every village. In ninja villages in the ninja world, not only Konoha has a dark side, almost every village has it. Cloud Shinobi Village has the best atmosphere, but even in Cloud Shinobi Village, there were 2 lunatics, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. This time Onagi's attitude is very sincere, and the employment amount is quite satisfactory to Uzumaki Su Feng. The arrest was successful, 15 million taels. Take off the tail beast to replace Jinchuriki, 25 million taels. It has to be said that the land of Earth is really rich, and Onoki is also rich and powerful. But Su Feng easily understood why Onamu spent a lot of money to let himself do it himself. First, use 4 tails to see the strength of Uzumaki Su Feng with your own eyes. If the strength is really as strong as the rumors, he will let Iwagakure be honest and not offend Uzumaki. Second, don't look at the large amount of employment money this time, but if Uzumaki Su Feng doesn't have the strength to get it, he won't be able to keep the money. This is a trial, the obvious temptation, but for Uzumaki Su Feng, that was free money. Even he himself didn't know that his shooting fee was so expensive. If it is given for free, there is no reason not to. Su Feng squinted his eyes, stood up, hugged Kushina and set off directly. Ninja World, on the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth, inside Iwagakure's camp. Master Tsuchikage, it's just a trial, is the price a little? One of Tsuchikage's subordinates had a little hesitation on his face. He wanted to know why Tsuchikage, who had always been prudent, suddenly made such a generous move. Are you asking if it's worth it? Onoki stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Yes, quote. The Iwagakure ninja nodded. It's worth it. Onoki sighed slightly. No one understands the strength of Third Reikage better than me. If he is really going to be instantly killed, there is only one reason. That is, the opponent's strength has already surpassed cage level. Third Reikage, his strength has already stood at the peak of cage level. Onoki, who has played against Reikage several times, is very clear about this. If it wasn't for the astonishing lethality of his dust dungeon, and Third Reikage didn't dare to attack abruptly, I'm afraid that person would be able to fight him to the death despite being seriously injured. That's why Onoki wanted to know so much, and wanted to see the man's strength with his own eyes. If it reaches the level of Super Shadow, he is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, Super Shadow is enough to change the whole battle situation, the number is nothing in front of Super Shadow. The rumors are true, which means that the rise of Uzumaki village is inevitable, and no one can stop it. To test the strength of Chaoying, it is most appropriate to use tailed beasts. Successfully, he lost an old and stubborn opponent who had prejudice against him. If he fails, he can find a way to get the money back from Uzumaki village in the future. No matter how you calculate it, it can't be a loss. That subordinate still didn't seem to understand, but he understood Tsuchikage's character, and since it had been decided, it was impossible to change it. He shook his head and said nothing. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. And as the trembling central area approaches, the trembling due to the ground is also particularly obvious. Master Tsuchikage, it's bad. A ninja rushed into the camp, his face full of panic. Konoha's 9 tails are coming. What? Onoki quickly got up and rushed out. Earlier, I heard rumors that Konoha's people went crazy, released 9 tails from Jinchuriki's body, and even ran happily in the land of fire and the land of rain. Onogi instinctively thought that the person who spread the message was crazy, and that impossible things can be taken for granted. But when he rushed out of the camp and watched the huge figure stop in front of the Iwagakure line of defense, he fell silent. 9 tails out. What does this mean? Has Konoha finally brought the final weapon to the light? Raising his head, Onoki looked solemn. Even if the front is 9 tails, for Iwagakure, he as Tsuchikage has to stand at the front. But before he flew to the camp, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Above the 9 tails, stood 2 red-haired ninjas. Wearing robes with Uzumaki patterns, a man and a woman, one big and one small. They are Onoki. When the cold voice came, Su Feng lowered his head and glanced at the short man among the Wanjinkong, then suddenly realized, and jumped off the top of 9 tails with Kushina in his arms. Young 9 tails followed closely behind, and the reminder quickly shrank, and finally returned to Kushina's arms. Your Excellency is Uzumaki Su Feng. If at this time, he, Onoki, came before he didn't know. There is no need for him to be Tsuchikage because of his identity. However, Uzumaki Su Feng's appearance and temperament really surprised Onoki. In his opinion, the rumored ancestor of Uzumaki, the founder of Uzumaki of Blood, must be the kind of rough man who walked out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. But the sunshine in front of him, even the outrageously handsome young appearance, really surprised him a bit. Exactly, for your entrustment, Su Feng said gently. 110. Iwagakure's Tsuchikage was polite to him, and he didn't bother to pretend to be cold. Of course, this is only temporary. For a while, he should pretend to be forceful, and he will not fall down. I see. But this is 9 tails. Onoki was stunned, looked at the small 9 tails in Kushina's arms, and swallowed hard. Well, I went to Konoha, the ancestor snatched it. Kushina nodded as a matter of course. Grab it. I thought Konoha was destroyed when 9 tails came out of the cage. Onoki was a little disappointed. But this disappointment has disappeared in an instant. 9 tails said that he would grab as soon as he said that he would grab it. This person's strength is really a bit exaggerated. And looking at the attitude of the tailed beast, it was obvious that he was a little afraid of Uzumaki Su Feng. Since I'm here, the entrusted matter can start at any time. Everyone, don't waste your time, but there is one thing I want to make clear to Wang Ying. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng dragged Kushina to his side. I personally suggest that this mission should be completed by my guards. Why? Onoki's expression changed. This was completely different from the content of the entrustment. And looking at the little girl, she doesn't seem to be that kind of strong existence. She is a tailed beast. Uzumaki Su Feng is also relieved. Of course, if you insist on letting me make a move, I will meet your request. After all, in business, you still have to have integrity. Su Feng smiled gently. However, if I am really asked to make a shot, I am afraid that I will not be able to control the strength. If Iwagakure's 4 tails is accidentally killed by me, this responsibility. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Onoki quickly interrupted with a wave of his hand. Kill the tail beast. Even Uchiha Madara in the Sengoku period was just controlling the tailed beast. Even if you are strong, can you really kill the tailed beast? Your Excellency, rest assured, if such an accident occurs, I will not take a penny of the money that should be given to me. Onoki spoke proudly. He was completely unaware that Uzumaki Fang and others said, that's what he said. Want to see me make a move and test my strength? Sure. Don't blame me if you kill him. Even the current Uzumaki Fang couldn't guarantee that he would attack with all his strength, whether the ground of the land of earth could withstand his ravages. Fang nodded and signaled Onamu to lead the way. Four Tails Monkey King, I really hope you can live up to your name. The old man is serious. Uzumaki Kushina followed slowly, and glanced at Onoki without leaving a trace. This old man actually looked down on her strength, and the dead-tailed beast deserved it. Old ancestor did it himself. Tisk, I don't know if Kurigakure in the land of water has forgotten the tsunami hundreds of meters high. Ninja world, somewhere in the land of earth. Glancing in front of him from a distance, Onoki looked a little puzzled. Here, as shown in the newspaper, Four Tails Jinchuriki, which is where his political enemy Laozi is hiding, is nearly 1,000 meters away. Although this is a highland, it is still barely visible to the naked eye. Why are we stopping here? Onoki frowned, looked at Kushina beside him and asked. At this moment, Kushina held Nine Tails and waited calmly. Unless you want to die, you'd better listen to the old ancestor. Yes, just arrived here, Uzumaki Fang said that he wants to go alone. This made Onoki extremely puzzled. But now it seems that the meaning of this little girl is very obvious, that is, she is afraid that she and others will be accidentally injured. Are you kidding me? Onoki's mouth twitched. What kind of ninjutsu can cover a distance of thousands of meters? Even if the ancestor of the Uzumaki family is powerful, in his impression, unless it is the full-body Susanoo, or the Senju Buddha of Senju Hashirama, otherwise it is impossible to achieve this level of map cannon. Believe it or not, barely controlling within a kilometer is already the limit of the ancestor. Kushina sneered. If it wasn't for this guy's money, he had to see with his own eyes that the ancestor had indeed made a move, or else 1,000 meters would be enough. That's certainly not enough. Kushina fully understood this point just by looking at the Gorfine Shishin placed on the sea before. Now the power of the blood on the ancestor has far surpassed that when he went to Kurigakure. Controlling the killing range of 1 kilometer is a careful calculation for Uzumaki Fang. Hearing this, Onoki fell into silence. Whether it's an exaggeration, or that person really has that kind of ability, perhaps, he will know in a while. To be honest, I'm afraid that the ancestor will have a good time, and the daily kilometer range is not enough. My suggestion is, if you don't want your men to be involved, and you've been anemic for the past few months, it's best to retreat 3 kilometers away. Kushina said casually. This is the scope of influence for the common people, and as the ancestor's bodyguard, she knows that the ancestor will not hurt her, so there is no need to worry. But these people are not crazy warriors, and they don't know how powerful the blood escape in Uzumaki village is, so it's always right to stay away. Pity. Not only Onogi didn't take these words seriously, but even the ninjas under him scoffed at them. Back 3 kilometers. If you can. For this, Kushina did not explain. Since people do not listen to persuasion, then she is too lazy to waste words. Is this really Nine Tails? Onoki, on the other hand, put his eyes on Kushina's arms again, staring at Nine Tails with a dazed expression. Are you blind? Would you like me to show you the tailed beast bomb? Ancestor 9, where is Iwagakure? My uncle opened his eyes. Young Nine Tails is very irritable, but if there is no Yin Nine Tails next to it, it will talk without any scruples. The tailed beast bomb is a thing that can be released as soon as it is said. When Kushina pointed in a direction calmly and impartially, it was Iwagakure's position. Kurama snorted coldly, and began to accumulate energy in his mouth. It's not a tailed beast that spoils kids. Seeing that it was carrying the 2 ancestors, they even questioned their own identities. Just pissed him off. As for why Kushina is called Juzuzong, there is a reason for this. After observing it in Yin Nine Tails, my half-body for so long, the boss is quite fond of Kushina. But anyone who has a little insight can understand that Kushina is very important in Uzumaki Fang's heart. Undoubtedly, this will also be a mistress in the future. Therefore, the 2 tailed beasts are combined, and the caliber is unified, and they directly control Kushina as Juzuzu, and control Mito Zuying in Mito City. In the Uzumaki family, ancestor is an absolute respect. No, no need. When the tailed beast bomb began to form, Onoki panicked instantly. That's really 9 tails, not 9 tails like vehicles. He was wrong. He shouldn't have questioned 9 tails' identity. If you are Konoha Hokage, you should call me Jude. It's cheap for you today, kid. Young 9 tails pouted, swallowed the tailed beast bomb that was not fully formed in one gulp, and then hiccuped. Master Tsuchikage, something has happened. Next to him, a very discerning Iwagakure ninja suddenly came over, handed a telescope into Tsuchikage's hand, and reminded him in a low voice. In the distance, it seems that the battle has begun. When Onogi pointed the camera at a certain man, his expression became solemn. After leaving Iwagakure, Lao Zi became a so-called free monk. He preached his teachings and accepted many believers. As a partner, Su Feng naturally regarded these old Z, 4th-generation Jinchuriki subordinates as enemies. This time he made up his mind to be high-profile, so he naturally had to show it. Iwagakure's Tsuchikage wants to test his strength, so keep your eyes open and see what is the real fighting style of the Uzumaki clan. Blood rage. Ramp away. Bloodthirsty. The devil prison blood break. When the violent aura on his body began to spread in all directions, a strong smell of blood rose into the sky. After the second awakening, he no longer needs to accumulate the blood of the demon prison blood break, and when the demon sword appears, he will be completely body. Uzumaki Su Feng, who intends to pretend, did not use adamantine sealing chains to attack this time. As early as when he was playing the game, he had an idea that he desperately wanted to complete. That is, to try the sharpness of the devil prison blood break hanging in the air behind you. Just do it. When the game comes to the real world, there are many more possibilities. For example, Su Feng will use the chains of adamantine sealing chains to release skills. If his idea works, there will be other changes in the fighting style of the Uzumaki clan in the future. Reach out. The ghost hand suddenly appeared, and when the ghost hand touched the magic sword gathered by the power of blood, the breath of the magic sword began to become extremely unstable. At this moment, Uzumaki Su Feng felt not only the violent energy from this magic sword, but also a sense of comfort connected by blood. Yes, after the second awakening, the magic sword seemed to have also been changed and became a part of his body. Holding the magic sword in a ghostly hand, Uzumaki Su Feng suddenly looked forward. Seemingly feeling the strong murderous aura completely covering this stronghold, Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi rushed out quickly, looking at Uzumaki Su Feng solemnly. Without even any hesitation, when he felt the shuddering power, he directly chose to turn on the complete tail beast transformation. When the huge body of Four Tails appeared, inside Lao Zi's body, Monkey King is negotiating fiercely with Jinchuriki. Tailed beasts have bestial instincts, they have an intuitive instinct for danger. Four Tails' first thought was to let Lao Zi run away. But the stubborn old man, after turning on tailed beast transformation, magma-like lava spewed out from his body, and lava style sprayed directly at Uzumaki Su Feng. How dare he choose to take the initiative? Four Tails gave up struggling, it felt that its Jinchuriki was hopeless. I am afraid that it has to be explained here today. Who is this terrifying man? Four Tails is full of horror. And Lao Zi was obviously not affected by this emotion. Now that the enemy has already attacked, he has no reason not to fight back. It's a pity that his wrong judgment directly caused his huge lava-style fireball to hit the man, and he only saw the man's cruel smile. He didn't use the magic sword in his hand to cut off the fireball ejected by the lava style, instead he rushed directly towards the great eruption and stretched out his palm. That man, what is he going to do? Lao Zi was stunned. He is most aware of the lethality of lava style, but even steel can be melted directly, and this man stretched out his hand on his own initiative. Boom! The earth trembled suddenly. Ahead, a scene that shocked Lao Zi happened. The fireball that was supposed to explode was actually caught by that man with one hand, and it couldn't even move forward and was directly controlled. If you use basketball to describe it, the scale is a little bigger. Lifting the fireball high, Uzumaki Su Feng felt the scorching heat above, and licked his chapped lips. But it should be just right to put this thing in your mouth. Madness. The angry old Z lost his mind, he was shocked by this man's pretending attitude. Without any doubt, he immediately charged Tailed Beast Bomb in his mouth. But that man's speed was already as fast as Ultimate, and at the same time he was attacking with a fireball, more than a dozen gold chains appeared behind him, controlling four tails in just an instant. Adamantine sealing chains. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? The ancestor was so frightened and angry that he didn't even have time to react. Only the Uzumaki clan can lightly control the tailed beast, but he has no idea how he offended the other party. For this, Uzumaki Fang has no idea of any explanation. When Four Tails was controlled, the huge lava-style fireball was directly pressed against its body by Fang. Even with the unformed tailed beast bomb, it seemed as if everything was going to explode in the next moment. It is no exaggeration to say that if Deidara saw this scene, he would definitely shout art. But this is just the beginning. If the Four Tails were captured like this, Onoki would not be allowed to stop at a distance of 1,000 meters away. Therefore, under the suspicious eyes of Onoki's telescope, the man made the next move. The magic sword slashed heavily on the ground, and when the real hellfire swept in, a roar that burst the sky resounded through the entire sky. Bloody rage. Boom. When a crazy warrior sacrifices his own body's blood, it will trigger an explosion of real blood power. Just like the beautiful scene when the planet exploded from the inside, when the thick bloody smell spread around with a strong buzzing reputation. The whole earth couldn't bear the terrifying impact and collapsed in an instant. Ground cracks began to expand, and a series of chain reactions directly led to earthquakes. At that moment, everything within a few hundred meters around the man turned into a vacuum. The impact is not over yet. The aftertaste of the explosion began to spread, and in Onoki's eyes, only the man who detonated the blood was left standing there, and the air around him was filled with thick blood. He stood there like a real sun. But that sun is Uzumaki of blood made of blood. Uzumaki of blood. At this moment, Onoki finally understood why the Uzumaki clan was called the Blood Uzumaki clan. That terrifying power was even worse than the pressure he gave when facing Uchiha Madara. There is still time to run. When the space tremor caused by the blood explosion has not spread here, Uzumaki Kushina calmly reminded. But now, no one takes this as a joke. Because they have already seen the thick aftermath of the explosion, which spread rapidly like a blood barrier, rushing here. Many people even saw that the seemingly blocked space began to collapse. This is absolutely not something humans can do. If someone told them before today that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan could blow up a space with a roar, causing the breath in that space to start to collapse, they would definitely not. Will believe. But now, they get it. If you continue to stay here, death is inevitable, and even the corpse will disappear without a trace. Just like the Four Tails at the moment. Four Tails, is it still there? Before leaving, Onogi looked deeply at Kushina and Nine Tails in her arms. There is a feeling between the tailed beasts. He wants to know the question. Died, Nine Tails said lightly, but not completely dead. The boss Lee Nuos has a sense of measure, and he should be able to start reorganizing chakra in a few years. This shot, the man did not drain Four Tails' original power, and Four Tails' death was a natural death. Tailed beasts can be resurrected after death, but it just takes time. I see. Tsuchikage breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. That man knew early on that he wanted to use this entrustment to test his strength. He knew it, but he didn't expose it on the spot. Instead, use his strength to tell everyone that even if you know the extent of my strength, he is not afraid that someone will plot against him because of this strength in the future. Because this power has already surpassed people's cognition. Tell everyone in Iwagakure, as well as the land of Land Daimyo. In the future, the land of Earth will be making ninjas, and the registered population, and those who see the land of Uzumaki, must treat each other with courtesy and must not show any disrespect. Every visitor from the land of Vortex will enjoy VIP treatment in the land of Earth. Withdrew quickly, Onogi looked at his subordinates beside him, and spoke in a somewhat helpless but grateful way. In addition, prepare 30 million taels and give it to Uzumaki Fang later. Change to 30 million. The subordinate did not have any objections this time. The reason is simple. It is really a blessing to let such a powerful existence make a move and be able to speak with money. This 30 million is the sincerity of the entire Iwagakure and land of Earth. I just hope that if someone takes out money and wants him to deal with Iwagakure in the future, he can be merciful. Of course, Onoki naturally didn't know whether this method would work. But the problem is that he can only do so because he has already determined. Uzumaki Su Fang, stronger than Uchiha Madara back then. The country of fire. On the way to Konoha, holding Kushina in his arms, Su Fang sat on the head of Nine Tails and fell into thinking. The Iwagakure matter, for Uzumaki Su Fang, is just a seasoning in life, and it is very fast from the start to the end. And the process was extremely smooth, and Uzumaki Su Fang didn't spend much time or energy, not to mention, it was no different from a vacation. And now, he is calculating the clan power points he will gain after leaving Uzumaki village this time. Let's not mention the mercenary team for now. Cloud Shinobi Village and Kurigakure paid a total of 20 million protection fees, and this is only the first quarter. As for Konoha, he asked for 20 million taels in one go before he could withdraw the money. In addition to the weapon resources sold by Uzumaki Village, it was 12 million taels. And this time, the handout fee for personally completing the employment task, plus Iwagakure's favor, once again earned 30 million taels. Adding all the above money together, this huge sum of money is a full 82 million taels. If the money is converted into clan power, it will be 820,000 clan power. These clan powers are completely enough to bring about earth-shaking changes in the entire Uzumaki village. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Su Fang directly told Nine Tails to speed up and return to Konoha before it was dark. However, the current Konoha village residents are no strangers to the fact that Nine Tails has become Uzumaki Su Fang's mount. Instead, they found that unless someone tried to annoy Nine Tails by committing suicide, under normal circumstances, Nine Tails would not attack the villagers. This made them a little suspicious. Didn't Lord Hokage say that the Nine Tails are evil incarnate and will destroy everything? This seems to be completely inconsistent with the rumors. When Uzumaki Su Fang came to Hokage's office again, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have any thought of defaulting, and directly sent 20 million. Su Fang didn't waste any time, and directly exchanged all the money into clan power. The total sum of 820,000 yuan made Su Fang faintly excited. Immediately, he bid farewell to Tsunade, took Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto's family and set off for Uzumaki village. Next, it is time for the construction of Uzushio village. He clearly told the owner of Konoha village that Nine Tails belonged to his Uzumaki clan from now on. But in the whole Konoha, no one dared to stop him. Joke, Hokage consultant, he said he would kill, not to mention them common people. Finally gone, this evil star. Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two huge Nine Tails walking towards the family carrying leave button. Lifting his head, he looked at Orochimaru in the office. Are you sure you need first-generation cells for research? Sarutobi's complexion was not very good-looking. Impure world reincarnation required a lot of experimentation, and the person you want to resurrect in the end is first Hokage. Orochimaru said calmly. In fact, when Uzumaki Su Fang gave him the scroll, he had already mastered this move, forbidden technique. But surface work still has to be done. And he doesn't have first-generation cells in his hands. Orochimaru knew that the corpse of the first generation had been studied in the village, but all the materials were destroyed in the end. If Sarutobi Hiruzen has it in hand, he will naturally take it out to help. This is for Sarutobi's plan. You mean, a lot is needed? Sarutobi frowned and asked again. That's right, if you want the dead from summoning to be more obedient in the future, you must add first-generation cells to the sacrifice to strengthen control. This is the key point. A point that must be reached. If the people who come out of summoning are disobedient, it will directly affect their plans. Sarutobi looked serious. What he didn't see was the mocking look in Orochimaru's eyes. Before, he didn't understand why Uzumaki Su Fang repeatedly emphasized that when reviving the first generation, he must add the cells of Kaisho Hashirama to the sacrificial body. But when he thoroughly studied the scroll, he understood. Take control. But that kind of strengthening is the bondage of the common dead summoned by the common people. Then, he wanted to understand a problem. That is, if someone wants to use Senju Hashirama's cells to control Senju Hashirama who is a dead person, what will happen then? Eventually, Orochimaru had an answer. That's impossible to control. Control Senju Hashirama with Senju Hashirama's cells. Who came up with this? Little did Orochimaru know, that's what he did in the original book. But he calmly gave this theory to his teacher. Now Senju Hashirama doesn't have enough cells, so what will he do? Orochimaru smiled slightly. There is only one option. I see, CEBB will take care of it. Hurry up and research, I need to get the full version of Impure World Reincarnation as quickly as possible. Of course, this is for the sake of the village and the future of Konoha. Sarutobi had a righteous face, not forgetting to emphasize to Orochimaru. Yes, for the village. Orochimaru sneered, not bothering to talk nonsense with Sarutobi. For the sake of the village, I can actively choose this forbidden technique to play with the dead. They even want to revive the first generation in vain to control the Senju family, and also hope to use the fighting power of the first generation to resist the Uzumaki family. Don't look at it, what is the Konoha like now? He was still fighting in the den. He believes that if third generation puts down its pride and takes the initiative to seek a sincere apology from the Senju clan, Suna will not necessarily lose face to Hokage. But he didn't do that, instead he was more calculating. I'm afraid this village won't have a place of its own in the future, right? Orochimaru was a little confused. Dimly, he thought of the words that Uzumaki Fang said back then. If there is nowhere to go in the future, the Uzumaki clan welcomes him. That senior, what did you see in yourself? Returning to his residence, Orochimaru took out a small bottle, and inside the bottle, a drop of blood floated in the center. This was sent by Orochimaru's communication white snake before Uzumaki Fang left. This is a drop, from the blood of the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan. Very ordinary blood. Uzumaki Fang even became bloodthirsty when he had nothing to do, and casually emptied his blood power. But just such a drop of blood is the supreme treasure to Orochimaru. He has wanted to study why the Uzumaki clan is so powerful for a long time, and he wants to know where the Uzumaki clan's blood escape principle comes from. Uzumaki Fang gave him a chance. That senior is not afraid of doing strange things with his blood. Strength brings him strong self-confidence. And Fang's idea is very simple, because even if he gave Orochimaru a drop of Kamen's blood, he couldn't do anything other than discover the violent power in the blood. He had already asked the system about this matter. But for Orochimaru, it's Uzumaki Fang's attitude. Fang appreciates talent. Since Orochimaru is unhappy in Konoha, it is better to do research in another place. Uzushio village still welcomes things like scientists. Especially when a strong man like himself stood in front of him and completely wiped out the ambitious scientist. What Orochimaru wanted was simple. He desires eternal life for no other purpose. Because life is too short to thoroughly study all ninjutsu in the world, that's why he thinks about immortality and is so persistent in immortality. In fact, he is also the only one who lives younger and younger in the later stages of the ninja world. In the end, he succeeded. It's not easy to repay this favor. Squinting his eyes, Orochimaru took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. Immediately, he skillfully took out a pen and paper, wrote a line of words on it, and threw it to the white snake next to him. It's all about repaying that senior's trust. No matter what, you have to show your own position. The clan land of the Senju clan. After both Uzumaki Fang and Uzumaki Mito left, Tsunade felt that the place was much deserted even though the clansmen had returned. At this moment, she is taking her younger brother, Senju Nawaki, who has restored the name of the Senju clan, to the exclusive mourning garden in the clan area to worship the ancestors. Grandpa, I guess it's hard for you to imagine that the ancestor Uzumaki, who was at the same time as you, is still alive. And, in front of his younger brother, Tsunade blushed and didn't say anything too explicit. I do not regret. Finally, leaving only one word, Tsunade led Nawaki towards the exit. In the ninja world, if you marry in the future, you will inherit your husband's surname. So Tsunade understands that it is his younger brother who decides the future of the Senju clan. When Nawaki gets old, she will think about it. Uzumaki Tsunade. It's not hard to hear. Just when she was in a daze, the ground trembled, and a small white snake suddenly came out. Orochimaru's summoning beast. Isn't he on the front line? No, Jiraiya wrote that Orochimaru was sent on a secret mission. Is it impossible? Tsunade froze for a moment, frowning. She quickly took out the scroll from the white snake's mouth and looked over. She was a little worried. Although they have not yet formed the so-called Konoha Sanin name. But with her companions from childhood to adulthood, she is still very concerned about the safety of each other. Be careful with the ancestral grave. To Tsunade's surprise, there were only 4 words in Orochimaru's letter. Be careful, what the hell is the ancestral grave? He turned his head and glanced blankly at the exclusive cemetery of the Senju clan. Is there anything strange about this place? You go back first, and call a team of people over by the way. Orochimaru doesn't talk nonsense for no reason, that's not a joker. If Jiraiya sent a message, she would pay a little attention to it. After all, it is about the ancestral graves of the Senju clan. Nawaki was ordered to turn around and leave. Not long after, a group of elite Senju clan assembled. There are 12 people in total, all of Jonin level. Tsunade waved to them, and then led the people to ambush in the shadow of the ancestral grave. She wanted to see what would happen to her ancestral grave. Night fell. The members of the Senju clan felt a little baffled, but the Patriarch's order is here, just wait patiently. It's all as compensation for not visiting Shodai's grave all these years. Time passed by every minute and every second. Tsunade yawned, not that she doubted Orochimaru's information was wrong. I just felt that I should ask about the specific time, and then lay in ambush while making a decision. Yawned, Tsunade became more refreshed. This is also due to the fact that Uzumaki Fang has been living in Konoha these days, and she and Uzumaki Mito will exercise her and Uzumaki Mito's ability to stay up late every day, so that she will remain energetic at night. Shaking his head, Tsunade suddenly pointed forward. Someone is coming. I saw a black shadow rushing down from the wall quickly, and then looked around patiently. After he was sure of his safety, an exaggerated scene happened. Taking out the hoe he was carrying on his back, the masked man moved. With a swing, he pointed a hoe at Senju Hashirama's grave. At this moment, Tsunade was completely angry. No wonder Orochimaru reminded himself to be careful about his ancestral graves, because some people dared to sneak into the Senju family's family land and dig their ancestral graves in front of her. Can this be tolerated? Tsunade was furious and immediately ordered to attack. At this moment, all the despondent Senju clan rushed forward and took down the masked ninja on the spot. Take off his mask. Looking at the person in front of him, Tsunade folded his chest. His murderous look was on his face, and he couldn't control it. The elite of the Senju clan did things neatly and tore off his mask on the spot. Seeing that the matter was in vain, the man didn't talk nonsense. He rolled up his tongue and wanted to swallow the poison in his mouth. But Tsunade was extremely fast, rushed directly in front of him, broke her jaw, smashed his head to the ground, and smashed it up. A pill was smoothly spit out from his mouth. Not to mention this kind of poison, even if it is 10 times more powerful, it is useless in front of me. Tsunade lifted the man into the air ferociously. Say, who sent you here? Can that be said? The ninja closed his eyes, looking like he was waiting to die. Master Patriarch. And at this moment, a tribe next to him came over, took a deep breath with anger in his eyes. This person is Teichi Yamano, who joined Anbu 3 years ago. Before he joined Anbu, I carried out a mission with his team. I guess he doesn't remember it. Anbu Hokage is directly under the assassination department, they only follow Hokage's decision. At this moment, the anger in Tsunade's heart was completely ignited. This kind of thing that both people and gods are angry with, he can do it. My great-grandfather and second-grandfather, they taught him ninjutsu with their own hands. As a disciple, can you even plan the grave of your teacher? Tsunade, who had completely entered the explosive mode, couldn't bear it anymore. She turned around with a look of determination on her face. Take him, and bring 2 teams of clansmen. Clenching his fists, Tsunade carried a terrifying murderous aura. My mother smashed his Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage building with her own hands, and flattened all the ancestral graves of his Sarutobi clan. By the way, I killed his son to help him. Tsunade, under the anger, has long been unable to maintain reason. And under the night, when the villagers watched the Senju clan rushing towards the Hokage building with a murderous look, their expressions changed dramatically. What is the Senju family going to do? Really tearing apart with Hokage? Or outright rebellion? They do not know. They just know. Now, Konoha, it's really going to change. The country of fire. Konoha. There was chaos in the village, and the Senju clan didn't give anyone face. Immediately rushed to the Hokage building. No one knows exactly what happened. On the contrary, Orochimaru had a clear understanding and faced all this calmly. He is not worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to get Senju Hashirama's cells because of the incident. In fact, what he said requires a large number of Senju Hashirama's cells is just an incentive to force Sarutobi to do it. In the previous experiment of studying Senju Hashirama's corpse, the higher-ups left some cells, and it was enough to use that to add sacrifices to summon Senju Hashirama. Therefore, he first told Sarutobi that he needs a lot of Senju Hashirama's cells, and then told Tsunade to be careful about the ancestral grave. It can be said that what happened to Konoha is the result of his own directing and acting. As for why, Orochimaru smiled slightly. He just gave a reason for the Senju clan to act. After all, the turmoil in Konoha should also be over. But now, all he needs to do is to wait patiently. After Sarutobi Hiruzen has met the wrath of the Senju clan, he will come over and send Senju Hashirama's cells to speed up his experiments again. Give Sarutobi whatever he wants. Even the warlock from Impure World Reincarnation is perfectly fine for him. Certainly. First of all, what he has to do is probably not to take the initiative to use the power of First Hokage to revive Konoha and secure his position. Turning around, Orochimaru calmly looked at a certain coffin behind him, and slowly opened the coffin panels. Inside the coffin, the corpse's fingers moved slightly. He is a cell without first generation. But not long ago, he stumbled across another person's cells, and even started the Impure World Reincarnation. FFLX. Mr. Snake touched the crystal in his hand, planning to have a live broadcast. If the time comes, the two of them will be resurrected together. It must be wonderful. Konoha. Inside the Hokage building. Sarutobi was smoking a pipe, looking at the scenery of Fang Mu leaves with a calm expression. At this time, he still didn't know that the people he sent to the Senju clan had been arrested on the spot. He is even thinking about manipulating the Impure World Reincarnation Army to control the Konoha situation in the future, and then take Konoha as the center, first take down the Uzushio village city store in the Uzumaki country and completely dominate the Shiji world. To be honest, this was Danzo's thinking before. But now he found that he seemed to have the confidence to go on this road. God of Ninjas. His strongest hole card. Whether it is to quell the dispute between the Senju clan and Konoha, or to attack the Uzushio village, this is an indispensable pawn. Patriarch. But at this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and a member of the Sarutobi clan rushed in panic. It wasn't Hokage-sama he was calling, but the Patriarch. Sarutobi frowned, looking a little displeased. The Patriarch of the Sarutobi clan is not as comfortable as Hokage. Call me Hokage next time. Remember, this is not in the clan, but the Hokage office. Until now, he is still emphasizing his own identity. It's not the Patriarch, it's a problem with the clan. The people of the Senju clan went crazy for some reason. They rushed to our clan's place and dug up our ancestral graves without asking any questions. Also, your father Sarutobi Sasuke, his grave is the worst. I heard that all the ashes were given to. What's the matter? Sarutobi slapped the table and stood up, his face full of anger. Tell me in detail. Detail. The clansman was terrified, then he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. The Patriarch told me to say this. Those members of the Senju clan first hung up your young son and beat them. After the beating, they felt dispirited and rushed straight to the ancestral grave. Master Sarutobi Sasuke's tomb, according to what you said, is designed to be more conspicuous, and they discovered it immediately. One of the strong-looking members of the Senju clan first kicked your father's tombstone to the ground, and then trampled the sacrifice you put there. It's not a big deal. They also summoned a dog. That dog ate up your father's sacrifice, and after eating it, it left a dick next to your father's tombstone. Boom. You get to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were red, holding his son and kicking his father's tombstone. What else did the Senju clan do? They dug your father's grave and then took your father's ashes away. It was you who asked me to elaborate. The members of the Sarutobi clan are quite wrong, and they can't do it in detail, and they can't do it without details. After the Patriarch becomes Hokage, it is really difficult to serve. Come on. Finally, the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a roar, which he couldn't swallow at all. Lawless. Are the Senju clan going to rebel? Come here, who is Hokage-sama looking for? And at this moment, a group of people rushed in directly, and after kicking away the Sarutobi clansmen on the ground, the leader Tsunade said coldly. Senju Tsunade. This time, I didn't call out my name at all, but called Tsunade's full name. Sarutobi looked gloomy. He wished he could make a move on the spot. But when he saw the Anbu ninja who was dispatched by him to the cemetery of the Senju clan, he understood why the Senju clan would go berserk. Did things come to light? Sarutobi looked at the Anbu ninja on the ground coldly. According to the rules, if a mission fails, especially this kind of mission failure, one should immediately choose to commit suicide instead of being caught as a prisoner. This is Anbu's rule. Just like in the original book, Kisame received orders from Mizukage to personally deal with those weak companions. Even among them, there is a female ninja who has a crush on Kisame. But Kisame knew that the consequences of such a female ninja falling into the hands of the enemy would be even more miserable. But now, that Anbu ninja is still alive. This matter, the old man will give you an explanation. Even if the old man orders to bring out first Hokage's body, it's for the village, not for anything else. Isn't it a little too much for you to bring people to raise the ashes of the old man's father? Sarutobi's pupils were red, and he gritted his teeth and said these words. You fart. Tsunade smashed the desk in front of him with a punch. To dig up her grandfather's grave, and Fu used it as a cover for the village. Does he really want to be shameless? And why can my grandfather's grave be moved, but your father's ashes cannot be raised? With double standards to such an extent, Tsunade was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Of course the old man is for the village. When he knew that the matter had been revealed, Plan 2 appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind instantly. It's not that he didn't think that the people under him were careless and failed to get most of Senju Hashirama's cells. I also thought about the worst. For example, the Anbu ninja didn't tell no tales, and even confessed that he was the one behind the scenes. That is the situation now. But even in such a bad situation, he has a way to save it. First Hokage died of illness, and before he died, he told second Hokage Senju Tobarama that if his body can contribute to Konoha, he doesn't mind second generation using his body for experiments. Sarutobi said calmly, in the beginning, it was also second Hokage, that is, your second grandfather dug your grandfather's grave first, and his was the first person to use your grandfather's cells for experiments. Bite back. Disgusting people have to be disgusting in place. Good. Tsunade laughed back in anger, completely defeated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's shamelessness. Sounding so high-sounding, why don't you experiment with your father's corpse? Before the second grandfather passed away, he clearly explained that Konoha is forbidden to use my grandfather's cells in the future, and no one can withstand the erosion speed of wood style except the grandfather. Why don't you say these things? Also, since I said it today, let's explain it one by one. Is this going to tear your face apart? Sarutobi's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Tsunade planned to smash the can. Since Grandpa ordered the Senju clan to integrate into Konoha, you secretly used various reasons to let those clansmen perform confidential missions, saying that it was a confidential mission, just to prevent them from appearing in the village again, right? This is even more so in the Second Ninja World War. You want to kill all the rest of the Senju clan in one go. Does it mean that if I die on the battlefield if I am not strong enough, or if I die at the hands of my own people, I deserve it? If I don't regroup the members of the Senju clan, will the clan be killed by you? These words have been held in Tsunade's heart for a long time. Before Uzumaki Su Feng told Tsunade the truth, she used to respect her teacher so much, she never thought that her teacher, the respected Hokage, would attack the Senju clan. This village was created by the Senju clan. The ignorance in her heart became even more angry, and she even felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in Hokage's office, which was extremely obtrusive. What else do you want to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down instead. Tsunade completely tore her face apart today. What is her ultimate goal? Could it be that with only a few people left in Senju, they can directly declare war on Konoha? Now, instead, he hoped that Tsunade would be a little more angry, and it would be better to lose his mind completely, then he would really have a reason to deal with the Shengshao clan. Even though many people in Konoha think that there is something wrong with him as a Hokage, even if some people know that he is attacking Senju Hashirama cells, when one of the ethnic groups wants to rebel, no one will choose to stand on the opposite side of Hokage. Most, you directly declare that the Senju clan will be separated from Konoha starting today. Sarutobi looked at Tsunade coldly, waiting for her next move. She will pay the price for her impulse. This includes the French as well. Quote. Gritting his teeth, Tsunade's indictment against Sarutobi Hiruzen is not over yet. Giving the defense of the Uzumaki family in the country of Uzumaki to the enemy almost led to the extermination of the Uzumaki family. Dissatisfied with the repeated achievements of the White Fang seniors on the battlefield, Danzo was sent to take over his command position. Is this what you should do as a Hokage? Tsunade was breathing heavily. She was trying to calm her anger. But for a while, after what Konoha had suffered, she couldn't control it completely when she watched Hokage let his subordinates dig the grandfather's ancestral grave. Then what? Now that his face has been torn, his disguise naturally doesn't need to be maintained. Speaking so much, why not do it directly? People from the Senju clan are here. If you are not satisfied with my Hokage, just replace it. Sarutobi's tone was extremely gentle, as if he was persuading Tsunade to make a move immediately. Are you looking forward to it? What can make Sarutobi's gentle expression disappear instantly is Suna. The hand suddenly smiled. She is indeed angry. But when she saw that familiar, hypocritical face, she suddenly reacted. Today, it is she who holds the initiative. Never let Sarutobi take the rhythm and follow it by himself. The reason why you dare to say that is because you are still Hokage. Tsunade had a mocking look on his face. Unfortunately, you should be gone tomorrow. What do you mean by that? Sarutobi's expression changed suddenly. Do you think that there are not many people who support you as a Hokage? Tsunade said indifferently. What happened tonight, including what you did to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, will not be long before the whole village knows. Don't just think about venting your anger before doing things, but plan before you act. Don't really make people think that you are big-chested and brainless. This is what the man told her before parting. Now that she has decided to have a complete confrontation with Sarutobi, she is by no means unprepared. How many people do you think would stand with you at tomorrow's village meeting for a Hokage who eats inside and out, loses 3 games in a row with Konoha, and also specializes in attacking his own people? Together. Oh, I can tell you one more thing. Appreciating Sarutobi Hiruzen's gradually changing expression, Tsunade's heart bursts with joy. The whole village meeting, the meeting to impeach your Hokage, was initiated by your good friend Danzo and the Hokage advisor. Danzo, Mitokado Homura. This time, he was completely alone. Sarutobi's eyes were red, and he found himself like a clown. Instead of letting the excited Tsunade do it directly, he was moved one step ahead. The whole village meeting, the theme is still impeaching him, Hokage. Just wait, tomorrow is your death day. Tsunade calmed down completely, and she found that Uzumaki Su Feng's method was very effective. The more the enemy cares about something, the more he will destroy it. As a teacher, what I want most is face. If he were to completely tear off his disguise in front of all the villagers, it would make him more uncomfortable than killing him directly. It's not that she doesn't want to kill her teacher and bear the name of killing her teacher. Rather, as the founder of Konoha, the patriarch of the Senju clan, he cannot discredit the clan. It's just one night, she can afford to wait. Tomorrow, when Sarutobi Hiruzen loses Hokage's halo, it is estimated that there must be more than 10 people who want to kill him than her Tsunade. Leaving this sentence, Tsunade turned and left with the Senju clan. By the way, teacher, you'd better go to the hospital to see your son. At the beginning, you didn't agree with me to train medical ninjas, so most of the medical ninjas were on the front line during the war, and no one seemed to be able to focus on him. At this moment, I guess he is dead. Murder. Tsunade smiled brightly. Today, what should be vented has been vented. Beating Sarutobi Hiruzen's son beyond recognition left him breathless, and then raised the ashes of Sarutobi Sasuke. To some extent, the Sarutobi family lost even more. This farce is not over, it just came to an end temporarily, and tomorrow will enter the climax stage. But neither Tsunade nor Sarutobi Hiruzen. They didn't know that in that hidden courtyard, Orochimaru used the telescope technique to live broadcast the whole process in front of the person behind him. This trick was used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to spy on what happened in the village and to maintain law and order in the village. To put it bluntly, it is voyeurism. It is not very complicated to stay away, you only need to use the crystal, and chakra who is very familiar with each other can do it. Unfortunately, Orochimaru thought of knowing about his own teacher's chakra. Everything was suspended, and Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed out of the office in a hurry. This is the final reaction of the screen. Orochimaru put away the crystal ball calmly, turned his head, showed a smile that he thought was chic, and spit out a sentence. Then, Nadime, are you satisfied with your disciple's performance during the years of your death? Ninja World, Eddy Tide Village. At this moment, Makoto is being led by Kushina, visiting the scenery of Uzushio Village. In fact, when she entered Uzumaki Village, the shock on her face never stopped. Here, can it really be described as a village? I am afraid that the most prosperous place in the ninja world cannot be compared with this place. Her expression was even more exaggerated than Tsunade's. Makoto has never seen such a scenery before. Before that, she thought that Konoha, as the head of the 5 great ninja villages, was already the most prosperous place in the ninja world, but compared with Uzushio Village, it was a paradise and a hell. In addition to the mysterious buildings, the bright smiles on the faces of the people in Uzushio Village are much more sincere than those in Konoha Shinobi. There is no intrigue here, people's faces are full of satisfaction, and they are full of longing for the future. Can I really live here? When she was taken to a beautiful courtyard by Makoto, the little girl couldn't help swallowing. The yard is not big, with flowers blooming on both sides, and the exquisite house is located in the center. Even if she didn't go in to visit, she can still feel a kind of elegance close to life. This is Kushina's residence, and Makoto's parents have been arranged in a homestay in the village. The Uzumaki clan were a little surprised when they learned of the other person's identity, but since they were brought back by the Patriarch, they did not criticize him harshly. And Kushina has always lived alone. At her invitation, Makoto can choose to live with her in the future, as if he had an extra companion. Well, I paid for this by performing the task. As an absolute strongman in the village whose strength is only comparable to that of Uzumaki Fang, Uzumaki Kushina has registered his name in the hiring team, and will receive more money in the future. For Makoto, a new life has officially begun. And at this moment, in front of the King of Heaven's bedroom, Uzumaki Fang was tinkering with the system panel. 637. Host, Uzumaki Fang. Ethnic group, Uzumaki family. Ethnic group forces, Eddy Tide Village IV2. Ethnic group population, 941 including newborn population. Ethnic group basic buildings, Arsenal LV3, Resurrection Crystal LV3, Chakra Arrow Tower LV3, Transfer Temple LV3, Guard Enchantment LV3, King of Heaven Bedroom LV3, Branch Stronghold LV3, Leader Statue V3. Ethnic Group Advanced Building, Ethnic Group Totem LV3, Ethnic Group Exclusive Mall LV3. Clan Strength, 950,000. After collecting a circle of protection fees, Uzumaki Fang had already exchanged all the money into clan strength when he came back, a total of 820,000 clan strength, plus 100,000 clan strength points rewarded for the previous special task, and the share handed over by the hiring team. Now, he has a huge sum of money close to 1 million yuan. Moving his eyes down, Fang looked at the upgrade options of his forces. Promotion conditions, LV3 group buildings 10 out of 10. Transfer member I-30, 15/15. Patriarch occupation level IV-70, 77/70. Upgrading consumes force points, 20,000. All conditions are met. Fang smiled slightly, and directly chose to upgrade. Ding. Do you want to spend 20,000 clan power to upgrade the Uzumaki village LV2 to IV3? Yes. Boom. The gold light instantly lit up the night sky, and the clansmen raised their heads, watching the gold light fall on the ground, and the entire Uzumaki village began a new round of changes. This is integrating Makoto, who was lying in the yard looking at the stars. Kushina let out an exclamation, some unbelievable miracle in the sky. It was made by the ancestors. Kushina calmly explained. I haven't seen the golden light for a long time, and it is estimated that the change will be even greater this time. You have to get used to it. Are you used to it? Makoto swallowed. This is mysterious and powerful. Although he just arrived here, there is no such strange barrier. This miraculous existence shocked her a little too much. The changes in Uzushio village have only just begun. From IV2 to IV3, the transformation this time is not just a change in the territory of the entire vortex. At this moment, whether it is the streets or every building in the entire village, even the most conventional homestays are starting to be refurbished. The temperament of the whole village has completed the transformation again. A stone tablet is located at the entrance of the village, and the 3 big characters of gold on it give people a sense of awe. Whirlpool Village. But this change did not satisfy Uzumaki Fang's ambition. Ding! Congratulations, the level of host Uzumaki Village has been improved, and your ethnic group has changed. Ding! The characteristic 1 of your group, Illusion Immunity, has been strengthened, and the effect of Aura of Fear has been added. Ding! The second characteristic of your ethnic group, Ignore Pain, has been strengthened, and the damage reduction has been increased by 5%. Ding! It has been detected that the power level of your group has reached LV3, and new feature options Scary Hurricane, Quick Healing, both offensive and defense, are available. Please choose. New features appear. Uzumaki Fang raised his eyebrows, and looked at the attributes of the Scourge. Scourge Hurricane. Every time you release a move, there is a 5% chance to summon a Blood Hurricane. The power of the hurricane increases with the increase in strength. Each Blood Hurricane lasts for 30 seconds and can be released in a stack. Each release consumes one's own blood. Note: the Patriarch has a 20% chance to trigger the effect. Uzumaki Fang was silent. The power of this move is unknown for the time being, but the Blood Hurricane is very similar to the special attack effects of web games. I don't know what it looks like in reality. After looking around, I found that fast healing and both offensive and defensive skills are not in great demand for the Uzumaki family. The Uzumaki family's own resilience is already very strong, plus the bloodline advantage brought by bloodline enhancement. Choose this as a waste. And both offensive and defensive. Does warrior need defense? Just one adamantine sealing chain sword and shield onslaught mode is enough. There is no doubt that in the end Uzumaki Fang chose Scourge as the new trait. The changes in Ninja Village are not over, but Uzumaki Fang has already set his sights on those basic buildings and advanced buildings. The family power has just consumed 20,000 yuan, which can't satisfy his consumption desire at all, so he directly points to the plus sign behind the building. There are 8 basic buildings, and each basic building needs 5,000 family strength points to upgrade from IV3 to IV4, and 10,000 family strength points to upgrade from IV4 to IV5. 2 advanced buildings, from IV3 to IV4 need to spend 20,000 points of family power, V4 to 5 needs 40,000 points of family power for each upgrade. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Fang chose to upgrade all. The reason is very simple: if the faction belonging to the group of IV3 needs to be upgraded to IV4, the building level needs to be upgraded to IV5, and the number is exactly 10. Consumption. Today he has decided that even if he can't upgrade Ninja Village to IV5 in one go, he has to spend all his money. After the level of Ninja Village has been raised to LV3, the upper limit of the building level has become LV10, and some places need to spend money. Click on the building template, and Fang started a new round of upgrades. Compared with the golden light in the Whirlpool Village. At this moment, in the Konoha village of the Land of Fire, the atmosphere seemed very dignified. The news is out. Why did the Senju clan go berserk all of a sudden? Why the Senju clan has been fighting against Hokage recently. Now the entire Konoha family, common ninjas, and even the villagers in the village know the truth of the matter. What Sarutobi Hiruzen does as Hokage is creepy. Konoha doesn't really need one Hokage whose strength can completely crush the ninja world. At least, this Hokage can't do something like stabbing a knife in the back while the ninjas are working hard on the front line. Turning their backs on their allies, the Uzumaki clan nearly perished. This incident is not what the Uzumaki clan used to talk about when they were fighting Konoha. But what actually happened? Why did the Senju clan support Uzushio village? It is because Sarutobi wants to obtain the interests of the country of the vortex, and Senju, who really can't see it, chooses to help his allies. The treatment of the Senju family is even more miserable. In order to avoid attracting wind from the tree, everyone chose to integrate into Konoha, but Hokage still did not let them go, and sent them to the battlefield to die for various reasons. Ask yourself, if they were treated the same way as the Senju, how would they choose? The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and even the Inoshikacho clan who have always supported Hokage fell into a strange silence. They are thinking about it. The reason why the Senju clan dared to oppose Hokage so much is because of the huge influence of first Hokage and second Hokage. So, they dared to fight back when they encountered injustice instead of bearing it silently. Because they are Senju clan. But if it is those small ethnic groups, what should they do? At that time, would they dare to stand up and ask for justice for themselves? Naturally dare not, even the Hyuga clan, even the Uchiha clan. There is a high probability that the Hyuga clan will choose to swallow their anger. They simply say that they can protect the blood of the clan, and they can compromise on everything else. The Uchiha family will be more radical, and it is estimated that they will choose to go to war with the village. Only Senju, they can choose this kind of strategy similar to forced palace. This gave the people of Konoha village a chill down their spine. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this third Hokage is great. Externally, Konoha suffered a 3-game losing streak in his old partner in the command department, and he did not give too much criticism. But Hitaki led Konoha to victory, he only gave verbal praise. What is this? Internally, he chose to strike hard, and the family of his mentor did not want to let him go. Does Konoha really need such Hokage? Therefore, when Danzo stood up to contact Tsunade and chose to impeach Sarutobi Hiruzen in the form of a village meeting, these ethnic groups and ninjas hesitated a little before making up their minds. This meeting must be held. But if such a big matter spread to the ninja world, it would be a shocking scandal. Their original intention was to conduct the impeachment in secret. It's just that paper can't contain fire after all. This shocking scandal from Konoha will completely turn the village of Konoha into a talking point in the ninja world. It was late at night. Konoha is still brightly lit. They are waiting for the earth-shattering meeting at dawn. Impeach Hokage. This has never happened in Konoha's history. No, even the entire ninja world has never heard of this matter. But this thing is about to happen, and it happened on the head of the so-called number 1 ninja village. Silence, wry smile. The villagers and ninjas don't know why the village has become like this. Some people even raise the idea that something like Ninja Village really needs to exist. What's more, it seems to be beginning to doubt the somewhat false idea of peace brought about by the ninja village established by Senju Hashirama. Tonight, Orochimaru's secret courtyard, he finally waited. To the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the situation of my teacher is not very good. Embarrassed, unbearable, the ugliness revealed on the surface made Orochimaru sneer. And now, my teacher ordered me to take out the scroll of Impure World Reincarnation tonight. He has clearly perceived that the entire courtyard has been completely surrounded by Anbu. He's still Hokage tonight. Hokage is directly under the assassination team and still belongs to his deployment. Just tonight, I have brought you the cells of Senju Hashirama. There is a container on the table, which is part of the remnants left by the high level when the first-generation cell transplantation experiment was first carried out. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it now. He doesn't need so many first-generation cells to control too many impure world reincarnation armies. It is enough to resurrect a person who can make a final decision and solve the trouble he is facing now. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. I see. Orochimaru nodded, and turned around with an eerie smile. He knew that even if he couldn't get out the scroll of impure world reincarnation tonight, and couldn't completely turn the clues left by second generation into ninjutsu, his teacher wouldn't kill him directly. Sarutobi's backup plan. There is a high probability that he will not get an answer here, so he will hold himself away from Konoha with his real confidant, and then slowly study it, wait for the birth of impure world reincarnation, and kill him. Go back to Konoha and take everything back. But Orochimaru got tired of playing. He is in this village and has no freedom. He is too lazy to accompany Sarutobi Hiruzen to act. That's right, teacher. Thinking of something suddenly, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition to the first Hokage, should the second Hokage also be summoned? You should know that if the establishment of Konoha represented by first Hokage, then second Hokage is the person who carried forward Konoha. From some aspects of prestige, second Hokage is more intimidating than first Hokage. Quote, buy one get one free, take away. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and after careful consideration, it was indeed the case. Second Hokage is especially powerful in suppressing the Uchiha clan. He has received news that Uchiha is about to move, and even wants to choose Hokage's successor among the Uchiha clan after he is impeached. But when the spell is done, I will unleash the impure world reincarnation myself. Naturally, Sarutobi could not trust Orochimaru. All he needs is the technique and the scroll. In his opinion, as long as he has the scroll and the technique, he can use this kind of ninjutsu himself. Pity. Sarutobi knew he was wrong when Orochimaru looked at the idiot's eyes. Sealing is an individual will. But why? Only 2 people in the original book have fully mastered impure world reincarnation. Teacher. Forbidden technique. Not everyone can master it. Don't you really think that because you have the 5 attributes of chakra and can practice some low-level 5-line ninjutsu, you can really regard yourself as a ninjutsu doctor? Orochimaru smiled mockingly. But teacher, don't worry. I will naturally let them all listen to you. After all, I redeveloped this technique. If you expose this matter, I will be in trouble. Spread. Let's start. Too lazy to talk nonsense with the livid Sarutobi, Orochimaru started his action. Buy one get one free. It must be wonderful. It was almost dawn. Ninja World. Eddy Tide Village. After one night, Uzumaki Village completely changed its appearance. The power of the ethnic group is still LV3, but all buildings have been upgraded to LV5 by Uzumaki Fang. At this moment, Fang can assure you that even if a 6 paths level powerhouse wants to attack Uzumaki Village, there will be no scum left. When the guard enchantment is upgraded to IV5, the safety of the village has been absolutely guaranteed, and the chakra arrow tower makes it impossible for the enemy to approach. After upgrading to IV5, any shell from the chakra arrow tower has surpassed the lethality of Common's A-level ninjutsu. Every time you charge up, you can release S-level ninjutsu, covering a huge scale. In such Uzushio village, no one in the ninja world can pose a threat. However, Fang didn't understand the level of their ultimate power behind the Otsutsuki clan. So basic security work still has to be done. It's about whether he has time to do what he wants to do. Moving his gaze horizontally, Uzumaki Fang looked at the new building that can be built after Uzumaki Village LV3. The reason why he pays attention to safety work is that even if he is no longer in the village, there will be no problems in this place. New building. Same as the special building available at LV2 of Uzumaki Village, it can only be built when the level is raised to IV3. It is also a key step for the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki Village to quickly increase their strength. The bloodline totem has reached IV5. With Uzumaki Fang spending a lot of money to strengthen it, the bloodline enhancement of the clansman has reached IV50. The purity of the lineage has even surpassed the Otsutsuki family of Common. This is the most intuitive reinforcement. But the real source of strength, Uzumaki Fang, has never been forgotten. He needs to improve his level, and the new building gives him the best and convenient way. Ding. Do you want to spend 10,000 clan strength points to build a dimensional copy space? Yes. Boom. Another golden light descended from the sky, and a building similar to a door appeared on the outside of the square. Dimensional copy space LV1. The channel connecting the parallel world of the dimension. After the Patriarch opens it, he can send his clansmen to the other world of the dimension to perform various tasks. Functions. Dimensional copy space will regularly publish otherworld tasks, and when the tasks are completed, they will receive rich rewards and otherworld abilities. Note: the higher the level of the building, the more layers of otherworld traversal copies that can be selected, the richer the rewards, and the career template of this world can also be obtained. Special reminder: the dimensional space connected to this building is a real world, and the actions of the host during the execution of the mission will affect the development of this world. Another: as a building owner, host can lead otherworld characters back to the ninja world without violating the will of otherworld humans. This function needs to be opened in Dimension Copy Space V3. That's why Uzumaki Su-Fang raised Uzumaki's defense. He didn't want problems in Uzumaki village when he went to the Dimension Dungeon for training. As for the reason why IV3's special building chooses this, Su-Fang has his own ideas. Now the ninja world is only in the stalemate stage of the Second Ninja War. According to the trend of time, there is still a long time from the Third Ninja War to the Fourth Ninja War in the future. Uzumaki village has confirmed its status in the ninja world. Unless that ninja village has a brain problem, it will not be easily provoked. But now the ninjas in the ninja world are no longer comparable to the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village. A family needs a strong enemy to experience themselves. There is even the existence of the resurrection crystal. Even if the tribe is torn apart, only a part of the corpse can be brought back to revive the tribe. So this is an experience without worries. More career templates and the rich abilities of Otherworld will complement the fighting styles of the Uzumaki clan. The dimensional copy space has been built, and Uzumaki Su-Fang glanced at the upgrade fee, and chose to upgrade without hesitation. The special building of Uzumaki Village LV3 will cost 10,000 points of family strength just to build it, and a full 50,000 points to upgrade from IV1 to IV2, but anticipating the functionality of this building, Uzumaki Su-Fang is not stingy with the few remaining clan's force points. Ding! Do you want to spend 50,000 points of family power to increase the dimensional copy space IV1 to 2? Yes. Ding! Do you want to spend 100,000 points of family power to upgrade the dimensional copy space IV2 to IV3? Yes. In an instant, 150,000 clan forces were squandered. Coupled with the upgrade of all previous buildings to IV5, as well as the cost of upgrading Ninja Village and strengthening bloodlines, at this moment Uzumaki Su-Fang's family power point bottomed out again. The clan strength of more than 900,000 did not resist his army. But Su-Fang understands that these consumptions are necessary. And this is only the protection fee for the first quarter, not to mention that the arsenal has been opened to the whole ninja world, and the speed at which the IV5 arsenal produces common ninjas is very objective. So Su-Fang is not worried about the power point. Standing up, Su-Fang came to the courtyard of the Heavenly King's bedroom and looked down. Yes, is below. The so-called King of Heaven's bedroom, the final destination has already determined the luxury of this building. Although it is only at the level of IV5 now, it has already begun to soar into the sky. The entire dormitory is suspended above the Uzumaki village like a city in the sky, and connecting the Heavenly King's dormitory and Uzumaki village are steps with gold floating in the air one after another. Looks pretty pretend. Su-Fang smiled wryly. One thing to say, if it weren't for the King of Heaven's bed being a basic building that must be upgraded, he really didn't want to be so high profile. But what Uzumaki Su-Fang thinks is one thing, what the tribe thinks is another. For example, Kushina, she felt that her ancestors should be the people in the sky, otherwise how could it be possible to lead Uzumaki village to the present level? This idea is also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people when the clansmen worship the gods every day. It seems that Uzumaki Su-Fang lives in the King of Heaven's bedroom, overlooking the entire Uzumaki village, and that is a matter of course. Walking to the new building, the area called Dimensional Copy Space, Su-Fang stood at the gate of the stalwart, feeling the function of this building. At level 4-3, there are more experience worlds to choose from. Su-Fang didn't think about robbing people from Otherworld to Uzumaki village, but now that the function is open, the system also said that the opposite is the real world, which can be used to rob food, money, and women. That means that in the future, the work of the Uzumaki families, Breaking Dawn, team will not be limited to Huji. As for the money exchange ratio of Otherworld, it has not been changed yet, Uzumaki Su-Fang does not know. Telepathically sensing the interior of the building, one list after another appeared in front of Uzumaki Su-Fang's eyes. There are two types of experience copies. One is routine, similar to open daily tasks. For example, Ghost Slayer World. Ghost killing task. Every time you kill a ghost, you can get a little experience, which is used to improve the level of the host and clansman. Every time the ghost killing task is over, you will randomly get the power of the world. This ability does not only refer to one of the abilities, but also a career template. Shinigami World Haweko Mundo Cleaning. Kill Common Shu, Manos Grande, etc. The rewards given by different levels of Shu are different. Every time you end the mission, you can get the world reward according to the number of killing Shu. The reward is random and can also be Shinigami career templates are available. Similar to this without directional goals, for daily tasks. Every time the task is completed, the rewards will be directly deposited into Uzumaki Su Fang's Patriarch's warehouse, and the rewards that the clansmen get are very intuitive, that is, level improvement. The other is to orientate the guests because of their particularity. For example, One Piece World Summit War. Host can choose to side with one side, or choose not to help either side, and rewards will be issued according to the final outcome of the instance. The basic rewards are Primary Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles, Devil Fruit, etc. Shinigami World Hairspray Hand Terminator. Host can forcibly slap the face when Aizen Sosuke chooses Pretend. This task will forcibly drop unfinished Hogyoku and Zanpakudo Kyoka Suigetsu. These tasks are much more interesting. Step directly into the time point when the incident happened, and then change the ending according to your own wishes. What's more interesting is that when Uzumaki Su Fang takes the Haweko Mundo cleaning task and the Hairspray Hand Terminator task at the same time, a dungeon can be merged. Grab Aizen's Hogyoku, and build the slope yourself. Apart from these copies, Su Fang glanced at the other lists. Fairy Tail, Devil's High School, and the King of Fighters looked over one after another, and finally saw the Arad continent, which was not yet open. Finally, Su Fang showed a satisfied smile. One day in the future, it seems that it will not be a problem to create a full-line Grandmaster of Ghost Swordsman if I am working on templates for other professions. Also very reasonable. All in all, this building construction upgrade is worth the money, and it also establishes a new direction for the future of the Uzumaki clan. Based on the ninja world, connect to other worlds, and then grab food, money, and girls. Master Patriarch. While Su Fang was researching which instance to attack first, Uzumaki Ryuji trotted over in the distance. What's wrong? Uzumaki Su Fang was in a good mood and gave Long-er a friendly look as the Uzumaki village was fully upgraded. This old guy obviously also got the benefit of strengthening his blood, and he looks much younger. I heard that his wife who is nearly 50 is thinking about getting pregnant recently. It's really you. Su Fang blinked at the old guy. What does the patriarch look like? Uzumaki Ryuji trembled for a while, but finally didn't dare to ask. It's still business. Patriarch, I just received the news that Konoha is in a mess. Konoha. Su Fang raised his eyebrows. Didn't he just come back? How long is this? Something wrong with Tsunade? Is it about the Senju clan? Su Fang asked curiously. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was insane, he wouldn't attack the Senju clan openly, right? Unless his Hokage really doesn't want to do it anymore. It's about the same, but the situation is a little unusual. The latest news claims that Sarutobi didn't know why, and suddenly went to dig the ancestral grave of the Senju clan, and then the patriarch of the Senju clan, Tsunade, couldn't bear it, and led people to push the clan land of the Sarutobi clan. This. The corner of Su Fang's mouth twitched. It really looked like something Tsunade could do. However, digging the ancestral grave or something, probably want to get Senju Hashirama's cells. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. This time Tsunade-sama is really strong, and he didn't directly fight Sarutobi. With admiration in his eyes, Uzumaki Ryuji stretched out his thumb in admiration. She has united with other ethnic groups in the village, intending to open a Konoha village meeting to impeach Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage position. The meeting is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the morning, and Konoha will be very lively at that time. And Uzumaki Ryuji, who was quite unhappy with Konoha's village, gave a gloating smile. No accident, the entire ninja world will know about this matter. The whole village of Muya jointly impeached Hokage, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world completely disgraced. Face is lost. Quote, is it really? Uzumaki Su Fang blinked. The rapid progress of the matter is obviously the result of someone pushing the flames behind. So who is this person? Uzumaki Su Fang touched his chin, and after a short thought, he confirmed the identity of that person. As expected of Orochimaru, if he doesn't have to focus on research and development, Danzo will have to stand aside. Su Fang felt a little emotional, then seemed to think of something, closed his eyes and chakra surged. After a while, Yin Yang 9 tails and 2 figures came in front of Su Fang. Just now he used his divine sense to ask the two of them for their opinions. Without saying anything else, I told them that Konoha was busy watching, and asked them if they wanted to go. Although the sky is not completely bright, but with the constitution of the Uzumaki clan and the calming atmosphere brought about by the upgrade of Ninja Village, I will not feel tired. Uzumaki Mito returned to Uzumaki Village. Just now he was studying the training task after becoming a mad war in the Transfer Temple, and thoroughly enjoyed the effect of Bloodline Enhancement IV-50. Fruit. And Uzumaki Kushina is practicing skills in the training ground after Makoto fell asleep. Judging from their appearance, it is obvious that they are very interested in Konoha's melon. Let's go. If today goes well, maybe I can see my old friend. Yu kicked Nine Tails, and the two ran towards the entrance of the village with a groan. They knew that they had to play their role in rushing. Old friend, Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mito naturally leaned into Su Feng's arms and asked curiously. No, it's a fool. Su Feng said with a smile. Isn't the idiot dead? Impure World Reincarnation. Who did it? Uzumaki Mito knew the existence of Impure World Reincarnation, and there was no other way to revive people except this trick. Also, she knows some other things about Impure World Reincarnation. 150. Forbidden technique is not for children. Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's really interesting, Uzumaki Mito exclaimed. How dare he? Doesn't he know? I don't know, but he chose the way, and the way of death is also his own decision. I don't know why he has to rush to die. Su Feng shrugged innocently. Controlling the Senju Hashirama meme with Senju Hashirama's cells is a no-brainer. So you took me. Mito squinted his eyes and looked directly at Su Feng. After a long time, he clicked his tongue and spit out a word. A man's possessiveness. Where are you thinking? Su Feng rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain anything. It's not that he didn't inspect the goods, and he inspected them for more than 10 hours. Suddenly, he asked a question. The idiot won't let me call him Grandpa. Departure is imminent. Su Feng arranged a mission for Uzumaki Ryuji. Except for the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki Village, who are low-level and are doing employment tasks. The rest, the relatively high-level Uzumaki clan, will conduct the first otherworld exploration. There really are other worlds. Uzumaki looked at the dimension gate in front of him, and swallowed. Opposite the door is the blade of Demon Slayer. Quote. Su Feng said calmly. In terms of the strength of the Mad Warrior, the level of danger in the opposite world is not bad. You have only one purpose for going to the opposite side this time, to find a suitable place and establish the exclusive stronghold of the Uzumaki clan. The name of the Dawn organization does not need to be announced for the time being. Kill ghosts, but don't rush in. The only thing that needs to be confirmed is that if any clansman dies, I need you to transport the body back. I am used to living in Edichao village. If I suddenly go there and have no place to stay, Su Feng will not be used to it. Therefore, let Uzumaki Ryuji go to find a safe place in advance, and when Su Feng handles the affairs of the ninja world, he will go there and arrange the mission himself. However, he is not worried about the safety of the clansmen. After the upgrade, Su Feng exchanged a lot of life-saving items in the exclusive store for the clan, and with the sealing ability of the Uzumaki clan, it is impossible for those common ghosts to threaten the safety of the clan. It's just a head start in the past. After explaining everything, Su Feng took Kushina and Mito on the road. And at this time, inside Konoha village in the Nation of Fire. When the sun rises, the villagers begin to gather in the central square of Konoha. As time goes by, the number of people in the square is also increasing. Below, the ninjas and the villagers whispered from the beginning to loud discussions. After all, for any ninja village, it is obviously not a very honorable thing for such a move that the whole village is impeaching Yang. But now Konoha has to do it. Their Hokage has let them down completely. Even at this moment, everyone is talking about Hokage's problems, but no one speaks for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi completely lost popular support. But the time has not yet come. So third Hokage wasn't there. The ninjas guarding the gate have confirmed that their third Hokage has not escaped, so just continue to wait patiently. And at this moment, in a remote courtyard somewhere in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked nervously at Orochimaru in front of him. One night, he personally witnessed Orochi's numerous experiments ending in failure. But every time he gritted his teeth and took Orochimaru out of the village, the progress of the experiment would always increase a lot. For example, at the beginning of the summoning object could not last long, but when Sarutobi was about to give up, the summoning object began to stabilize again. For another example, the strength of the target from summoning is too weak, and it can suddenly restore the previous combat power, etc. After one night, Sarutobi's heartbeat went up and down like a roller coaster. Don't be surprised. At a later date, he is no longer Hokage, and there is no way to force Orochimaru to leave Konoha. Teacher, don't worry, the last time will definitely succeed. Orochimaru comforted calmly. In fact, at this juncture, he can completely quit. The square has already begun to gather people, and these dark ninjas are obviously getting impatient. And Sarutobi Hiruzen alone cannot force himself to leave Konoha. At this point, Sarutobi has failed. But the teacher he respects is definitely more than that, and he is playing with each other. Fail. Sorry, after Orochimaru has really mastered a ninjutsu, there is no way he can fail unless his hands are cut off. He keeps teasing Sarutobi. It's just that Sarutobi didn't notice it. As for not doing it, so what is he working so hard for? Orochimaru sneered. Are you looking forward to the undead summoned by reincarnation? Then I will help you. Prepare a sacrifice that can exert more than 90% of its strength after resurrection, whether it is first Hokage or second Hokage. Aren't you the strongest Hokage? Then just pick out a Hokage and compare it with yours to see who is stronger and who is weaker. But there is one thing. After investigating the resumes of first Hokage and second Hokage, Orochi expressed great admiration. That's about Senju Hashirama's father, Senju Butsuma, who was once the patriarch of the Senju clan during the Sengoku period. He's a genius with names. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Senju Itama, Senju Takuma. Orochimaru is very doubtful. If he has another one, will he name it Senju between the walls, just enough to build a house? The time is almost up. Sarutobi looked serious. He was quite dissatisfied with Orochimaru's laziness now. But as Orochimaru thought, he dared not say a single harsh word. The reason is simple. He was afraid that Orochimaru would quit in a fit of anger, and his only hope for a comeback would disappear, and after today, he would completely enter the point of no return. Don't worry, my dear teacher. Orochimaru laughed rather presumptuously. After all, I also want to see what the strongest player in the Sengoku period used to look like. There was a flash of light in the eyes. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru finally made a move. The sacrifice was ready, and he began to make seals quickly. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. I really didn't expect that it was you who jumped up to deal with Sarutobi in the end. Beside Konoha Central Square, Tsunade looked at the man mockingly, and then sneered. Shimura Danzo. When he heard the news that Sarutobi dug the ancestral grave of the Senju family, he reacted immediately. Knowing Tsunade's attitude clearly, he started to move around the village. At this moment, with a winning expression on his face, he looked at the situation he had created with a smile. The whole village meeting, the impeachment of Konoha No. 3 Hokage. For the benefit of all races. This old man is someone who really cares about the village. Danzo said lightly, let's just say that you replaced Sarutobi and became Konoha's new Hokage. You have reached this point. Do you think your hypocritical expression can fool me? Tsunade smiled half a smile. But Danzo-sama, don't you really think that if Sarutobi can't be Hokage, you can be the one? Is not it? Danzo's expression turned cold, and he looked at Tsunade with an unfriendly expression. In the whole village, besides the old man, is there any more suitable candidate? Tsunade, you are responsible for your words. Don't think that with the support of the Senju clan behind you, you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, wait for the old man to take over. Laughed. This time Tsunade laughed outright. This has not yet become a Hokage, and it has begun to make blatant threats. It's not for nothing that Danzo is no match for Sarutobi. But is he a bit too whimsical? Pulling Sarutobi off the horse, can he be Hokage himself? Who doesn't know Konoha? They were still wearing a pair of pants before, and who doesn't know that Danzo is the culprit of those 3 defeats? And Tsunade never forgot that the person who personally handed over the Senju clan is Danzo. Didn't he think he was really going to save his life? Tsunade looked indifferent. not saying anything to Danzo. Whether it is Sarutobi or Danzo, their abilities are already obvious to all. The village left by the great-grandfather and the second grandfather cannot be destroyed in their hands no matter what. The news of Konoha has been passed to Uzushio village. This time, even if she sacrifices everything, she will protect the legacy of her ancestors and become a Hokage. And at this moment, she is incomparably new to Uzumaki Su Fang's words. If the things created by the previous generations are not up to standard, then destroy them and rebuild them. The rotten foundation must be completely removed, and when this happens, she will not let it go, whether it is Danzo, the organizer of the conference, or Mitokado Homura, the only remaining Hokage consultant. Finally, with the passage of time, the sun shines on the central square thoroughly. Time is up, but the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen did not appear above the square immediately. There, all the members of Konoha gathered. Heads of clans and heads of departments. After taking the stage, Tsunade stood at the forefront without exception as the initiator of Konoha's riot last night. She didn't feel flustered because of Sarutobi's late arrival, but she carried a calm aura about her. People, she has already sent someone to, please. Konoha was united by various families last night to monitor Sarutobi's every move. I heard that he is in the corner yard, surrounded by Anbu's ninjas. Konoha is so big, he can't run out. Everyone, he yelled to the villagers below in a confident voice, although at this age he still has Shuqing's astringent Tsunade, but he already has the bearing of a superior. She has already decided on her future path, once she decides she will not regret it. Everyone should know why we are standing here. It gradually became quiet below. In fact, it seems quite appropriate that this meeting should be presided over by the head of the Senju clan. Standing there is Tsunade. She is the granddaughter of first Hokage and second Hokage, and also a disciple of third Hokage. He is the one who knows all the truth. Konoha, someone came out. And that sinner is our Hokage. Gritting his teeth, the leaflets prepared overnight by the Tsunade people were scattered down for Konoha shinobi followers and villagers to circulate. A series of unbelievable crimes, as well as the evidence listed. Let the villagers and ninjas understand why the strongest ninja village in the ninja world has become what it is today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after he became Hokage, he didn't think about how to bring changes to Konoha and become stronger, nor did he think about how to let the villagers live a better life. Apart from being grateful to first generation and relying on Konoha's old background, he has not made any substantial progress at all. It's no big deal. It is easy to conquer the country, but it is difficult to defend the country, but it can be turned against one's own people. This kind of behavior is definitely not what a Hokage should do. Central Square. The atmosphere became extremely silent. Although I had some preparations in my heart, I knew that today was to impeach Konoha's Hokage, and let him roll down from the position that should not belong to him. But when everything in detail was placed in front of them, only anger remained in their hearts. Asterisk 3. Third generation. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. No, there are others. Quote. The silent atmosphere was suddenly broken. When a sharp-eyed villager saw a group of people walking suddenly ahead, he made a sound in shock. And directly above, when the patriarchs of various clans saw that group of people, their eyes widened instantly. Especially Gang Hand. At this moment, she looked at the two figures following Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. Her eyes were red and she clenched her fists tightly. How dare you play with the dead? Tsunade trembled under the anger. What did she see? My great-grandfather and second grandfather stood there looking at me. Hee, don't be so excited. With a bright smile on his face, Sarutobi waved his hand as if he was sure of winning. As you can see, this is indeed Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. I think, in their capacity, they are the most suitable to preside over this village meeting. This is his real trump card. Not far away, Danzo watched this scene in shock. Impure World Reincarnation. The forbidden technique in Legendary, the forbidden technique that allowed second Hokage to take Konoha to win the first ninja war, has really seen the light of day again. Glancing at Orochimaru next to Sarutobi, Danzo finally understood what was going on. No wonder he let himself send Orochi back from the front line. At this moment, Danzo was covered in cold sweat, and the creepy feeling made him a little out of breath. Sarutobi's whole card turned out to be first Hokage. Yes, only the prestige of first Hokage can quell the chaos caused by the Senju clan. His identity is perfect, but that's not the point. Denuos. Rumor has it that the dead resurrected by impure world reincarnation obeyed the caster. Now those two imposing, murderous men stood quietly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be that he is the caster? Danzo's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he suddenly found out what he should do. Now that first Hokage has been revived, with his power, it's no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to defy Uzumaki Fang. If everything can be appeased by first Hokage, what will I do when I settle accounts after autumn? Danzo panicked. He put in a lot of effort to deal with his old friend this time. With Sarutobi's personality, if he is not smart now, he will never know how he will die in the future. Tidge, never sit still. He glanced at the opposing sides. Senju Tsunade, hehe, your grandpa has come out, so there is nothing to be afraid of among the Fangshi clan. Uchiha and other groups, sorry, second Hokage is good at dealing with those families. Which of the two sides has more prospects for development, Danzo has realized in a flash. At this moment, after seeing the first generation behind Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo instantly chose to betray his original camp. One step at a time, Danzo rushed to Sarutobi with a concerned face. Where is Hokage located? Forget it, wait for the next time. As long as impure world reincarnation is in hand, everything will be fine. Now it's about how to survive. I support Hokage's decision gone. This meeting is best hosted by first Hokage. Only first Hokage and second Hokage can solve the current situation in the village. There is affection in the eyes. Danzo patted Sarutobi's shoulder and uttered a word. Sarutobi, I support your decision. Go ahead and do it. I thank you. Sarutobi's face darkened, and he looked at his old partner indifferently. The organizers of Danzo jumping up and down these days to impeach him, really think he doesn't know. But he really needs someone to cheer him up now, but it didn't reveal Danzo's true inner thoughts. Now, the atmosphere in Konoha Central Square can only be described as weird. The villagers and ninjas below looked at the two figures behind Sarutobi Hiruzen with suspicious eyes. Is that Konoha's first Hokage and second Hokage? Why are they here? And it seems that they are standing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, could it be that they support third generation? No, that's not the point at all. The point is, why can the dead be resurrected? This unreasonable situation made them feel a little overwhelmed for a while. But among them, many ninjas saw something. There is no such thing as a technique that can bring the dead back to life. And the older ninja once knew some rumors. Impure world reincarnation. The absolute forbidden technique developed by second Hokage. It can resurrect the dead, control the dead to fight, and the dead will completely obey the order of the caster and act according to the instructions. I didn't expect third Hokage to use this trick. The ninjas who recognized impure world reincarnation sighed slightly. It seems that the final outcome of this conference is already doomed. That's first Hokage. He is the strongest of the Senju clan, a man known as the god of ninjas. His appearance means that Master Tsunade's identity as the patriarch of the Senju clan has no effect. Master Tsunade is in an awkward position right now. Never underestimate the impact of first Hokage. Even though he is a dead person now, after resurrection, he will completely obey Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who knows what mission he will give Senju Hashirama? No wonder their third Hokage was so calm, pressed against the time, and calmly summoned the first generation. But now, there are two choices before everyone. First, according to what Tsunade said, impeach Hokage, then support the person who really has the will of fire to be in power, reform Konoha and Uzushio village to restore the relationship, and then strive for the victory of the Second Ninja World War. The second option is to stand in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha is a huge interest group. They stand in line not to see who is a good person, but what benefits it can bring them. Previously, Hiruzen didn't show his whole cards, and people felt that even if he was abolished as Hokage, they would not lose anything. On the contrary, they could prevent Hokage from dealing with his own people. It is also because their own interests have been threatened, and they are afraid that they will be treated like the Senju clan, so they unite to make the third generation abdicate. But at this moment they knew the power Sarutobi held in his hands. On balance, if Sarutobi Hiruzen offers more benefits than Tsunade, how should they choose? A ninja god is enough to make them change their minds. On stage, Orochimaru looked strangely, as if trying to restrain himself. Yes, he was afraid of laughing out loud on the spot. Others may not see it, but he can see it clearly. At this moment, the second Hokage standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen is clenching his fists and staring at Sarutobi. If Sarutobi's performance is not over yet, he doesn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to do next. He wants to hear all the others' crimes after that. I'm afraid he's about to punch him. As for First Hokage's words, there was disappointment in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The old man heard correctly just now. The patriarch of the Senju clan is telling the old man about his crimes. Finally, the atmosphere of silence was broken by Sarutobi with a big smile on his face. He walked forward step by step, looking down at the people of Konoha village. For those, the old man will not deny it, but at the same time, I hope that the villagers of Konoha will know what the old man can bring to Konoha. However, I hope everyone understands that the old man had his own reasons for doing what he did before. You guys have too many misunderstandings about this old man. Sighing, Sarutobi waved his hand, seemingly full of unspeakable secrets. What was mentioned just now? It's the conflict between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Then let's start from the beginning. The Uzumaki village was invaded by foreign enemies. It's not that the old man didn't want to help, but there was no way that Konoha's main force was fighting other enemies in the Land of Rain at that time, and there was no time to care about the Uzumaki country. But even so, our Konoha did not give up our allies. The old man once sent a team of people, hoping to keep the blood of the Uzumaki clan, so that the Uzumaki clan will not be removed from the ninja world. What surprised this old man is that the reinforcements we dispatched to Uzumaki village never came back. And now the old man knows that those people were killed by people from Uzumaki village. With a sad voice, Sarutobi seemed to feel a little unworthy of the death of his own men. And there was no sound at the bottom of the square. None of the villagers or ninjas spoke, as if they were thinking about the authenticity of Sarutobi's words. But the old man never expected that this is not the beginning. I can understand that Uzumaki village treats Konoha as an ally to me, but they didn't provide immediate support, which chilled the hearts of the Uzumaki clan. But the Uzumaki clan was not wiped out anyway. Their ancestors went out and allowed them to survive the crisis. Why did they have to come later? Vent out your dissatisfaction on Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of justice, and his speech was full of momentum. Countless villagers below the original were stunned. This mouth is really powerful. But what Sarutobi didn't see was that behind him, when the two men heard the words of Uzumaki's ancestor, their expressions changed suddenly. Patriarch Uzumaki. In this era, people who are called ancestors. Exit. That's the point. No wonder the Uzumaki family is safe and sound, because he is out of customs. With understanding in his eyes, Senju Hashirama stretched out his thumb naturally. As expected of a big brother. With his ears pricked up, he continued to listen. Sarutobi's speech is obviously not over, and is about to reach a climax. The Uzushio village's revenge followed closely. Because I, Konoha, did not support them, I secretly created sophisticated equipment far exceeding the lethality of conventional weapons, and then sold it to Rain Shinobi village at a low price. This directly led to the failure of my Konoha. How many ninjas were buried in the Land of Rain? It was all caused by the Uzumaki clan. Good hand shake the pot. Now, Danzo next to him wanted to slap his hands. My brother's ability to make up nonsense is really not covered. But even so, I, Konoha, still treat my allies sincerely, and have not criticized the Uzumaki clan. On the contrary, after hearing that the country of Uzumaki left some problems after being invaded last time, it needs manpower to help rebuild the country of Uzumaki, and sent free labor to the country of Uzumaki with great kindness, intending to help the Uzumaki clan. But what did the Uzumaki clan do? They slaughtered all the people I Konoha sent over. In this case, Danzo is the witness. Hold, pulling on me again. The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, then hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, the order I received was actually to assist the daimyo of Uzumaki to complete the reconstruction of Uzumaki, but the Uzumaki clan sent us there without any explanation, and killed all the unarmed workers. It fits well. Sarutobi's face was full of admiration. As expected of Danzo, although the two haven't cooperated with each other for a long time, they are still seamless. Watching the performance of the two, there was no sound below. If people don't know the inside story, I'm afraid they will take this as true. Squeezing the incriminating evidence issued by Tsunade before, the villagers did not dare to stand up and refute anything in the end. He is Hokage, and behind him stands Senju Hashirama. What can they do? People are small and weak, but the ninja world still has a strong fist. After a while, Sarutobi spoke again. Yo-Yo glanced at Tsunade. He seemed to be showing off something. And Tsunade held his seed fists, but he didn't choose to look at Sarutobi, but instead set his eyes on his grandpa and second grandpa. She saw a murderous look in Senju Hashirama's eyes. But that murderous intent was not aimed at him. This makes Tsunade a little weird. It seems that Yin has not been completely controlled. But Senju Tobarama nodded slightly after seeing Tsunade, as if implying something. What happened? Tsunade froze, and Orochimaru over there started winking at her. The revenge of the Uzumaki clan did not end with the killing of our Konoha workers, but intensified. Uzumaki Fang, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, came to Konoha himself, and beat the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan to a cripple on the first day. Can you not mention this? Not far away, Uchiha's face was full of pain, and this was something he could never forget. Now that it is brought up, it is suddenly discovered that the Uzumaki family is really hateful. Right now, there seems to be an opportunity. For example, standing in line Hokage. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Then Uzumaki Fang actually threatened Konoha with the victor to pay him compensation, a total of 20 million taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was filled with righteous indignation, could hardly control his emotions. This is not over. After the compensation was paid, he actually forcibly took Master Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito for himself in front of everyone. What's more, it is claimed that Master Uzumaki Mito was forced to stay in the same room with the boy for several days. This is not over yet. Even the head of the Senju clan, Tsunade standing here, has become the man's prey. So, can you tell everyone, what is your relationship with the head of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade? Eyes on Tsunade. This is a big punch from Sarutobi. When did you have a close relationship with the head of the Uzumaki clan? This even gave others a feeling that the Senju clan is now standing on the opposite side of Konoha, and it was all caused by the instructions of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as this sentence is said, it can even perfectly explain the collective resistance of the Senju clan. It can better explain the fact that the Senju family went to the country of the vortex without permission. It can also explain why the Senju clan suddenly violated the order of the first generation and gathered together. This is the killer move. But Tsunade looked indifferent, not panicking. That's my man. Is this explanation clear enough? There was an uproar below. This was actually admitted by Master Tsunade himself. But can you explain why my Senju clan, who were integrated into Konoha, were sent to the battlefield to die one by one? Tsunade said indifferently. What is this saying? As a ninja, isn't it natural to stand up when the village needs it? As the inheritor of the will of fire, even the old man's clansmen will go to the front to fight for Konoha. In fact, the number of people from my Sarutobi clan who died on the battlefield is probably more than that of the Senju clan. Is it strange that this old man dispatched ninjas from the village to the front line? Another counterattack. As early as a few days ago, Sarutobi had foreseen that everything would be smooth and successful, so what should he say? Take the easy way out. He played very skillfully. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the two big men behind him were looking at each other right now. Senju Tobarama looked at the top of his brother's head, lost in thought. Just now, he heard right. Uzumaki Mito is owned by Uzumaki Fang. Tsunade admits that Uzumaki Fang is her man. Hiss. It's green, bro, but you have a grandson. Senju Tobarama's eyes locked on his own cause instantly. But his elder brother didn't seem to take it seriously at all, and he nodded his head with a lot of thought. His sworn brother is really awesome. The second master helped the forehead. Even if the person who married is not Uzumaki Mito, but after the elder brother and sister-in-law are all dead, the Uzumaki family is Uzumaki Mito who sits in Konoha. It is taken for granted that everyone thinks that she is actually the one who married Senju. People don't know the inside story of Senju and Uzumaki. All I know is that Uzumaki Mito has been taken over by Uzumaki Fang. A piece of green tree Yiluo was on the elder brother's shoulder, and the second master silently reached out, as if wanting to help him take it down. But first generation grabbed the leaf in its hands first, and made a hole in the middle, looking down at Konoha shinobi. Before, he and Ba lived in the village like this. Hashirama was a little emotional, resurrected, but always felt that something was missing. Green is so natural. The second master shook his head and finally let out a sigh. Konoha turned into this. However, this excellent apprentice, it seems that the performance will be over soon. Uzumaki treats his allies like this. This kind of thing that both people and gods are angry with is unbearable. Occupy Uzumaki Mito-sama, colluded with Tsunade, led the Senju clan in the wrong direction, and even forcibly took Nine Tails away. As a Hokage, if I don't stand up at this time, I don't deserve to be a disciple of the first generation and the second generation. I promise, after today, Konoha will be correctly guided to the real future. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Konoha's victory is inevitable. Besides the Land of Rain, the Uzumaki clan will also pay for what they have done. Turning his head suddenly, Sarutobi looked at first generation and gave Orochimaru a gesture by the way. Shodai, Uzumaki Fang is in your hands. Ah, Senju Hashirama is stupid. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten Orochimaru's reminder before, and there was a strong murderous look in his eyes. He decides, stop acting, immediately walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, glared at him and said a word naturally. You let me deal with Russian Tiangong. The country of fire. Konoha, Central Square. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene seemed inexplicably weird. When first Hokage shouted angrily, you let me deal with my eldest brother, the patriarchs of all clans fell into silence. And Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was dumbfounded, looking at Orochimaru with a shocked face. Maybe Impure World Reincarnation's reception signal is not good, and it's a bit false. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. As expected, he couldn't control his emotions. However, it doesn't matter anymore. In this central square, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already explained everything that should be said and should not be said. Reversing black and white, all the plural fluid was poured on the Uzumaki family. Tsunade condemned Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on his own side and attributed all his actions to the village. Orochimaru for sure. If you don't know the truth, you will definitely be fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of you, and you will even think that the Uzumaki family is really the culprit. Pity. After that live broadcast, his hypocritical mask has been completely torn off. Let's not mention first Hokage for now, but second generation clearly watched how the other party bullied his granddaughter. Even when Senju Hashirama finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Uzumaki Fang, the eldest brother of first Hokage. How come they don't know about this? And why, Senju Hashirama, who seems to be controlled by third Hokage Sarutobi, is not controlled at all? What happened? False connection. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled by this explanation. Does Impure World Reincarnation also have a signal? But in front of so many people, he could only bite the bullet. Shodai, Uzumaki Fang, and the Uzumaki clan are all enemies of our Konoha. He even seduced the Senju clan and made the Senju clan fight against the village seniors. You also saw that your granddaughter is uniting with the clan chiefs to impeach me, Hokage. Give Orochimaru the wink. What Sarutobi Hiruzen needs right now is a fully cooperative Senju Hashirama. Even silent acquiescence is fine, stop talking nonsense. Unfortunately, the corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, expressing his incompetence. And Senju Hashirama seemed even more upset, frowning desperately against Sarutobi. How could the Uzumaki clan be Konoha's enemies? You weren't even born when the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan allied themselves. As for the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama looked at his granddaughter, feeling a little emotional for a while. Some things seemed to be figured out after one death. Did it almost lead to extinction because of merging into Konoha? Senju Hashirama's brain circuit is indeed different from ordinary people, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. When Tsunade said those words, he already understood what happened. Konoha. Sighing with emotion, Senju Hashirama looked down. This is the village that Madara and I founded. At the time, we had no idea it would turn out like this. Maybe Big Brother is right, the establishment of Ninja Village will not bring peace. Why are you talking nonsense again? Sarutobi panicked completely. This is completely different from the script he had conceived. No, after his righteous statement, First Generation stood up to support him, and he took advantage of the opportunity to secure Hokage's position, and even replaced Tsunade directly in the name of Senju Hashirama. To manage the Senju clan. Then completely integrate the status quo of Konoha, let Senju Hashirama solve the troubles in Uzumaki village, collect the excellent equipment made by the Uzumaki clan, and use this as a basis to completely win the Second Ninja World War. This is all Sarutobi's calculations. Stabilize your own Hokage position and gain complete control over Konoha village. But what is first Hokage Senju Hashirama saying now? Brother. Senju Tobarama, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly spoke, and silently patted the other party's shoulder to express comfort. And the next moment, a terrifying aura spread from his body, and he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with murderous eyes. I really taught a good apprentice. Tear up the covenant, help the enemy deal with the Uzumaki clan, and even attack the Senju clan. When did Konoha's Hokage become this virtuous? Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God technique was activated instantly, and when he pinched Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck with one hand and lifted him into the air, the anger in his eyes could no longer be controlled. The terrifying murderous aura on his body made Sarutobi Hiruzen realize once again what his teacher, who is known as the #1 speed in the ninja world, has experienced. I handed Konoha to you, is this how you repay me? Increased strength in the hand. Senju Tobarama wished he could kill this unfilial apprentice on the spot. Brother, what do you think is the best way to deal with him? But at this moment, Senju Tobarama was suddenly stunned. It was not he who spoke, but Senju Hashirama behind him. Then at this time, there can only be one person who can be called Big Brother by his big brother. Turning back suddenly, he followed the direction Senju Hashirama was looking at, and saw the familiar man. Behind the central square, in the middle of the highest building. The two figures stood there safely. They were sitting on small stools with melon and fruit snacks beside them. Judging from the scattered melon seed skins, they had been watching the show for a long time. Uzumaki Su Fang and Uzumaki Mito. At this time, Uzumaki Mito was sitting on Su Fang's lap, peeling oranges for him. Brother, I haven't seen you for so many years, but your strength has improved a lot. If I hadn't accidentally looked up just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have spotted you. With excitement on his face, Hashirama turned around and brought his second brother to Su Fang. Is this what you should care about? Senju Tobarama glanced at his elder brother with a complicated expression, and then at Uzumaki Mito who was sitting in Uzumaki Su Fang's arms. It's green. Big brother, can you give me some feedback? At least explain that the one who married you is not Uzumaki Mito but a maid from someone else, okay? Don't you see that the villagers below look at you a little strangely? This belongs to the face-to-face Tauren. Obviously. Senju Hashirama is not the type to care about fame. He has nothing to do with Uzumaki Mito, why waste my tongue explaining to others? At this moment, the four became the focus of everyone on the field. When some Konoha shinobi followers saw Uzumaki Su Fang, they almost cried out in fright. Compared with Senju Hashirama's kind-hearted ninja god, this one can kill without blinking an eye. Didn't he ask you to deal with me just now? Su Fang pointed far away, aiming at Sarutobi Hiruzen below, his face full of amusement. Listen to him fart. Senju Hashirama sighed somewhat dissatisfied. Today, I made you laugh, big brother. I am afraid that the entire ninja world will know about Konoha's scandal. When did you find out that he was fooling people? Su Fang asked with interest. He was more concerned about this issue. When he came to Konoha, Orochimaru told him through White Snake that second Hokage already knew everything, but first generation didn't know, and specially asked him to treat it carefully. But Orochimaru obviously didn't expect how much Uzumaki Su Fang has in Senju Hashirama's heart. After he said, Big brother, you left the customs, because you were dissatisfied with Konoha, you didn't support the Uzumaki clan. Senju Hashirama gave a wry smile. Maybe it's another person, I will believe it. But brother, you will never turn against Konoha because of such a trivial matter. So I'm sure, he's lying. It's not that stupid is outrageous. Su Feng suddenly said, I thought you would believe him, and then came to me to fight. How come? Hashirama shook his head. Why not? When Madara wanted to destroy Konoha, didn't you beat him to the kidney? Then he gave you a bite back. Su Feng said lightly. In the original book, Tianjian once said such a sentence. It was said to Madara before Madara died. For Konoha, even if the enemy is a friend or relative, he will take action to kill the other party. Hearing this, Hashirama was silent for a while, and finally sighed. Back then, things were different than they are now. In the end, he just explained this sentence and didn't say anything else. The three brothers from the Sengoku period reunite. Senju Hashirama doesn't really want to discuss this heavy issue. Perhaps, the establishment of Konoha was really a mistake. But deep in his heart, he didn't really want to give up on such a place that could shelter one side of ninjas. His idea of peace is probably limited to a corner of Pianen. Su Feng didn't criticize him for this kind of thinking. The reason is simple. Never stand in the perspective of God and criticize whether a person's choice is right or wrong. Because, in such an environment, everyone's pattern has already been formed, and you can't let caged bird think about how big the outside world is. Can I trouble you to solve the problem over there? Some people, I look at the diaphragm. Looking at Senju Tobarama, Su Feng stretched out his fingers towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo below. The two apprentices you educated, I keep them for you, not for your face, but because they bought their lives with money, but they don't know it themselves. I am not a trustworthy businessman. Tilting his head, Su Feng's expression became colder, and Senju Tobarama's back shivered as he watched with deep eyes. Not an illusion. This man's strength is probably more than one grade stronger than that of Sengoku. No wonder I haven't seen it for decades, and it still maintains its current appearance. He thought that the huge blood energy he felt was due to a problem with the impure world reincarnation just now, but he didn't expect it to be emitted by this man. Brother lost money. Watching his second brother leave, Senju Hashirama asked curiously. It's about the same. Not long ago, I asked you Konoha for 20 million protection fees. Su Feng spoke leisurely. It's really dark to start. Senju Hashirama gave a wry smile, but didn't say anything. He has been dead for so many years, many things have happened, and the situation of Konoha is completely different now. Taking the initiative to provoke Uzumaki Su Feng was the biggest mistake Sarutobi Hiruzen made. By the way, I heard that you and Shaogang suddenly remembered something. Senju Hashirama suddenly put on a serious face, staring at Uzumaki Su Feng in an elder's manner. It's not that easy to marry a woman from our Senju family. Pooh. Mito next to him suddenly smiled. You can choose not to have your granddaughter and my cousin, or to see how many lines are behind you. Just a trick. In the distance, the calm Kushina walked over with a nine tails in one hand. Looking up at Senju Hashirama, the little girl sneered. The number in the back row, the Patriarch, is something that ordinary women can get their hands on. As he spoke, he seemed to feel uncomfortable with his neck raised in front of this man, so he turned on the nine tails chakra mode, and even swung the adamantine sealing chain sword and shield, pointing at Senju Hashirama's face. Along the way, chakra stretched, and her body was slightly raised under chakra's support. How are the Uzumaki clan overbearing? It shouldn't be. Senju Hashirama didn't take the little girl's threat seriously, but expressed deep doubts about the Uzumaki family's personality. But also right, all he knows is the Uzumaki of the two eras. The Uzumaki family seemed to be like this at the very beginning, with a hot temper, and never fearing death in war. 0. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And those kind of people were all taught by Uzumaki Su Feng. I can feel, big brother, you are a little different. No more entanglement with Tsunade's problem. Everyone calls each other, but he has a serious problem and wants to know the reason. Brother, what level has your strength reached? Strength. Su Feng smiled, pointed to the village below, the central square full of people. I only need a second to ruin this place. And you can't stop it. Hiss. This time, Senju Hashirama was completely silent. He raised his head and glanced at Uzumaki Sufang, with a complicated look on his face. So, if I'm not resurrected, then Konoha. He didn't say anything after that. But anyone can hear what it is. I'm afraid Konoha has already been destroyed. Nothing dealing with you. Sufang waved his hand, a little dismissively. Does this make you look so big? Anyway, it's your and Madara's toy, I won't throw it away. If you and your second brother don't come back to life today, Sarutobi Hiruzen won't be tossing for too long. I will personally teach Tsunade how to kill him. But by then, the village will also be named Uzumaki. Sufang said calmly. Nonsense, when the time comes Tsunade will become Hokage, and Hokage will marry into the Uzumaki family. Whoever is in charge of this village is anyone who wants to know with his ass. If you want to, you can do it now. Hashirama spoke suddenly, looking at Sufang with an extremely serious expression. My path, it seems, has failed. With a slightly slumped face, Hashirama spoke these words with difficulty. I wanted to count on my juniors to build a peaceful world, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, he totally stimulated Senju Hashirama. Do you expect such younger generations to build a peaceful world? Is he crazy? Looking down, Senju Tobarama had already rushed in front of Danzo and Sarutobi, and then angrily roared in front of them. Impure World Reincarnation. Untie. Although Orochimaru didn't control him, he was still not used to the restrained feeling. Impure World Reincarnation was developed by him. It is not difficult to cancel the contract without being controlled. Looking ferociously at the two again, Senju Tobarama squeezed out a word from his throat. I really taught two good apprentices. In this moment, everyone in the central square was stunned, stupid, confused, at a loss. The successive shocks left them in a trance. The most shocking thing in my mind was not that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo pinched their necks and knelt on the ground. Rather, they discovered something even more terrifying. Uzumaki Sufang, the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan. It's Senju Hashirama's sworn brother. It's not groundless, it's a fact. And at this moment, their ninja god, with a smile on his face, took a glass of Benkuo Luo from the side for Uzumaki Sufang, and respectfully delivered it to his elder brother. Just at this second, their worldview has collapsed. Ninja World, the country of fire, Konoha, the central square. Up until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have had the feeling of living a dream. The reversal came too suddenly. But if Sarutobi still doesn't know what happened now, he has really lived in vain all these years. Orochimaru has betrayed. He didn't let first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama obey his orders at all as he planned before. Even from the very beginning when he calculated his own disciples, this plan was doomed to fail. Of course, that's not always the case. It was because the incident broke out so suddenly that Sarutobi didn't have time to prepare too many hole cards, and the team would lead to such a direct failure. Because, if it weren't for Tsunade to find out that the ancestral graves were dug up, the Senju family will not be caught dead, and he will not be in a hurry to revive first Hokage. Let Orochimaru slowly study Impure World Reincarnation, master this forbidden technique after the research is successful, and completely use this thing as his trump card. This is Sarutobi's own plan. But now, when he looked at second Hokage Senju Tobarama, lifted the control of Impure World Reincarnation in front of him, and told him that forbidden technique is not something children play around with, he totally understood. He himself is a complete clown. What else do you have to say? Throwing Danzo and Sarutobi on the ground again, knowing everything already, and even witnessing the live broadcast of his disciple in Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama's face was nothing but disappointment. And after disappointment, there is endless murderous intent. He couldn't imagine why Sarutobi became like this. Why was he who was willing to stay behind and even sacrificed himself for the chance of his companion to survive, but now he chooses to attack his companion? Sarutobi was silent for a while, and finally raised his lowered head. He looked directly at his mentor and slowly uttered a word. I thought, say a few words with first Hokage. This was probably his last request. Now, in front of the whole village, he doesn't want to defend himself. He has already lost, and he has lost everything. He has lost everything. Power, status, fame. What he cared about the most is gone. When people fall into this kind of moment, they may have some enlightenment. And some people will become even crazier. After saying this, he didn't wait for Senju Tobarama's response, but looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade not far away. These two are his disciples. But in the end they chose to help Uzumaki Sufang from Uzumaki village. Needless to say, Tsunade, she belongs to Uzumaki Sufang, and it is understandable that a man like Uzumaki Sufang is fatally attracted to Tsunade. After all, women in the ninja world worship the strong, and Sarutobi understands that women will be overwhelmed by love and become unreasonable. So he doesn't want to show anything to Tsunade's team with the Uzumaki clan. What about Orochimaru? What is he for? He asked himself. He finally forcibly asked Orochimaru to help him research impure world reincarnation. There is nothing to be sorry for him. Even, sometimes when I am alone, I still think about the snake skin that the white snake gave to Orochimaru when I was a child. That signifies the rebirth of the white snake and is also a lucky talisman for Orochimaru. You don't know what I want. And what I want, I won't tell you, because you can't give it. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Orochimaru was terrifyingly calm. He didn't have any psychological fluctuations. In fact, after facing a strong man like Uzumaki Sufang directly, the pressure from people in the ninja world seems to be extremely limited. Ancestor Uzumaki is very strong, I knew it from the beginning. So, is that why you betrayed? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. You never knew me. Orochimaru had a look of discontent in his eyes. Maybe it's like in the original book, when he invaded Konoha with Yinin village and Sand Shinobi village and launched the Konoha Honkai plan, he personally killed his teacher. Is his purpose really to destroy Konoha? Not really. Because from the beginning to the end, his teacher, who was obsessed with power, never really understood his disciples. They experimented on human bodies, and they wanted to obtain eternal life not because they wanted to fall into evil ways. Orochimaru just wanted to spend his endless life studying ninjutsu. This is pure scientific madman. And now, Uzumaki Sufang throws an olive branch. You can engage in scientific research, and you are welcome when the court is full. But that kind of research environment, Konoha will not give him in decades of development. Orochimaru saw this clearly. In the end, second Hokage still looked like his big brother from afar. As a last request before dying, Senju Tobarama agreed. He just wanted to see what he, the disciple who harmed Konoha, wanted to say. To Senju Tobarama's surprise, besides his elder brother's elder brother also came. To be honest, he never knew what to call Uzumaki Sufang. Big brother's big brother can't be called big brother. And there is only one big brother in his heart, that is Senju Hashirama. Although Sufang is the big brother whose sworn brother, to him, he can only be regarded as a friend of the Uzumaki clan. Sometimes, he is more used to calling Uzumaki Sufang that man. And now, that man also came, hugging Konoha Shinobi and what the villagers thought was his sister-in-law, and kissing his elder brother face to face. Senju Tobarama sighed quietly. The eldest brother didn't mean to explain, and he didn't say anything specifically. But it is estimated that it will not be long before everyone in the ninja world will know that his elder brother is really green. What are you going to tell me? Walking up to Sarutobi, Senju Hashirama looked at him calmly. Sarutobi he has seen, but that was when Sarutobi Hiruzen was young, and he once taught Sarutobi ninjutsu knowledge. It's a pity that he was already dying at that time. This third Hokage was taught by his younger brother. Later, he didn't pay much attention. I just want to know one answer. Sarutobi has completely calmed down. The disciples and even the entire ninja village are now standing on the opposite side of him, Hokage. Even the previous generations of filmmakers are pointing at their actions. He seemed abandoned by the whole world. Unlike the ashen-faced Danzo next to him, he seemed to know why he failed. Even if there is something wrong with my approach. But I ask myself, Nadaime also suppressed the ethnic group at the beginning, Uchiha was suppressed like that, and was specially incorporated into the guard. Is there a problem with this department? Uchiha Kai in the distance only heard a few words sporadically, and finally shook his head and didn't listen carefully. But the few people standing in front of Sarutobi could hear it clearly. The Uchiha clan gets the position of the guard. Successfully entered the upper level of Konoha. Their family thinks it is a sweet pastry. Only second Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and some smart people understand what he is doing. From that moment on, Uchiha lost his chance to be Hokage. Sarutobi spoke slowly. This is your method, teacher. For the sake of the village, you also attack the clansmen in the village. I'm not wrong. This moment, Senju Tobirama was completely silent. So, did my disciple learn this technique from him? Su Feng beside him smiled. It's really what kind of teacher teaches what kind of disciple. Konoha's tradition that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked has never changed. The teacher only knows that if I become Konoha's Hokage, I should do things for the village wholeheartedly. But you don't know what I will face after I become Hokage. I have tried my best to do something for the village, but I will never be able to surpass the influence of the ancestors. There will always be people who think that Senju becomes Hokage for granted. As for my Hokage, I just picked it up after being decisive. Sarutobi's voice was a little melancholy, and he looked at Danzo who was lying on the ground beside him. His words have spoken Danzo's heart. In the face of those doubts, I did everything I could. But there will always be people who will stand up to oppose it. Although Senju is integrated into Konoha, it is difficult to guarantee that one day it will expand its influence again. By then, my Hokage will be done. So, I remembered your method, teacher. Suppress the ethnic group. And the first to attack is to deal with the clan of his mentor. For this, he did not feel the slightest guilt. That's the method his teacher taught. What happened to the teacher? That's called backfeeding. The corner of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched, and he clenched his fist angrily and wanted to shoot. Do you know what Sarutobi looks like now? That's real politicians. Good at disguising, but creepy. After all, you still shot Uchiha. Senju Hashirama took a deep look at his brother. He expected that Tobirama would not be able to bear it, but he did not expect that after his death, Uchiha would have such a difficult life. Perhaps, Madara was right to leave. And he didn't consider this at that time. Next, it's you, Shodai. There was a slight mockery on Sarutobi's face. You are the god of ninjas, an existence that the entire ninja world fears. But have you ever thought about what your previous actions will bring to Konoha? The five shadows kowtowed in public, and even sold the most important tailed beast that could be used to protect the village. If it wasn't for the reminder from second generation, you would even want to give it away for nothing to balance the power of the five great ninja villages, and even think that people have tailed beasts as weapons in their hands, so you wouldn't go to war without authorization. Your thoughts make me disagree. This is the truth. Truth from the heart. Now that everything has been lost, Sarutobi has nothing to fear. Did Konoha start to rot from him? Obviously not. Everyone has a tailed beast, so they really dare not go to war. What about the first ninja war and the second ninja war? He is a politician who knows how naive the first generation's thinking is. But people are strong, and no one will refute the decision made by the strong. In the end, he was to blame for the consequences. Why, also, I keep saying it's for the village, this old man has a clear conscience. Sarutobi spoke proudly. Back then you could kill your friends for the sake of the village, why couldn't I kill future threats in the cradle for the sake of the village? As Hokage, this is something that has to be thought about. What's wrong with Yinfu about this? His words made first generation at a loss for words for a while. But I always feel that something is weird, and I even have the illusion of being led by the nose. Wrinkled eyebrow, he was thinking about the trap in Sarutobi's words. But next, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly again. Besides, what I can't understand the most is, even if the old man did act against his own people and violated Hokage's purpose, can you two Hokage clarify one point? The one who really threatens Konoha and brings crisis to Konoha, isn't it Uzumaki Su Feng standing in front of you? I'm really sorry for Konoha, for the villagers and ninjas, and for the Senju clan. But the ultimate goal of this old man is to solve Konoha's enemies. The strength of the Uzumaki family is obvious to all, even Uzumaki who have not awakened the blood escape, they have the power to perfectly control the tail beast. If this power falls into the hands of others, have you considered the consequences? Is it wrong to make Uzumaki the exclusive Jinchuriki group of Konoha? He's crazy. Perhaps the people present in front of him felt that his behavior was indeed for self-protection, or it was a condition that Hokage had to overcome. But Sarutobi's current behavior is more like a lunatic who caught something and bit it to death. Because of the fear of other people's power, you want to destroy him. It is even more clear that before this, the Uzumaki family likes to stay in a corner, and they still decide to do it even though they don't want to participate in the dispute. Taking greed for the sophisticated weapons of Uzushio village and Jinchuriki for granted, I'm afraid only Sarutobi Hiruzen can do this. At this moment, the last kindness in the hearts of first Hokage and second Hokage also disappeared. Everyone's understanding of shadow is different. It was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already gone down other paths. Was he really attacking the tribe below for the sake of the village? Not. He just couldn't give up everything he had obtained, and was afraid of anyone who would appear and threaten his position. Everything is just a reason for greed. Before the temporary, he was so hypocritical. Perhaps, he never took off the mask of a politician. This old man is all for the village. What's wrong with the old man? Perhaps at the end of the day, he has experienced ups and downs in life, and the limit he can accept in his heart has completely exploded. Sarutobi's whole mood became a little erratic. He seems to be in an endless loop. He was doing it for the village, why did he end up in this fate? He is not reconciled, he didn't want to end here. Shadow clone technique. Old man, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everything this old man does is for the sake of the village. And you have abandoned the idea of Konoha. When the three shadow clone approached first Hokage, second Hokage, and Uzumaki Su-fang not far away, Sarutobi began to seal like a madman. Si hai wei mao shu zi yu wu ha. Hands together. Sealing technique. The ghouls are sealed. Chapter 91. Konoha. When the phantom of the Shinigami in the central square appeared. This represents the last hole card of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is also exposed to everyone. Uzumaki Mito stared at the Shinigami phantom with some hesitation. Most of the sealing techniques in the ninja world come from the Uzumaki family. But at this time, it became a big killer to deal with the Uzumaki clan. But she didn't panic in the slightest. Just as the man next to him looked calm, he even stuffed a melon seed into his mouth and licked it open. Pooh! Spit out 2 pieces of melon seed skin and fell to the ground. She arrogantly fed Uzumaki Su-fang an imported melon seed pulp. Undoubtedly, as a sealing technique, the lethality and deterrent power of ghoul sealing are extremely huge. Use your own soul as a medium to force Shinigami from the ninja world to come to the world. This kind of deadly trick will always make people feel shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts finally came to light. He wanted to carry the idea that he chose to perish together for Konoha, and made a final effort to maintain his personality as Hokage. Pity. When the 3 shadow clones rushed towards the 3 people in front of them, apart from release, there was a touch of sarcasm on their faces. Senju Hashirama let out a sigh and shook his head at Sarutobi. You just said that you can sacrifice yourself for the sake of the village. Because you are Konoha's third Hokage. Unfortunately. The second fool had a serious look on his face, and a cold murderous look radiated from his eyes, looking directly at the other party. Unfortunately, from now on, you are no longer Konoha's third Hokage. In the village of Konoha, there has never been a Hokage named Sarutobi Hiruzen. What does he mean? Sarutobi was shocked, and looked at first generation in disbelief, resisting the discomfort that his soul was being manipulated by Shinigami, as if he wanted to see an explanation from the eyes of first generation. Boom! What was waiting for him was the sound coming from the direction of the majestic Hokage Yanyan in the distance. Turned around in shock. In front of all the villagers and ninjas, a thrilling scene appeared. A red-haired girl, brandishing a gold lock chain wolf, is smashing at the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! Just one hit. The half of the Hokage Yanyan shattered directly, and the entire mountain body became scattered ashes and rushed down. What kind of lethality is this? Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched. To be honest, it was hard for him to imagine that the person who smashed half of the mountain with a single punch was done by the little girl brought by Uzumaki Su-fang. That contrast caused him intense discomfort. Not using any exaggerated ninjutsu, just using gold chains from adamantine sealing chains. Judging from the steady figure of the little girl, she didn't use her full strength at all. The Uzumaki clan, Baorin is so scary. Senju Tobarama was a little emotional. Even though they all came from the Sengoku period, he, like his elder brother, admires Uzumaki Fang's methods in rectifying the Uzumaki clan, as well as the way he trains the tribe, all of which he admires. Otherwise, he would not have asked Uzumaki Mito to come to Konoha to help after Uzumaki Fang retreated. Speaking of which, Konoha owes the Uzumaki clan a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so angry when he heard that Konoha had attacked the Uzumaki clan. After all, Uzumaki Fang's thoughts have been absorbed by him a lot. The Hokage rock shattered, and half of the entire mountain was lost. After the exaggerated attack, it also represents the end of an era. Shockingly enough, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha, the man who created Konoha. What he announced himself. From today onwards, there will be no third Hokage in Konoha, and no one will remember Sarutobi Hiruzen. This represents, no matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen has done, before or in the future, Konoha will not have any records. He is no longer Konoha's revered Hokage. For a lifetime, everything I do is in vain. In front of the people of Konoha village and the ninjas, he really lost everything. Powerless, melancholy. No, at this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen is really broken. Angry, he let the shadow clone quickly approach the three of them again. Even if he was desperate today, he would take the three of them with him. This is his last stubbornness and counterattack. To his surprise. Next second, when the Shinigami was fully formed, he instinctively felt extreme panic from the soul connected to the Shinigami. And something astonishing happened. The Shinigami who originally wanted to connect to the soul of Uzumaki Fang in front took 2 steps back strangely. What happened? Sarutobi looked back in shock. What happened to the Shinigami who were supposed to be full of evil and mystery? What was it that made that existence start to tremble all over? Yo, we meet again. In front, Fang stretched out his hand calmly, and greeted the Shinigami phantom. However, your appearance also means that one of my guesses is correct. I thought that last time I used my soul as a medium to attract your appearance and then tear you to pieces, this trick of sealing the ghouls would not be successful. In other words, I probably thought I had destroyed a forbidden technique that killed the Shinigami of this world. But looking at it, it doesn't seem to be the case. Staring at the weird Shinigami, Fang had a gentle smile on his face. But that smile made the Shinigami back a few steps in panic. From its unbelievable eyes, Fang seemed to see its emotions. Do you think that the ninja world is too scary, and you want to go home? Fang grinned, and began to turn left without any restraint. Let me see where your home is. Pure Land. Not really, the Pure Land is indeed full of souls, but there is a sage of 6 paths inside. Your existence is likely to be somewhat similar to the sprites in the kingdom of ghosts. Oh, so to speak, that thing should know where your body is. Panicked emotions spread in the central square again. But this time, Shinigami's mood fluctuated violently. Even the people of common below feel that it is unusual. The 2 brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama looked at each other, and finally chose to shut up silently. They found that they didn't seem to understand what level and plane Uzumaki Fang was in. How strong is he? Even the death of this world Shendu is afraid of him. This alternative way of communicating with Shinigami makes them completely incomprehensible. Also, what are the sprites in the kingdom of ghosts? Let me guess, there is a high probability that the one summoned by this sealing technique is a phantom in this world called Shinigami. But you seem unable to refuse this call. If too many of your clones are killed, what will happen to you? Fang seemed to be in a good mood. The interest in studying ninjutsu when he was young made him a little excited. You are the ninjutsu master. Orochimaru, who was not far away, swallowed. No wonder Uzumaki Fang has a fatal attraction to himself. In a sense, they are the same kind. He likes to study ninjutsu, but this man seems to be a penultimate. He understands the principles of ninjutsu better than him, and he is more able to care about family affairs. This easygoing attitude shocked Orochimaru so much that he even wanted to worship Uzumaki Fang as his teacher on the spot. Forget it, don't tease you, get out with his dirty soul. Fang waved his hand, looking at the terrified Shinigami suddenly bored. This is not the Shinigami's body, and for feeding the Kazan clones he can summon, he plans to feed Kazan the real Shinigami soul in the future. Well, if possible, eating the soul body of Sage of Six Paths and his 2 sons should be a big tonic for Kazan. And the descending Kazan avatar has become his private property after being wiped out by the system. The stronger Kazan is, the more means Su Feng will have to attack the soul body in the future. It's about progress towards finishing that Hueco Mundo cleanup mission someday. That is the real Shinigami world, and the Phantom of Kazan descends and evolves into the Ghost Hand, which is Su Feng's trump card against the soul body of that world. Swish. Lousy can go. Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief instinctively, and then angrily looked down at the poor human who was looking at him, as if he was asking himself why he didn't work hard. This is the man who summoned himself to the ninja world. Just a little bit, just a little bit. If it wasn't for that scary man who seemed to be in a good mood today, he might have lost another identity in battle. But even if the avatar remained, his arrival exposed his hiding place even more. All of this is thanks to this weak human being. The angry Shinigami cut off the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a single knife, and swallowed it in his stomach. He decided that when he got back, he would let the man's soul and sprites have fun. Death is not the end. Never was. Thump. In the central square, on the frontmost stands. When Sarutobi Hiruzen's body fell to the ground, it was announced that the farce was finally over. And Danzo sat next to him with a dead face. Fortunately, just now, he thought that his old buddy could make a comeback, and when the 3 Hokages and that terrible man from the Uzumaki family were all taken away by Shinigami, he might have a chance to stand up and preside over the overall situation and become the real Hokage. Pity. My old buddy. Pretend showed his true colors in less than 3 seconds. What to do? What should I do? Danzo lay on the ground, trying to reduce his sense of existence as much as possible, thinking that in this way he could avoid disaster. Pity. Senju Tobarama's next target is him. With a cold voice, Senju Tobarama kicked Danzo back from his feigned death. The Hokage picked up by Sarutobi just now, if someone is not convinced, that person should be you, right? Back in time, when the negotiation with Cloud Shinobi Village was interrupted by Golden Horn and Silver Horn. At that time, he asked if anyone had a reason to stay behind. And Sarutobi was the first to speak. Do you think I appointed him Hokage because of his quick talk? Second generation asked indifferently. If not, Danzo asked in a deep voice. Over the years, he has never been convinced. You were wrong. Senju Tobarama shook his head, looking at his elder brother and his eldest brother with some emotion. You all feel that the 2 apprentices taught by the old man are more idiots than the other. But you don't know, I didn't have any other choice for Konoha at that time. A wry smile made Senju Tobarama a little helpless. There is a saying that he quite recognizes his disciples. When the god of ninja fell, Konoha was really the first ninja. The village is really struggling. In that case, I will tell you the truth. If you spoke faster than the monkey, there is a high probability that you will be the one who will be chosen to really leave behind. Murder. When Danzo heard this answer, his eyes widened, and couldn't believe the truth of these words. This is real. I know you guys, whether it's you and Sarutobi, or Uchiha Kagami, or Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, it goes without saying that Akamiki takes the wind. Danzo, you have great ambitions, but you have never had the stamina to match them. You're not fit to be Hokage. Sarutobi has some ability to protect Konoha's foundation. When Tsunade grows up and integrates into the Konoha of the Senju clan, he can protect the village from being destroyed for decades. But, I thought Sarutobi could be the light on the bright side, and you could choose to be the dark side. But you have learned too much one by one, and the light is also dyed black, unable to nourish the leaves, and the darkness becomes bottomless. Konoha, why did it become like this? Finally cutting off Danzo's thoughts, Senju Tobarama looked blankly at his elder brother. His older brother had told him, if you can't realize your own ideal, you can entrust this ideal to the younger generation. The younger generations will always step on the shoulders of their ancestors and make further progress. But big brother, does a world of mutual understanding, a world of complete peace, really exist? What he can't do himself, let alone expect others to do it. My way has failed, and there is still Tiangong. However, the answer given by Senju Hashirama made people feel a little relief. After this resurrection, he seemed to really let go. It was a relief, but in fact, it was because of the frustration after failure that made him want to see new ways. Certainly, it may also be because, after impure world reincarnation is resurrected, what can be resurrected is the soul of one-sided Senju Hashirama, and when Senju Hashirama dies, Ashura who left Senju Hashirama is still waiting to be reincarnated, and did not return to his own body. These are currently unknown. No. But when Su Feng heard what Senju Hashirama said, he kept waving his hands. And Madara, your third brother is capable, and he will never admit defeat on his way. Third brother, Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama froze for a moment. What does brother mean? Didn't Uchiha Madara die of kidney deficiency after he beat the child? He hadn't forgotten how sharp Madara's teeth were on his chest. Brother, take a step to speak. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama looked solemn, and pulled Su Feng into the distance. But halfway through, he turned his head to look at his second brother. Konoha, after all, was created by the Senju family. The rest is up to you. Do not disappoint me. The country of fire. Outside Konoha village. When two Ninetales appeared in front of him, Senju Hashirama looked at his elder brother in shock. Then he took a deep breath, stared at the huge figure of Ninetales and lost himself in thought. Kushina and Mito didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and there was no need to explain anything. The two women sat on one Ninetales and set off first, while Su Feng jumped on the head of the other Ninetales and looked down at the tangled Senju Hashirama. Brother, this uncle is not a joke. Kurama opened his mouth to emphasize in an instant, it is now backed by someone. You Senju Hashirama is saying that this uncle is too strong, you want to seal this uncle, it must fight Senju Hashirama to death. Do you really think it's still Kamen's tailed beast? Don't be naive. As a contracted summoning beast, and it is a tailed beast that completely assists the two ancestors, their chakra is connected to their ancestors, and eating the tailed beast snacks produced by Uzumaki village every day, their strength has improved a lot. Come on, speed. Su Feng urged Hashirama calmly. The key, where to go? Hashirama froze. Konoha's matter has not been dealt with yet. He and his second brother are already dead people, and it is true that they want to stay in the ninja world selfishly, but after all, dead people are dead people, and they understand that it is impossible to stay in the ninja world for too long. Before leaving, they wanted to clean up Konoha, and hand over a village with at least a complete system to Tsunade. That's right, the new Hokage candidate has been confirmed. The two Senju brothers are in the village, who dares to oppose Tsunade becoming Hokage? So in the shortest possible time, they have to let the feeling sit firmly in Hokage's position, even if they leave, they won't be too worried. Certainly. In fact, there is nothing to worry about. Because Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama knew in their hearts that Uzumaki Su Feng seemed to be indifferent to everything, but in fact he was extremely defensive. Tsunade has already followed him, so naturally it will not suffer. More, it is the nostalgia and emotion for this village. Enough is enough to leave. But Senju Hashirama doesn't know where Su Feng is taking him. To see an old friend, it's strange, isn't it that you want to take a step to talk and ask about Madara? Su Feng raised his eyebrows, too lazy to talk nonsense with Senju Hashirama. Adamantine sealing chains instantly wrapped him up and threw him on Ninetales. Old friend, Madara thing. Senju Hashirama is, in some respects, slow to respond. It's not that he's stupid. Rather, in essence, he firmly believed that Uchiha Madara was dead, and dead thoroughly. So he didn't think about Madara being alive at all. An old friend from the Sengoku period. Except for the words of my sister-in-law, there was an idea in his heart, but Hashirama couldn't believe it at all. Who do you think? Could it be Kakuzu who threw a shuriken at you from 800 miles away? Su Feng sneered. But don't tell me, some time ago, the employing organization of Uzumaki village caught that kid when they smashed a certain obscure underground exchange at dawn. Who is Kakuzu? Senju Hashirama frowned. It seems that in his impression, there is no such famous minister among the more profound people. They said they fought against you. Su Feng said leisurely. He didn't take Kakuzu as his own, but gave it to Madara directly. Now, Kakuzu helps Black Zetsu do some groundwork all day long. After all, the Akatsuki organization has not yet started to operate, and Kakuzu's capable work is serving tea and pouring water. Ninetales is not slow. When two Ninetales appeared in the hidden cave of Uchiha Madara again, Black Zetsu, who sensed the situation, was already numb. But when he was too lazy to care and was about to sneak away from that man named Uzumaki Fang, he realized something was wrong. My grass. Who is that? Senju Hashirama. It's over, it's over. He knew that Uzumaki Fang must have nothing good to hold in his stomach. Before the Nine Tails could get close enough, he went into the cave and found Madara. Madara-sama, it's not good. Your friend sold you. Do you know who he brought? Last time he brought so many people here at one time, I knew that sooner or later he would reveal the news that you were still alive. Now it's good, I'm going to get rid of you at once. Do you remember your kidneys? Black Zetsu sprayed saliva against Madara's face like a machine gun. And Madara seemed to have just woken up today, and she didn't realize what happened in a daze. Who? Fang sold me. Nonsense. He knew that man very well. If that man objected to his plan and doubted that he was still alive, he would directly choose to do it on the first day. Uzumaki Fang is not Senju Hashirama, much less Uchiha Madara. He is not anyone, he just be himself Uzumaki Fang. As long as he looks unhappy, he won't have any reason to hit you. But if he is too lazy to hit you, he won't bother to ask. From the time the other party came out to the present, Madara hinted about infinite Tsukuyomi many times, but the kid didn't answer at all, and finally got annoyed by him and just told him not to get involved with the Uzumaki clan, and let him toss about the rest. Obviously, this is the answer by Uzumaki Fang. He didn't bother to care about how he tossed about, just don't mess with him. So now, Black Zetsu told him that he was betrayed by Fang, he naturally didn't believe it. Run, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu said that he hated iron and steel. No matter how bad it is, just take a sip, I'll get Nagato's eyes back for you, and fight them. Otherwise the existence of Uzumaki Fang will be a disaster sooner or later. Snapped. Before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, Madara's unpretentious slap landed on his face. Lousy got punched. My mother can't bear to beat me. Black Zetsu was furious, and on the surface he put on an aggrieved look and didn't dare to shout. Certainly, Black Zetsu also knew it in his heart. His mother is not reluctant to beat him. It's just that you can't hit it, and you don't have a chance. I hit my consciousness. After Madara slapped her down, she suddenly fell silent. Does this mean you beat yourself up? But he doesn't understand. Why his own will just can't understand. What is the friendship between himself and Uzumaki Fang? That is a friendship that compares to the size of a spear together, and goes far and near to Nanhekwan together. A sudden burst of footsteps made Madara look forward. It's Kakuzu. Ah, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up, thinking that Kakuzu was delaying the time. He also persuaded Uchiha Madara to evacuate. Now Kakuzu has been in close contact with the real ninja darkness, but is not very interested in their existence. However, in fact, when he lured with a lot of money, saying that in his future plans, he was a meritorious minister in charge of finance, he was instantly fooled. His early arrival made the sound of dragging corpses appear in this cave from time to time. But when they saw Kakuzu's current appearance, their expressions changed again. He reversed his car into the garage in fear and anxiety, and retreated into the cave. And in front of him, the elite standing is the man he claims to have fought against. Senju Hashirama. When he walked completely into the cave and saw the man sitting under the ghetto statue, the atmosphere in the whole cave changed drastically. Will there be a fight? The atmosphere in the cave was oppressive. But at this time, outside the cave, two figures skillfully unfolded the grill, and with a touch of fire style, the flames shot out directly. Holding the skewers in both hands, Kushina asked Mito curiously. If the cousin is not inside, there is a 100% chance of a fight. Uzumaki Mito said calmly. But now that my cousin is inside, it's impossible to fight. Oh, Kushina nodded, and then suddenly said, to save face for the ancestors. That's not true. Mito shook his head. When my cousin is here, he will act as a step up, and he will also recruit them to beat them to death. Actually, it seems like adding fuel to the fire, but don't think that they are so willing to beat each other up, they just need a step up from each other. Kushina looked confused. Didn't it mean that one monk jumped into the water to drink, 2 monks carried water to drink, and 3 monks had no water to drink? But things don't seem right now. Because they can't beat my cousin, and the noise is too much to annoy my cousin, so they will be beaten by my cousin. Finally, Mito leisurely added a sentence. Still, the most important thing is strength. This time, Kushina understood, took a bite and nodded. So it is not a coincidence that this unique meeting will eventually develop into the Sengoku Old Friends Club. When another grill is deployed, the three Sengoku brothers reunited and sat together for the first time. If outsiders saw the harmonious scene, they would not believe it at all. So, you're not dead. Senju Hashirama's face was not very good looking, and he even imitated Uzumaki Fang's tone, rarely scolding others. He's not the guy. Even if I talked about with Uzumaki Fang from time to time since I was a child, I didn't learn the essence. But now, he still scolds Uchiha Madara. Because Madara won't understand. After killing Madara back then, during the bedridden period towards death, what did he think of? The negative emotions brought about by personally beheading his friend, he didn't completely resolve it before he died. Sometimes he wonders, why did I act so decisively at that time? That is the result of mutual exclusion of the soul belonging to Senju Hashirama, and the soul of Ashura. Originally, this situation would not happen. But at that time, Senju Hashirama was about to die, and Ashura's soul had to leave to wait for the next reincarnation. It also plunged Senju Hashirama into self-doubt. But now, the facts are in front of us. Madara is not dead. He found himself desperately in the Valley of the End, and it was all intentional. He did not verify this with Madara. You can't kill me yet. Madara sneered. In this regard, Senju Hashirama noncommittal. In the battle at the Valley of the End, there was no real winner in the end. Uchiha Madara lost an eye to activate Izanagi, and Senju Hashirama was bitten and died of illness. Madara is still alive. What did he do? Hashirama didn't ask immediately. Instead, he looked at Uzumaki Fang. Brother, before you come, the road of Madara you said. After a moment of silence, Hashirama took a deep breath. So your next step is to let Ushio village launch a unification war against the ninja world. Then use force to force the entire ninja world to unify and maintain peace. Say this. Instead, it's Uchiha Madara next to it. The tiger's body shook, and it looked at Uzumaki Fang in disbelief. This, once, was what he proposed to Senju Hashirama to do. It is also taken for granted by Hashirama that it is the thing that Madara will do in the future, and he also wants to achieve a peaceful path through violent unification. He didn't expect, judging from Senju Hashirama's tone of inquiry. It seems that he does not intend to object to Fang's meaning. DJ, who told you this is what that guy is going to do? You don't think I'm going to help Madara complete the violent unification, do you? Fang glanced at Senju Hashirama contemptuously, and then patted Senju Hashirama's shoulder close to the other's ear, but he didn't intend to whisper the next words at all. That idiot, I plan to create an illusion that covers the entire ninja world, pulling everyone into the illusion space, and those who fall into the illusion will have a dream, and everyone in the dream will complete their own dreams. Quote, then control other people's dreams and create suitable dreams for them, so that no one will start a war, and the whole ninja world will be at peace. Well, this idiot has a name for this operation, like Project Tsuki no Mi. At this moment, Senju Hashirama was shocked. He looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief, and found that his expression was as shocked as his own. Oh shit, it turns out that his plan, Uzumaki Fang, was completely clear about it. Then why didn't he stop, but didn't help? What was he thinking about? And what Senju Hashirama couldn't believe was that he finally understood why the eldest brother kept calling the third brother an idiot. Nima, but any individual would not call that peace, would he? Turning the living ninja world into a ninja world full of dead silence, is this kind of peace still necessary? Obviously not, but in a sense, people in Infinite Tsukuyomi will be happy. Fang sighed slightly. Infinite Tsukuyomi, ah. Perhaps common people, who have struggled for a lifetime, will never enjoy the beautiful scenes in their dreams. Infinite Tsukuyomi fulfilled one of their dreams. But he forgot that the process of struggle is the most worth enjoying. False dreams are false after all. If the eldest brother is not here, I will definitely kill you. Silence for a while. Senju Hashirama looked solemnly, looked at Uchiha Madara and said word by word. I said, you can't do it. The three-pointed jade in his eyes slowly condensed into a new Mangekyo. These eyes are enough to support him to open Susanoo. But it is estimated that the end will be miserable. Without Geto statue, he only has one chance to fight. But he would never give up in front of Senju Hashirama. Let me just say, if my cousin is not here, they must fight. Uzumaki Mito, who was not far away, was full of contempt, but don't look at them like this, they still can't fight. As expected, when the atmosphere fell to freezing point, Senju Hashirama hurriedly approached Uzumaki Sufang to pretend. Brother, you really don't want to beat him up? Then after the infinite Tsukuyomi plan is implemented, won't the ninja world be abolished? How many people will die in the process? He's not awake, so you won't be confused too. That's what I said. Sufang slapped Senju Hashirama disdainfully, slapped him away, and then spoke indifferently. The ninja village you founded, directly and indirectly caused very few deaths. Who said that to your face? Ninja world, the country of rain. When Uzumaki Sufang said this, Senju Hashirama had a strange look on his face. In one sentence, it directly exposed the truth of false peace. Yes, what I do, and what Madara will do next, have essentially the same purpose. Moreover, Hashirama is now clearly aware of the disadvantages exposed after the establishment of Ninja Village. The problem with the Ninja Village system is too serious. And when this ninja village formed the 5 great nations, and the 5 ninja villages confronted each other. When everyone saw that he, the initiator, died, the peace disappeared. The first ninja war, the second ninja war. The number of deaths in the ninja world has skyrocketed. That peace is false and can only provide security for one side. Establishing a ninja village can indeed protect the clansmen, and the peace of the old and the young. And when the child grows up, he still has to go to the battlefield. Each village thought that what they were doing was protecting their own village. From everyone's point of view, it seemed that there was no problem with their position. But they still don't know that in the name of protection, they bring disasters to others, and this kind of hatred will start a vicious circle. But even so, Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Sufang in confusion. Even so, it was much better than Madara's project to Tsuki no Mi. The eyes of the moon enveloped the ninja world, bringing about a devastating disaster, which is probably even worse than the ninja village system. Why did Uzumaki Sufang sit idly by? At that time, Uzumaki village might suffer as well. Why should I care about the road that is doomed to failure? Seemingly seeing Hashirama's question, Sufang answered calmly. These words directly made Uchiha Madara's breath stagnant. Doomed way. Sufang called the eye of the moon. Did he use such a vocabulary? Whatever he wants to do, Uzumaki village won't have any problems. Sufang spoke leisurely. By the way, to answer your first question, I really intend to do the violent unification. But I once said in Nanhakwan, you two come first. If you two can't do it, just let me watch honestly how lousy, the titular big brother, wiped your ass. Right now, it's not my turn. And, Sufang slowed down and looked at the two of them. Next, Uzumaki village will enter a state of full-scale development, and I myself will announce a retreat. But before that, Madara, I'll give you a chance. Looking around, Madara frowned at Sufang's deep eyes. Uzumaki Sufang knew that Project Tsuki no Mi, and was sure it would fail. What is the reason? He really wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he didn't find any loopholes in Project Tsuki no Mi. Infinite Tsukuyomi. With the power of the eyes of the moon, the entire ninja world will fall into illusion, and there will be no disputes in the future. This is the content recorded in the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. 2 options. 1. Call me Big Brother, the circle will release Infinite Tsukuyomi for you within 3 days. 2nd, according to your own plan, do whatever you want, but don't mess with the Uzumaki clan, or you will know the consequences. 2 ways. Sufang gives Uchiha Madara the choice before planning to lead Uzushio village and start a massive invasion of Otherworld. In fact, no matter what Madara chooses, when the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan fails, Sufang will stick to his own path, carry out violent unification, open the vassal force option of Uzushio village, and then make the ninja world a monolith. The friendship in his youth kept him from giving up on Uchiha Madara. You want to try Infinite Tsukuyomi, Big Brother can help you, but you have to let go of your pride. He really appreciates Uchiha Madara and Erleonzi, and even plans to improve their strength a little after the system opens the vassal panel, and become his new right-hand man in the future. But the prerequisite is absolute obedience, and he cannot question any decisions of his big brother. And if Infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't let go, Uchiha Madara can't stop. He gave Madara the choice. As for how to choose him, Fang has already figured it out. He is Uchiha Madara. He has his pride. Even if this person is his elder brother, and he chooses not to be his successor, but to be the person above him, he will still refute firmly. He knows that Uzumaki Fang's strength lies here, and he only needs to revive Four Tails, and he will be able to tame the dragon-tailed beast. And Madara knew. His big brother has been called countless times in his heart. But at this time, the plan in his heart had already been formed. Hashirama did not rely on the strength of his elder brother, and then established Konoha, taking the wrong path. Then he doesn't need it. I have my own schedule. When the silence was broken, a rare smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's calm face, and he opened his mouth and spit out two more words, Seth. Brother. Cut. Fang rolled his eyes and didn't speak again. He didn't expect much from the result he knew a long time ago. Uzushio village has its own things to do next. The enemies in the ninja world cannot put pressure on the clansmen. Without pressure, there is no motivation to improve. He wants to stabilize his foothold in countless dimensional worlds, so that the strength and vision of the people of the tribe will be greatly improved. Let them understand what is the real human being. Even Uzumaki Fang can't escape in countless dimensions. You guys are so dishonest. Wordlessly bumping Uchiha Madara with the shoulder, Senju Hashirama said silently in his heart. It's a pity that his current body of impure world reincarnation couldn't feel Madara's weakness, so he hit Madara to the ground with a light push. Reaching out sheepishly to pull him up, Hashirama scratched his head. This situation is very similar to Nan Hekwan in the Sengoku period, when the three of them got into a ball and then pulled each other up. It's really not frank, clearly, and looking forward to it. Madara shook her head and said nothing. Since Madara's choice was already doomed, Fang didn't force anything to change. After a reunion dinner, he took Kushina and Makoto to ride Nine Tails slowly towards Uzumaki village. And Uchiha Madara called Black Zetsu after Hashirama left. Master Madara. Black Zetsu approached Uchiha Madara cautiously, and now he suddenly felt a little nervous. In fact, while Uzumaki Fang was talking to Uchiha Madara, he and Kakuzu were watching from a distance. Fang's voice didn't hide anything, and in front of Black Zetsu, he told Madara Infinite Tsukuyomi that he must fail. So now Black Zetsu is a little unsure of what Madara really thinks in his heart. What if, privately, Uzumaki Fang sent some news to Uchiha Madara? How could he 5? What is the purpose of Madara calling herself now? This time, it was by myself, not with Kakuzu. Did he really doubt it? Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Madara nervously with uncertainty. Of course, in fact, this guy is completely overthinking. Fang knows Madara's character very well. After decades, has Madara really never thought about the authenticity of Infinite Tsukuyomi? I really haven't considered that when everyone is caught in the illusion, is there a problem with the technique itself? Uchiha Madara, is he really that stupid? But if you think about it in another direction, you probably feel relieved. Infinite Tsukuyomi, the eye of the moon, this has become the obsession in Madara's heart. Even if he knew that he might fail, he didn't care anymore. Because, he paid too much for this plan, including himself. If he doesn't implement this plan to the end, he will not be able to find the meaning of his survival. Just like, at the end of the plot, when Madara lay on the ground and looked at Hashirama in confusion, hoping to get an answer, Hashirama didn't know how to comfort her. He has no new direction. He lost his family, abandoned his clan, and plotted against the entire ninja world. He has nothing left to make him care about. And now, there is Uzumaki Fang who cares about something. When he fails, there is one more person who can ask the answer clearly. Perhaps, what he pursues will have a new way of appearing. This letter is for you. What's this? When Black Zetsu took the letter, his head was full of question marks. I will choose a successor in the future, and when I die, help me give this letter to him. Madara said calmly. Now that he has made a choice, Uzumaki Fang also said that he only needs money for things in the ninja world, and you can fight as you like, and even declare retreat. In retreat, Madara didn't care what he was going to do. Big brother always has his own things to do, he is used to this, just like this time he left the customs. But that man has already said, Infinite Tsukuyomi can do what he wants, and don't mess with the Uzumaki clan. As for Nine Tails, I really can't afford to borrow it at that time. Anyway, I heard that Kakuzu is very good at making money. At that time, I can get 100 million and throw it to my big brother, that money fan. It's completely enough. As this will. Black Zetsu suddenly realized, but why give it to me now? Master Madara himself will tell him later. This letter, when it is not necessary, don't give it to him. Unless he doesn't have eyesight and provokes people who shouldn't be provoked. So, do you understand? Madara said lightly. In front of the heir, he had to show a powerful presence that calculated everyone. He is Uchiha Madara, and the one who will inherit the name of Uchiha Madara. As for the whole ninja world, when Uchiha Madara couldn't keep her pride, it was when she was in front of that man. Because, today, he called out the big brother that should have been called out decades ago. These two words, for Uchiha Madara, are not limited to the sworn brothers. Uchiha Madara will. The above content is not complicated, only a few lines. Actually, there is another heavenly palace. After my death, I must not oppose Uchiha village, must not maintain the identity of Uchiha Madara in front of that man, and must not disrespect that man. The 9 tails in his hands cannot be calculated, but can only be lured by explaining his intentions. Also, try not to expose Nagato to the Uzumaki clan as much as possible. Remember, this is Madara's backhand. At this moment, he doesn't know what kind of virtue his heir is. But considering the posture of the Uchiha family who inherited their own mental illness, it is not enough not to leave a little warning. So he wrote a will, and he didn't want to expose it unless it was a last resort. How to choose depends on how Black Zetsu chooses. Is it really necessary to do this? Black Zetsu shivered for a while, thought about how terrifying that man was, and finally nodded. The land of rain was calm for a while, and the originally chaotic battlefield also became a little weird after a news came out from Konoha. Konoha heard the shocking news. Change. The Senju family united with other ethnic groups to force the palace collectively. At the critical moment, 3rd Hokage resurrected 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, known as the existence of the number 1 speed ninja in the ninja world, gave. Press yourself. But things turned around too suddenly, and it was a bit unacceptable. The resurrected 1st Hokage announced on the spot that Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage status was abolished, and when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to go all out, he beheaded him. The ninja world was completely shaken. The reason, however, is not because of the resignation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but because of the resurrection of that frightening man. 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, the real ninja god, far beyond cage level strength. His existence is enough to completely shut down the situation of the Second Ninja World War. With him around, who would dare to take the initiative to attack Konoha? But there is one enemy, who has always been on the opposite side of Konoha, which made ninja look away for a moment. The country of the vortex, the village of the vortex tide. That is the existence that has always been against Konoha. And also killed many ninjas in Konoha. This kind of enmity, with the prestige of 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage, I am afraid that they will directly counterattack. But what surprised them even more was that Konoha announced the official news immediately afterwards. From now on, Konoha expresses a strong apology for what he did to Uzushio village in the past. Konoha does not expect Uzushio village to forgive Konoha and reconclude a covenant with Konoha. But the Senju clan will always be staunch allies of the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, everyone in the ninja world knew that Uzushio village and Konoha would not be able to fight. Even from Konoha village, there are rumors that the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan have a close relationship with Senju Hashirama, and there are even rumors that the god of ninja once brought tea and water to the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan. A big brother, you have worked hard. This kind of rumor made people in the ninja world a little noncommittal, and even doubted the authenticity of the rumor. In the main battlefield of the Second Ninja World War, in the Land of Rain, no one dared to make a move for a while. Even Hanzo was a lot more honest. Just kidding, the real ninja Shendu is resurrected, what can he do as a demigod? But while everyone was watching the attitude of those two Konohas, another piece of news was announced. The current patriarch of the Senju clan, Senju Tsunade, officially inherits the position of the fourth Hokage. It's not Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobirama who are in power, they handed Hokage's position to their granddaughter. What does double Hokage mean? This is food for thought. And until the relationship between Fang and Tsunade was exposed, they seemed to be clear. After, I am afraid that Konoha will have the same surname as the Uzumaki family sooner or later. In this atmosphere, the villages dare not take the lead in taking action. Until, after another news from Uzumaki village was confirmed, some people suddenly became eager to move. In Uzumaki village, Uzumaki Fang, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, announced that he will no longer accept private missions from now on. Of course, you can consider the price beyond one. The rest will not be accepted. From the moment the news comes out, he will enter a closed state. The ninja world is changing. Time flies. Konoha 42 years. Boom. Inside Hokage's office, Tsunade, who was wearing a gambling cloak, was full of anger, and threw the document in his hand on the ground to vent his emotions. Under the office, Nara seemed to be used to this kind of situation, calmly picked up the files, and put them back on the desk. What do you mean? As a Hokage, it's irresponsible for me to run to Ushio village from time to time. What does it mean to remind my mother not to forget the identity of Hokage? Don't eat inside and outside. As soon as he slapped the table, the corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. She was full of displeasure, but had nowhere to vent. Only when you are in the Hokage position, you know that this chair is not easy to seat. No wonder the man reminded himself that becoming a Hokage is just the beginning, a village that is really rotten to the root, a Hokage can't solve the problem at all. That's right, she did go to Uzumaki village more diligently, but it was only after handling government affairs that she went to deliver it to someone to eat. What was she delaying? Those people in Uchiha don't think about the problems of the village at all except looking for trouble, and they only add to her troubles every day. Master Fang has been in retreat for too long, and it's normal for some people to feel overwhelmed. Nara Shikajiu smiled and said calmly, yeah, the time of retreat is too long, so long that some people have forgotten what happened 10 years ago. Tsunade's face was indifferent. 10 years, this is the period of compensation for defeat signed by Uzumaki village and a ninja village. This year is the last year. Some people's inner thoughts are ready to come out. Since paying the compensation for the first time, Tsunade has not abolished the previous contract, and still pays 10 million taels to Uzumaki village every year. She is Hokage, but she must not make the same mistake as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Fang said that she doesn't have to pay if she doesn't want to pay, he has a way to make several billions of transactions with her in other ways. It is his interest to be able to get it back from another angle. But Tsunade believes that Fang has given her a lot of face by replacing the 20 million compensation that was disgusting to Sarutobi with the original one prescription. As his woman, she couldn't make it difficult for her man, she had to give her the face she deserved, and she was still Hokage, at most she could arrange some more tasks to get paid. But even so, something went wrong in the last year of the contract. Master Tsunade, the Nara deer below was silent for a long time, and then suddenly spoke. As your assistant, from a certain perspective, can I ask a more intimate question? Yes. Now, Nara Shirju, who has grown up, has naturally become Tsunade's assistant. As Konoha's absolute think tank in the future, he can help Tsunade solve the village's problems. What Tsunade values is his ability. What made her even more gratified was that because no one was jealous of capable people, Konoha was recovering blood and entering the stage of development. Her subordinates have a lot of excellent talents that can be used. Such as Hitaki Sakumo, Namikaze Manato who has grown up, and the new Ino Shikacho. They are all direct subordinates of Tsunade, and Hitaki Sakumo has become Minister of Anbu. Now those who are dissatisfied with the last year of the treaty but have not spoken up are largely because of Hitaki Sakumo's deterrence. Just say it. Tsunade nodded, motioned for Nara to speak directly. That lord, is he really retreating, or is he? A wise light flashed in his eyes, and the dog-headed military division asked a very intuitive question. Whether that adult is really retreating will directly affect the development of the ninja world in the next step. Some things, as Hokage's assistant, he knows very well. For example, those who have been dissatisfied with paying protection fees to Ushio village every quarter over the years are not limited to Konoha village c. Kurigakure, Cloud Shinobi village. They are not as rich as Konoha, but they have paid protection fees for so many years. Now, the voices of opposition have become more intense, and there are even some courageous people who are further testing the attitude of Uzumaki village. Because for 10 years, they have discovered a fact. First, after Konoha stabilized, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama disappeared, and no one saw them again. Second, although there was no real winner in the Second Ninja World War that finally broke out in the Land of Rain, neither Uzushio village nor the two existences of the Senju family intervened. Third, in the past 10 years in Uzumaki village, the Dawn organization has frequently dispatched, but in the past 2 years, the number of Dawn dispatches has become less and less. The mystery of Uzumaki village still exists, but it seems to be deliberately reducing its influence. This gave them a signal to make a wild guess. And on a certain day, there was a message delivered to Hyugi. The ancestor of the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village has entered a state of retreat. After hearing the news, some people's actions were even more tentative. They wanted to know the veracity of the news. Because everyone knows that the Sengoku period existed, and the last retreat lasted for decades. 10 years. There are few rumors that Uzumaki Fang is still active in the ninja world. Only the advanced weapon deal has never been cut off. They have one piece of news to confirm, that is, the Uzumaki village is richer than ever before. So, after hearing the news of Uzumaki Fang's retreat, someone who was ready to move appeared. They are betting, or guessing whether the news is true or false. If this time, that man still does not show up for decades like the last retreat. They seem to be able to do a lot. So, what's more, they are all secretly guessing that the adult's youthful appearance is an illusion. In fact, he is already at the end of his life. When he killed Four Tails 10 years ago, he was exhausted, gone. He's just trying to find a way out for Uzumaki village. Tsunade was quite satisfied with what he said and Nara Shoujo's analysis. It is indeed the think tank recommended to him by Uzumaki Fang, and the analysis is clear and logical. But, not dead, but alive and well. I heard that there are 2 young companions around recently, that's a happy spring breeze. Tsunade clenched his fists and said with some displeasure. It was obvious who she was talking about. Of course, it's not the so-called jealousy or anything. After all, she ran to Uzumaki village very diligently, but she was not always with the team. Without retreat, is it even quite lively? Nara Luju nodded. Then, my lord, do you have any explanation? Since he didn't retreat, he should be aware of all these things that happened in the ninja world. Has the lord made any preparations? This is also what Nara is concerned about. 10 years ago, he didn't have the qualifications to see the man's demeanor in person, and he just saw it from a distance, and he is not a person who believes in rumors. He needs direct evidence to prove whether Uzumaki village is as good as the rumors say, powerful. Prepare. Tsunade glanced at Nara Shikahisa faintly. That's right, you haven't been in contact with him, so you will naturally have doubts, but you don't need to test his strength in front of me, because it's completely unnecessary. Am I overstepping? Nara Shikahisa looked serious, and was about to bow and apologize, but was stopped by Tsunade. I saw the 4th generation stood up and looked out the window of the office leisurely. That man, he won't make any preparations for such a trivial matter. And he never intends to hide his strength and pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger or something. He is just a person in the ninja world. It is simply because of a long time that he will have thoughts that are about to move in his heart. If you really mess with him, no matter who it is, you will die. These words are overbearing. Treat the coveting of other ninja villages in the ninja world as trivial things, and don't even bother to prepare anything. But he didn't hide his strength, it's just that those people forgot his terror. Anyone who provokes him will die. These are the words of this proud woman, Senju Tsunade. After Nara Luju wrote it down, he sighed deeply. Then, the so-called retreat. This is what puzzled him the most. That is naturally not a real retreat. Tsunade curled his lips, a slight sneer on his face. But of course it is not to mock Naraluju, but to mock those stupid people with thoughts in their hearts. However, when he thought of the real reason why he announced that he would not accept private sales, Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. No one in the ninja world can pose a threat to the Uzumaki family. Since there is no opponent, create an opponent. The world can't satisfy us, so break the cage of the world. The words were a little cryptic, but Tsunade vaguely understood something. Ninja world, in the hands of invincible. That being the case, go find new enemies. And the potential location of that new enemy is other worlds. This is a bold guess, especially when she was in Uzumaki village and saw a group of Uzumaki clan disappear in front of a strange door. She suddenly understood something. What retreat? People have already set their sights on other planes. This was a truth that shocked her extremely. Therefore, when Tsunade sees that the Uchiha clan is restless, he always feels that those people are stupid. The interests of a village have actually caused them to fight to such an extent. How can she not feel disgusted by this kind of temperament, who cares about everything every day? Since that's the case, I think Mr. Hokage just needs to do what he normally should do, maintain the status quo, and wait for that lord to make a move. Nara Shikahisa said with emotion. I always feel that those who can't stand it must be themselves who are unlucky in the end. Definitely. Tsunade didn't doubt Nara Shikahisa's words at all. The time seems to be ripe. Uzumaki Su Feng once said that letting her take charge of Konoha and become Hokage is only a temporary act. That's why she didn't bother to give up Hokage's position. Since it is temporarily in charge, it is more appropriate to put it in the hands of one's own people. As for Uzumaki Su Feng's thoughts, Tsunade can also guess one or two. He seemed to be waiting for something. That's why he didn't directly dominate the ninja world and let those people be completely honest. However, as Uzumaki Su Feng's time in seclusion grew, the people in Uzumaki village rarely walked around the ninja world because of their experience and upgrades in the other world. Those people forgot the pain they had suffered and became wanting revenge. Vaguely, Tsunade felt that the third ninja war was not far away. But the center of this battle may not be Konoha. Pass it down. Order the ninjas in the intelligence department to observe more about other ninja villages, and if someone attacks Uzushio village, they will provide immediate support. With a wave, Tsunade gave the order. But whether it's her or Nara Shirju. I understand. Uzushio village doesn't need Konoha's support. Hokage is standing in line to show his attitude, lest someone in Konoha be stupid and go to Uzushio village to die. I'm afraid this order will cause Uchiha's dissatisfaction. Naraluju didn't refute, but just reminded Tsunade. Without him, the reason why Uchiha hates the Uzumaki clan so much, apart from the hostility between the two sides during the Sengoku period, is that the patriarch of this generation is not someone else. Uchiha Fugaku. It is rumored that a man who is completely useless and unable to complete a certain sport. No, it is more appropriate to be called a eunuch. 10 years ago, he was deposed by a red-haired girl from the Uzumaki clan, and now at the age of marriage, he is still single. Even if he is the patriarch, no one is willing to marry a eunuch. That matter is known within the Uchiha clan. It's okay to be dissatisfied, let Uchiha Fugaku take the people out and leave Konoha immediately. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, and spoke with that naturally. It's better to get out now, so as not to cause trouble for yourself in the future. Tsunade had reached the limit of his patience with Uchiha Fugaku. If it hadn't been for the second grandpa to say before leaving, that Uchiha was suppressed a bit before, and that Tsunade would suppress the ethnic group as appropriate, she would not be targeted and still get angry. Really thought she'd get used to Uchiha Fugaku. Joke. Now Uchiha Fugaku is the head of Uchiha, and he is very angry with the other ethnic groups of Konoha almost every day, and the voice of the eunuch is even more unbearable. Not to mention other ethnic groups, sometimes the Uchiha clan's own people can't bear it. The order has been given. And the next step is to wait. Ninja World, the country of the vortex, the village of the vortex tide. Now, after 10 years of development, the scope of Uzumaki village has expanded more than 20 times compared to the original one. From time to time, members of the Uzumaki clan pass by the high god tier mysterious buildings. And on the training ground, the moves used by the Uzumaki clan, in addition to the basic blood poison, there will also be some auxiliary moves. For example, Breath of Water. Strengthen the soul-thirsty magic seal. Armed color hardening, super sword and shield onslaught. And this change comes from the mysterious dimensional copy space. Night fell. 2 figures sneaked under the bed of the King of Heaven. The ancestor is back, this time must succeed. With long fiery red hair, the slim girl has grown up. With a delicate smile on her face, she pulls the black-haired girl next to her to step up the steps. Let's forget it. The dark, long straight girl's face was flushed, and she always felt that the red-haired girl's plan today was not very reliable. No problem, I asked Uncle Snake. He said that the medicine I stole from that world is a male who can't stand it. Calmly shaking the wine bottle in her hand, the red-haired girl made a vow on her face. What about me? Can I take it? Hei Chengji's face changed suddenly, and she couldn't keep her shy blushing, but turned into horror instead. She felt that she had been fooled. So I'll go with you. What the hell you said makes sense. Night fell. In the sky of Uzushio village. In front of the bed of the King of Heaven, in the sky courtyard. A man stands with his hands behind his back, looking up at the moon above him. The Heavenly King's bed, whose level has reached IV8, can no longer be described as luxurious. From a distance, it looks more like a fortress in the sky, not far from the real Sky City. 10 years, the man murmured. At the beginning, why he only signed a 10-year treaty for the defeated ninja village, other people may not understand it very well. Because 10 years is still too little for the impact they have had. But Su Feng didn't think so. He will use 10 years to let people see clearly how long it takes for people to forget a terrifying existence. Time acquisition is useless. And just when Su Feng was staring at the moon in the sky in a daze, a space fluctuation brought him back to his senses, and then he waved his hand to open the space channel. Behind, a strange door slowly opened, and a slim figure appeared from inside the door. Black hair, bangs are light purple. She obviously put all her hair down, enough to reach her collarbone, but she used to curl her hair up and wrap it around with a mint-colored butterfly hair accessory. She comes from the world of Demon Slayer, Blade of Demon Slayer, and is the exclusive contact person of Dawn Organization and Demon Slayer Squad. Known as Butterfly Ninja, at this moment, she was staring at Uzumaki Su Feng's back, her expression full of awe. This is not the first time she has come into contact with the other party. In fact, when the Dawn Organization first appeared in the sight of the ghost killing team, it caused a great shock. In just 3 days, they wiped out all the ghosts in a city and its surroundings. And that city was renamed City of Daybreak after that. The man in front is called the King of Daybreak. The way they fight is extremely terrifying, completely different from the breathing method of the ghost killing team. It is a real killer move to destroy the opponent, manipulate blood, and a variety of extremely lethal fighting methods. For 10 years, the City of Dawn has become a sacred place in the hearts of common people, and it is the safest place in the world. The ghost killing team has cooperated with the Daybreak organization several times. It's not the time to discuss cooperation. Su Feng didn't turn his head back, he already knew the identity of the person behind him based on his perception alone. When the Heavenly King bed is upgraded to IV5, it can already connect to the space channel of the person who actively wants to meet him. Therefore, it is natural to place his living room in every corner of the King of Heaven's bedroom in a short period of time. Even in bed. This time things are a bit weird. What the ghost killing team executives mean is that if you can do it yourself. Shinobu took a deep breath, and tried a little with a tone of awe. In the past 10 years, after the emergence of the Dawn Organization, this man has only shot once, and that time can only be described as a disaster. The Dawn Organization is not controlled by anyone. You should know that. The figure of the man disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of her, pinching her chin with one hand. To Shinobu, she should have hated this kind of intimate contact extremely. But she could calmly accept the behavior of the man in front of her. After all, it's not like he hasn't done anything more extreme. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the exclusive liaison between Ghost Slayer and Daybreak. Go back and tell them that I have something to do recently, and the Dawn Organization will not accept any cooperation or commission, and I can handle it myself. Sensing that there seemed to be 2 petite figures approaching quickly from below, Su Feng waved his hand and sent the woman from the Ghost Slayer world back. Old Ancestor. In the distance, Kushina was carrying a wine bottle, dragging Makoto and rushing towards him. Cultivation maniac coming. Su Feng sat leisurely on the chair, hooking his fingers at Kushina. The little girl was not shy at all. She sat directly on his lap, the corners of her mouth raised, and she dragged Makoto onto Su Feng's other leg along the way. For 10 years, this man's appearance has not changed at all. But the noble and elegant temperament on his body has been thoroughly cultivated. He is a well-deserved king of dawn in front of outsiders. Just that faint sense of oppression will make people breathless. 10 years ago, under the name of the Dawn Organization, they opened the passage to the otherworld and established countless stronghold branches. And the title of the King of Dawn is not only familiar to people in the world of Demon Slayer, Blade. Things to do. Quote, Kushina naturally leaned on Su Feng's chest, and then opened a letter with a little sarcasm on her face. It seems that after our Uzushio village is no longer active in the ninja world, some people are ready to move. Hey, that woman Tsunade can't even manage a mere Konoha. As for, how many years have passed, and Tsunade is still not pleasing to the eye. Su Feng smiled and rubbed Kushina's head. I've told you about the layout and capacity. Not everyone has the opportunity to go to Otherworld and see different scenery. The ninja world is so big, and the Chunin village is the most important thing in their hearts, and they call that narrow protection justice. Reaching out to take the letter in Kushina's hand, Su Feng looked down. And Kushina and Makoto looked at each other, and then one held the wine glass, and the other opened the wine bottle to fill the wine glass. Su Feng didn't take it seriously, and took the wine glass in his hand. In previous years, the quarterly compensation for each village was delivered 1 month in advance. And now this quarter, with 1 month left, and no response. I think they forgot about the tsunami. Curling his lips in disdain, Su Feng took a sip of his wine and fell into thought. Tasty. But when he took a sip, Kushina's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked her ancestor's arm. Wine is something that won't affect his thinking when he controls it. As for whether it is good to drink, Su Feng froze for a moment, then looked at the wine in the glass. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sound appeared slowly. Ding, you have taken super strong exercise promoting drugs, but your constitution is too strong and has not been affected. Looking at Kushina and Makoto, and at the wine in the glass, the man fell into deep thought. This is to give him, Yao. Then I'm not welcome. In the face of temptation, he chooses to be a beast. It has been 42 years for Konoha, and next year will be the day Uchiha Itachi was born. Su Feng looked at Makoto with a look of fire. He needs to work harder. What if it was born? The mothers of the 2 Destiny's children have been robbed by him, so he has to carry the banner of saving the world. Everyone is so proactive. Immediately, one in each hand, he picked up Destiny and walked towards the interior of the King of Heaven's bedroom. Boom. Ninja World. Land of the Land, Tsuchikage Office. When Onoki read a confidential document, he slapped the table on the spot and tore the document to pieces. How stupid are they? They really thought the man was dead. Still trying, what a fart to try. Even if that man is really in seclusion, can the Uzumaki clan just use those red-haired ones? Here's the thing. Just today, he received a message from Cloud Shinobi Village in Kurigakure, and the message was sent by a letter written by Reikage and Mizukage himself. The content is also very simple. They want to unite and conduct a test on Uzumaki village. But with only 2 ninja villages, it seems that Pink still has no idea. Although the war 10 years ago has eased a lot because of time, it was Uzumaki village after all, and the horror of the Uzumaki clan has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But hatred has blinded their eyes. The revenge of killing the father, the revenge of destroying the village. These must be counted on the head of Uzumaki village. In their view, Uzumaki Su Feng's retreat gave them their best chance. What United Onoki wants to do is to help them take a feint to attract the attention of the ninja world. Of course, they didn't let Iwagakure directly attack the Uzumaki village, they only needed to send a large number of ninjas near the fire country. That's right, the land of fire. Although the covenant between Konoha and Uzushio village has not been repaired. But it is well known that Hokage Tsunade of Konoha village is the woman of the head of the Uzumaki clan. They want to know, under such conditions, if someone wants to attack Konoha, or the woman of the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, what reaction will Uzushio village give? As long as the reaction is too flat, that's when Cloud Shinobi Village and Kurigakure make their move. The content of the information is well-founded. He even listed various crimes in Uzumaki Village. But Onogi only felt the ambition of those people, as well as the resentment and humiliation brought about by paying the protection fee for a year from the report. They wanted revenge, but they didn't think about the consequences if they failed. Especially at this point in time. Look at another message on the table. The above content is very simple, but it is enough to shock the ninja world. The third cage is missing. Just disappeared at the border of Hefeng Kingdom, the Kingdom of Fire. And now, people from Sand Shinobi Village have contacted Konoha, and they want to send people into the Fire Country to search. With cage missing, Sand Shinobi Village cannot be leaderless. Now fourth cage Rosa is in charge, and Onogi knows that young man well. Ambition is full, strength is not enough. Onoki frowned. If nothing else happened, fourth cage must have gotten this information as well. From the tense atmosphere between Konoha and Sand Shinobi Village, he felt that Luo Sha not only agreed, but even put it into action. So what role will they, Iwagakure, play in this impending battle? Now the situation in the ninja world has become less ambiguous with the disappearance of the third cage. Cloud Shinobi Village and Kurigakure plan to join forces to test Uzumaki Village's actions from both sides. As long as it proves that Uzumaki Fang is really retreating, they will attack. After being squeezed for 10 years, their emotions have reached a critical value. And Konoha's Hokage, as an ally of the Uzumaki clan, will never do things like this to continue. Tsunade will definitely consider things from the position of Uzushio Village at the first time. But what Tsunade can do is extremely limited. After all, Sand Shinobi Village has already targeted Konoha and may take action at any time. So, how should he choose? Onoki looked at the several power maps drawn by himself with arrows facing each other, and he fell into thinking. Suddenly, he trembled all over, recalling the shocking roar that the man uttered back then. With just one blow, all living beings within 1,000-meter range will be covered in charcoal. How could such a man full of vitality, die? Even if it is closed, is Uzumaki Village really something that others can afford? Oh no, Mu's thoughts suddenly became clear. This time, he intends to rather Iwagakure do nothing, and must not provoke a powerful enemy. After all, the relationship between Iwagakure and Uzushio Village is not tense, and there is no need to deliberately offend them. And at the same time, the country of fire, Konoha. At this moment, in Hokage's office, Tsunade looked at the subordinate in front of him with a serious expression. Reliable information shows that Kurigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have contacted Iwagakure, but Onogi's attitude is unclear. I hope you can bring a team of people to inquire about the news of the Land of Earth, and if you have any intentions, send me a message immediately. There is no one else under the office. It is the Gold Flash that rose to fame during the Third Ninja War. It seems that fate will always make him have a relationship with the Land of Earth. And behind him, Sandao's not-so-tall figures, together with their guide Jonin Namikaze Manato, accepted the task. The ninja world is changing. The scenery of Uzumaki Village remains the same, but it has not been affected in any way. It was already afternoon. In the bedroom of the King of Heaven, Makoto looked at Kushina next to him with a flushed face. I feel like I was tricked by you. Lord Fang didn't lose his mind at all, he did it on purpose. Cough. Kushina was a little embarrassed. Yes, with the strength of the ancestor, how could he be controlled by mere drugs? And in the end let her say that those whose ancestors you are really strong are not in a state of being controlled at all, they should say okay. But just when she was about to tease her best friend, Uzumaki Fang's voice came to her ear. The ancestor is calling her. With a serious look, Kushina put on her clothes and rushed out. Her constitution has endured a lot of troubles than Makoto, and she can move freely after recovering for a whole day. But Makoto, after messing around with Kushina, fell asleep again. In the courtyard, to Kushina's surprise, Uzumaki Mito is also here at the moment, talking to Fang. Habitually rushing into the arms of the ancestor, the two of them who were closer than before seemed extremely natural when doing these actions. As I said, Uzushio Village has never deliberately kept a low profile. Fang touched Kushina's small face and spoke calmly. But there will always be stupid people who forget the toughness of the Uzumaki clan. Is it about the information in yesterday's letter? Kushina squinted her eyes, clenched her fists with a murderous look on her face. After 10 years, Pepper has fully demonstrated her talent for violence. But at this moment, Uzumaki Mito's queenly aura is fuller, and her strength has improved rapidly, giving her an illusion that she is unattainable. But in front of Su Feng, she is still that well-behaved cousin. 10 years. Go. Su Feng put his arm around one and looked down at the bed of the King of Heaven. That huge area, which definitely cannot be described as a village, is their Eddie-Tide village. This is a magical place that no one in the ninja world can imagine. Use your strength to appreciate the picturesque world of ninja. Starting today, let them fully understand why you are called the Uzumaki Valkyries of the Dawn organization. Eddie-Tide Village. After watching Mito and Kushina leave, Su Feng stood above the bed of the King of Heaven and looked down. Regarding the strength of the second daughter, Su Feng has no doubts. During the 10 years, his crazy warrior level has broken through LV 100, completed the 3-turn task, and became a unique extreme crazy warrior. But he didn't have a low-key sense of returning to the basics, mastering the limit of the power of blood, and completing a breakthrough. As the system prompts, his level is unlimited. Among the clansmen of Uzumaki village, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina were the first group to reach IV 50. The level reached the temporary upper limit, but it did not affect their strength improvement. In the dimensional copy of Otherworld, they obtained various powers, among which Uzumaki Su Feng was most surprised by Uzumaki Mito. Even though she returned to Uzumaki village relatively late, being able to catch up from behind is enough to show her potential. Su Feng is not too demanding on how powerful his women are, so raising a few more vases with his strength is naturally not a problem. To his satisfaction, both Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina surprised him. And, even Makoto, Su Feng also found her strengths. For example, sorting out related affairs within the clan, she would always find the key points, and now she has become his full-time secretary. Some people are not so fond of fighting, and when it is safe enough, will show other talents. Now the people in Uzumaki village are performing their duties, and this village seems to have reached the critical point of supremacy in the ninja world. Taking one step, it can complete breakthrough and transformation again. The familiar spatial fluctuations unfolded again, and when Su Feng turned his head, he saw familiar figures without exception. At that time, he hadn't taken off his glasses, and he hadn't put hairspray on his hair, so he looked very common. Aizen Sosuke, from the world of Shinigami. At this moment, the timeline of the Shinigami world has not yet reached the time of Aizen Pretend. So Su Feng's hairspray hand terminator mission has not been fully completed. But this time, he chose another way of thinking. Designating special tasks does not have to be done by messing up the plot. Letting Aizen know something in advance that he shouldn't know will take the original hairspray plot to another level. For example, the current Aizen Sosuke absolutely dare not say the pretended words that he will stand in the sky. Because of that, when Su Feng met Aizen for the first time, he had already said it. What a surprising place. Looking around, Aizen adjusted the frame of his glasses, and finally put his eyes on Uzumaki Su Feng. And what he meant by saying this was because he met Su Feng here for the first time. In the past, it was all in the world he lived in. It's a view from heaven. Su Feng said calmly. Aizen smiled and glanced at his own Kyoka Suigetsu. Shock flashed in his eyes. This shock was not given by this man at this time, but the first time they fought against each other. At that time, he wanted to use his strongest illusion to make the man who said that he was the one standing in the sky pay the price. But he found he was wrong. He didn't show any sign of being manipulated, instead he saw the illusory world. Aizen obviously didn't know that when Uzumaki village was first established, it had already acquired the feature of immunity to illusion. And when Uzumaki village is now, after several upgrades, it has reached IV8 and after several enhancements, the effect of the illusion immunity has broken through the limit and has become an absolute cure. The meaning is very simple and rude. Whether it is the ninja world or other worlds, as long as it has something to do with illusion, it will not have any effect on the people of the Uzumaki family. Even when the opponent uses illusion, it will directly bounce back. So Aizen failed miserably. He didn't even have a chance to make a shot. I've confirmed the existence of another Hogyoku, and it won't be long before I get it. If you are interested, we can study together. Calm down, Aizen said with a smile. But Su Feng saw the strong unwillingness and disobedience in his eyes at a glance. The absolute villain of the Shinigami world, he is obsessed with higher powers. Although the existence of Su Feng terrified him, Aizen would never choose to back down, but planned to surpass this godlike man in front of him. When Su Feng heard this, he just calmly raised his head and glanced at him. In the Shinigami world, after 10 years of development, the Dawn organization has completely become the trump card force of Hueco Mundo. The reason why Aizen is so humble is very simple. In addition to strength, his plan needs the support of Hueco Mundo. He refused. Aizen could not escape the Soul Society in this life. As for what Su Feng wanted to do, it was even simpler. Hogyoku. Whether it's the incomplete Hogyoku in Aizen's hands, or the Hogyoku inside Rukia's soul, he wants it all. That's a good thing. The power to concretize what you want in your heart is the ability to suppress. If nothing else, the last thing you can take away from a copy of the Hairspray Terminator is Hogyoku. Su Feng wanted to see where the limit of that thing was. According to his conception, Hogyoku seems to have no limit and can evolve infinitely, but the energy will always run out, and the so-called limit cannot break through the ceiling of the Shinigami world. But what if it was brought into other worlds? It's an interesting study, and he's really interested. Just do what you want, and I will take care of you when the time comes. Staring at Aizen's face for a long time, Su Feng showed a gentle smile. Only you can laugh. I will too. And like a sunny smile, I'm creepier than you. Aizen looked at Su Feng hesitantly for a while, and finally disappeared through the door. He, who has always been proud of his ability to play with people's hearts, seems like a clown in front of this man. But Aizen is still not afraid. He had already thought about what the power he would describe to Hogyoku after he got it. Gain power over him. Pity. This wish Hogyoku is doomed not to come true. Because, even Su Feng himself hasn't made a full-strength attack for a long time, and he himself can't imagine where and what it's like to have the power that surpasses him at this moment. How far can Aizen's imagination go? Want to surpass warrior. Feel the corrosive power of Kazan first. He has a system, Aizen doesn't have one, just one side effect of Kazan syndrome can directly kill Aizen. The country of rain. Somewhere in a mysterious cave. Just when the ninja world was surging, Madara held the information in her hand, looking at the contents above, a little dazed. 10 years have passed, and he is one step closer to his dream. But he hesitated a bit. Su Feng said that the Infinite Tsukuyomi project must fail. Master Madara, your body. Beside, Black Zetsu had a worried look on his face. For 10 years, even with the existence of the Gedo statue, Madara's body could not hold on and was collapsing. You need a successor to complete the next step. Black Zetsu reminded carefully, but Madara's next words made Black Zetsu stunned. Madara raised her head and looked at Black Zetsu. Recently, Madara has been thinking about a question. His suicide note may not be used at all. The reason is simple. After learning the answer given by Uzumaki Su Feng, he felt that he didn't need to think so much at all. Just complete Infinite Tsukuyomi and pursue the peace you want. So what are the prerequisites for completing Project Tsuki no Mi? He needs Nagato to grow enough to use the outsider Rinne Tensai technique, and then resurrect himself. There is a huge deviation between Madara's thoughts here and the original. What Obito did in the original book was to blacken Nagato and then establish a new Akatsuki organization. The first step is to accumulate money. The second step is to collect tailed beasts. The third step is to use the powerful weapon made by the tailed beast to negotiate with the 5 great ninja villages and deter them by force. The 3-step plan all failed in the later stage. In the end, only Obito and Uchiha Madara stand up against the whole world. And at the last moment, it became Madara alone against the whole world. So after learning of Uzumaki Su Feng's prophecy, Madara just wanted to release Infinite Tsukuyomi as quickly as possible to see the final result. Die first, then find an heir, and let him use Nagato to resurrect himself. This was his original plan. But now, he is suddenly not equal. Does he really need an heir? Su Feng's known plan failed. Was Infinite Tsukuyomi's process a failure, or was it a failure after release? Madara didn't know. He believes that the problem occurs in the process of collecting tail beasts. In Madara's perception, no matter how excellent the heir is, he will not be as enthusiastic about the infinite Tsukuyomi project as he is. Also, how will the heir let Nagato use Rinne Tensei? These are variables. He suddenly didn't want to wait anymore. Nagato has come of age, and maybe it just needs to be pushed a bit further to allow him to master the Rinnegan's power zone. Now, Madara fell into an extremely tangled emotion. Desperate to know what could go wrong with infinite Tsukuyomi, and even more why the plan failed. Between choosing an heir and not choosing an heir, he falls into a cycle of confusion. It is the heir, my lord. Black Zetsu took out another piece of information and handed it to Madara. And, the target has appeared. Heir. Madara narrowed his eyes, although he was a little confused, but this did not prevent him from testing whether the so-called qualified candidate had the courage to stand against the world. Picking up the file, Madara looked down and lost it. Since there is an heir, it doesn't hurt to test it first. The people of Uchiha, or the current patriarch, Black Zetsu, are you kidding me? The country of rain. Madara's mind froze briefly. And Su Feng obviously didn't know, because of his own actions, a person who was originally quite ordinary in thinking and temperament was completely blackened. It also led to the complete deviation of the following plot. But even if Su Feng knew, he would just laugh it off. How to evaluate Uchiha Fugaku? Su Feng is like a mirror in his heart. As the head of the clan, he really despised Fugaku's choice of sacrificing the whole clan and leaving 2 children behind. What a pity for Uchiha at that time. If 3 pairs of Mangekyo can aim at Konoha at the same time, who can stop them? But as the patriarch, he chose to take the lead to die. He thinks that fulfilling his child's choice means respecting him and understanding him. It was easy to die, but he didn't understand what kind of impact it would have on his family if he was slaughtered by his son. At the same time, at the border of the land of Earth, 2 teams appeared. The first team, Kakashi led by Namikaze Minato, Rin Nohara and Uchiha Obito. The other team is the exclusive team of the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Fugaku. Glancing at Uchiha Fugaku galloping ahead, Namikaze Minato's eyes were serious. This mission does not require the Uchiha clan to follow, and they were originally the only team that entered the border of the land of Earth to lurk. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Shachengo wrote that did not need to go out of the village to perform tasks. But even so, Uchiha Fugaku chose to take the initiative to follow, thinking that he wanted to contribute to Uchiha's strength for the sake of the village. What's his idea? Namikaze Minato frowned, and the father of the Destiny Child in the 2 original works started their first confrontation strangely. But nothing came of it. Before setting out for the mission, he tried several times, but the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was extremely calm. What is the current situation in the village is more complicated. 4th Hokage Tsunade needs manpower. Uchiha is willing to contribute his strength, volunteered to come to the border of the land of Earth to investigate the situation. This is total bullshit. What the hell is he going to do? Glancing at his 3 disciples, Minato's eyes flickered coldly. The Uchiha clan is okay. But their patriarch's previous performances in the village made him unable to fully trust him. It's fine if they carry out the task with peace of mind, but if they plot against the village and his 3 disciples, then he can't be blamed. After all, Lord Hokage had explained it before going out. If Uchiha Fugaku does something unforgivable, or shows signs of it, he can do it first. Nadime's technique has been mastered, but the opponent is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan after all, so he should be careful. Have you heard? Our patriarch seems to have a problem. Rear. Obito looked serious and tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. That's your patriarch. Kakashi frowned. The matter of Uchiha Fugaku is not a secret in Konoha. Probably everyone knows that he is still unmarried, but it's not that he doesn't want to marry, but that no one is married. Concrete seems to have been injured as a child and has no function. But as a member of the Uchiha clan, is it really okay for you to arrange your patriarch in front of me? If he really thought about the Uchiha clan, now I wouldn't be kicked out. Obito snorted coldly and said resentfully. Once, he was also proud of his identity as the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, when he showed sunshine that was completely different from the aura of the Uchiha clan, he was ostracized inhumanely. With different ideas, there is naturally no way out there. After his grandma passed away, he bought a small house with his grandma's inheritance and is now an orphan. Be careful, someone is coming. While the two were talking, Manato suddenly issued a reminder. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures immediately surrounded the two teams. Enemy attack. And it is the kind of enemy attack that clearly knows their route. At this moment, Namikaze Manato seemed to think of something, and looked at Uchiha Fugaku ahead vigilantly. He really has a problem. The border between the land of earth and the land of fire. At this moment, the two sides are confronting each other. Namikaze Manato frowned when Uchiha Fugaku led his clansmen and rushed to the enemy to start fighting. He took the initiative to attack. Could it be that he misunderstood Uchiha Fugaku? Wrong. Next moment, Manato found out that things were not as simple as he thought. The enemy can know their route ahead of time and lay an ambush. That is 100% due to information leaks. But this mission is classified, and the route is only known to him, Hokage, and Uchiha Fugaku, who joined later. So what happens when the enemy appears? The quick-witted Namikaze Manato stared in Uchiha Fugaku's direction, and the man gave him a strange look back. Manato, only we know the route. You have seen this route. I have no chance to send information. This is a hint. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. Now I can only break through. I wish you good luck. After speaking, he rushed forward with his team members. In a split second, Manato knew what this man was up to. First, they are ambushed now, so the person who leaked the information is naturally not himself, and Uchiha Fugaku also said it was not him. Thinking in reverse, that means that he was betrayed by Hokage. This is total nonsense. Uchiha Fugaku is gagging him and even throwing blame at Tsunade. Second, when Namikaze Manato watched Fugaku easily escape from the enemy's siege, he completely understood the opponent's thinking. Pretending to come to the border with him in the name of the village, then he might want to act alone and do some shady things that he must never let himself know. That's why they joined forces with the enemy to ambush here. His purpose in doing this is simple and clear. If Manato's team died here, it would have cut off one of Hokage's arms. Either the Manato team is still alive, but at that time, they just need to report to the top and say that they got separated during the breakout. And he first said that he did not leak the information. This can make Manato doubt Hokage. If Manato really believes the other party, he will inevitably have resentment towards Hokage after returning to the village. Whatever the outcome, Uchiha Fugaku is not at risk of exposure. This trick is quite vicious. Manato looked coldly at the Uchiha Fugaku team that had successfully broken through, and he really wanted to know what made a person so dark. Just when Uchiha Fugaku's team is fighting with people, it can be seen that the enemy does not work hard, and the two have already spoken in advance to do so. If it was him who led the team to break through, the blocking force encountered would definitely be more than one level higher than that faced by Uchiha Fugaku. But, swish, flying thunder god kunai was thrown out instantly. Manato's eyes were full of anger. Did Uchiha Fugaku really think he was going to be trapped here? Even with him, and his 3 disciples, they were all underestimated. The battle begins instantly. When the flying thunder god technique appeared, Chanblu's Rasengan also appeared in front of the ninja interface for the first time. He is Namikaze Manato, Konoha's unique gold glitter. Suspect Hokage. I'm sorry, but he owes his status today to Mr. Hokage's trust. In any case, it is impossible for him to betray the village. Far away, Fugaku and his party have left the main battlefield. And a subordinate walked up to him respectfully. Patriarch, the only thing we need to do is to let the vacillating land of Earth make the right choice. We have figured out the border of the land of Earth, and several strongholds of Iwagakure. That's right, this time Fugaku came out with his mission. He received news that it seemed that Kingdom of Kings did not intend to participate in the next war. Therefore, he wanted to help Onoki make a choice. If he knew that his ninja was killed by Konoha's people, he would definitely use Konoha as the same as other ninja villages. He hates Hokage, hates anyone who has anything to do with the Uzumaki clan. Especially hate that woman who abolished him. Besides, the members of the Senju clan have become Hokage again. Others don't know, but he knows how much pressure he faces when facing those members of the clan. Uchiha, also the founder of Konoha. Why is Hokage a member of the Senju clan, and it's not his turn to Uchiha? Needless to say, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama became Hokage by virtue of their ability and strength. Although Uchiha was dissatisfied, he had to hold back. But you, Tsunade, how can you sit in Hokage's position so securely? So, Uchiha Fugaku has his plans. How did Sarutobi Hiruzen step down? Against one's own, or conspiracy? No, as the patriarch of the ethnic group, he understands what other ethnic groups think. They just need benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down because their own interests were threatened, and Hokage caused Konoha to suffer 3 consecutive defeats, making them lose the initiative in the war. Perhaps now, there are many people who are dissatisfied with Tsunade being Hokage besides him. After all, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have disappeared. And the man standing behind Tsunade also announced retreat. This is the best time. According to his conception, after the dust settles, he can force the Senju clan like the same way he drove Sarutobi to step down. Even if it ends up being Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku was still empty inside. He needs more. Clenching his fists, what he hates the most is still the woman who abolished him. Patriarch beware. And at this moment, accompanied by the flames and several strange-looking figures descending, Uchiha Fugaku spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. I don't know how long it has passed. When Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes, he saw a dark and humid environment. And, that half-body in pain! Exclamation mark. More disabled than before. Enduring the severe pain, Uchiha Fugaku's head looked sideways. And the next moment, a white-haired old man suddenly shrank his pupils. You. Madara was a little surprised, frowned and looked at Black Zetsu next to her. That's obvious. Is this what you mean by air? He seems to know me. Black Zetsu was silent, not daring to beep more. It's no surprise that Uchiha Fugaku can recognize Uchiha Madara. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he was raised from an early age. He knows a lot about Uchiha Madara, including the fact that he can now say naturally that the Uchiha family is also the hero who founded Konoha, which is also thanks to Uchiha Madara. So, he has seen what Uchiha Madara used to be. Of course, it is not seen in reality, but something similar to a portrait, which is stored in the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, and only the patriarch is eligible to read it. And although the current Uchiha Madara is extremely old, her appearance is somewhat similar to that of when she was young. As for why Uchiha Madara is still alive, although he was surprised, he was not extremely shocked. The reason is simpler. He had seen too many old monsters. Uzumaki Su Fang, Senju Hashirama, Tien Min. Therefore, when he woke up and found the old man suspected of Uchiha Madara, the shock only lasted for a few seconds, and hope was rekindled in his eyes. If he is Uchiha Madara, does it mean that the patrons of the Uchiha clan are also resurrected? Can the Uchiha clan feel proud in Konoha? Why can Tsunade be Hokage? Isn't that because of a sentence by Senju Hashirama? If Uchiha Madara can be dispatched, who would dare to oppose Konoha now? At this moment, Fugaku's head was full of calculations, and seeing the excitement of his ancestors, even the pain in his body was relieved a lot. Only, when he saw Madara's old appearance and trembling hands, those ambitions faded in an instant. Like, Uchiha Madara can't help herself now. Fugaku sighed, and even the thought of saying hello to Madara disappeared. He is looking down on me. Uchiha Madara's breath was stagnant, and his expression became gloomy. Why, aren't you what you looked like in your prime? The password is correct. Madara suddenly became interested. No matter why this kid has a brain twitch, he seems to really want to appear in front of everyone in his heyday. It's not impossible. Madara had a mysterious look on her face. It's not impossible. Fugaku was overjoyed instantly. He was robbed of his wife and became a useless person, suddenly full of hope. If Madara came out in its heyday, his ambition seems to be fulfilled. What do you desire? Madara, on the other hand, chose to talk with the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan with great interest. Black Zetsu looked at the two from the side, and chose to stay away from the scene, giving Baozebo Fugaku enough space to express his heart. Coming outside the cave, Black Zetsu sighed faintly. Oh shit, wanting to revive the mother, the difficulty is really not ordinary high. There is a Uzumaki Su Feng watching outside. Although he said that he will not disturb Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan, he always feels that it is a hidden danger. Because that man's strength is too strong. Strong enough to be uncontrollable. Even Madara in his heyday, he was also worried that he would not be able to defeat the opponent. Perhaps others think that the Uzumaki clan is now reclusive because of the ancestors' retreat, but Black Zetsu is the only one who is sober. That man will die. Just kidding, that man with a stronger sense of oppression than his mother, and a huge vitality, who can easily make Uzumaki Mito break the life limit, how could he die? Moreover, just looking at the increasingly mysterious Uzumaki clan in his observation, he knew that things were definitely not simple. Anyone in the ninja world who dares to provoke the Uzumaki clan will definitely die. Now, that unreliable heir seems to have a great hatred for the Uzumaki clan. What will become of this heir in the end? Black Zetsu had some headaches. There is really no way to choose Uchiha Fugaku. He had observed Konoha, and the members of the Uchiha clan were the focus of observation. But apart from this extremely extreme Uchiha Fugaku, there is really no one to use. This cannot blame him. After all, after Tsunade became Hokage and the head of the Uchiha clan had an emotional breakdown, Obito had already moved away from the Uchiha clan, and usually played with Kakashi, which was ignored by Black Zetsu. This is the chain reaction triggered by Tsunade's ascendancy. Time passed by every minute and every second, when there was a sound behind me. Black Zetsu looked back slowly. The person whose body was repaired by White Zetsu looked extremely excited at the moment. Holding a mask in his hand, he finally put it on his face, and his voice suddenly became extremely low. There was also a chain on his body, and a huge round fan appeared behind him. My name, quote, Uchiha Madara, I can kill you. Black Zetsu let out a long sigh, nodded to Fugaku, told him that he would contact him directly in the future, and chose to walk into the cave. What surprised him was that there was no excitement on Madara's face, but a very silent expression. First impressions of Black Zetsu are. At this moment, Madara seems to have some emotional breakdown and an illusion of confusion. Why is this so? Uchiha, why did it become like this? He is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. What about his ambition? His idea of power? One family, what have you experienced? Walking into Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu heard the above words from his murmur. What does this mean? Succession plan failed. Black Zetsu looked solemn, but before he could speak, Madara reached out and grabbed Black Zetsu's body in a sudden good excitement. Creamy, as if painted. The touch was so irritable that Madara quickly withdrew her hand a little disgusted. Master Madara, what's wrong with you? Black Zetsu swallowed, seemingly puzzled. Upon hearing this, Madara stopped what she was doing and fell silent. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. There is one thing to say, if there is a cigarette now, he will definitely light it. You know, just now, I asked him what kind of world he would like if he created a world. How did he answer it? Madara's already old look seemed even more decadent. Create whatever you want. Dreams have everything. Black Zetsu was still puzzled. He said, he's in hell. Madara's eyes were red, and she looked extremely excited. This is normal. Black Zetsu nodded. Otherwise, he would not have chosen Uchiha Fugaku to be the successor of Uchiha Madara. It's hard to understand the benefits of infinite Tsukuyomi without being mentally ill. He's fed up with the way those people look at him. So, Madara pinched the weight on the chair, her body trembling crazily. So, he wanted to create a. Emotionally aroused again, Madara crazily grabbed Black Zetsu's body and began to shake it. Did you know? What does he want? He wants to create a world where he can be a man. The cave was instantly silent. Black Zetsu opened his mouth wide, and took a few steps back with a look of horror on his face. Kill him. What kind of heir did you choose? Mom, are you still alive? Tell your poor third son in a dream. The ninja world has not been peaceful recently. When Sand Shinobi Village publicly stated that if Konoha does not want the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village to enter the Land of Fire to search, then they have to show evidence that 3rd Kazekage was not killed by Konoha. Everyone knows that 4th Kazekage Luosha is making trouble out of no reason. The reason is simple. Bullshit evidence. The majestic cage-level powerhouse disappears without knowing how it disappeared, and he still has the face to ask others for evidence. This is simply an excuse to launch an attack. Therefore, when Sand Shinobi Village's statement was issued, Tsunade directly and strongly counterattacked, telling Luo Sha to fight so much nonsense. It was very much like Tsunade's real reaction. Although Konoha consumed a lot during the Second Ninja World War, 10 years is enough to recuperate. In addition, Konoha has a lot of talents now, so she is not worried about the enemies of Sand Shinobi Village. Instead, what they care about is the movements of Cloud Shinobi Village and Kurigakure. However, this worry has completely disappeared today. At the mouth of Konoha Village, when two huge nine-tails appeared, the villagers instinctively felt panic. But the older generation of villagers seemed to know that nine-tails would not hurt people casually, and after comforting their younger generation, everyone calmed down. Even a little excited. Whirlpool Village is here. This move alone represented the attitude of the Uzumaki clan. Especially when Tsunade brought people to the entrance of the village for a warm welcome at the first time, those ethnic groups that had been a little bit active suddenly fell silent. 10 minutes later, in Hokage's office, Kushina and Mito sat on the sofa calmly, while Tsunade sat in Hokage's position with his hands on his face and was speechless. That red-haired girl seemed to have a bad impression of herself since she was a child. What was she talking about just now? Call my sister, call twice more, I will help you if I am in a good mood. Look, is this a human language? Tsunade understands that Kushina has no bad intentions, just because she was young at the time, she just felt uncomfortable watching her ancestor being taken over by him. Of course, my sister doesn't need to be called, and I have been with Kushina for a long time, and Tsunade also knows that this is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, so I don't need common knowledge, otherwise she and Uzumaki Mito would not appear here. My cousin means that those people are Zhang Shuexing. This time it's the Uzumaki clan, not Konoha, but Senju. Mito opened his mouth slowly, stroking his broken hair casually. At the beginning, the Senju family supported the country of Uzumaki, which was regarded as a favor of Senju. But Tsunade also understands that the two favors are not proportional at all. The current situation is that the clamor around Sand Shinobi Village is very serious. You guys at Cloud Shinobi Village and Kurigakure should also know what the situation is like. Only the Land of Earth side has no clear attitude yet, but I have already sent someone to keep an eye on it. Tsunade glanced at the map and finally pointed to Sand Shinobi Village. Over the Kingdom of the Wind, I plan to send Senior White Fang to go there. If it was him, Feng Ying would not be able to stir up any waves. Hitaki Tsukumo had enough experience in dealing with Sand Shinobi Village as early as the Second Ninja World War, so she was not worried that Konoha would be defeated when fighting Sand Shinobi Village. No, I'll just go with Kushina. Mito took a sip of tea, stood up and looked at Kushina, indicating that she could leave. She hasn't called her sister yet. Kushina pursed her lips, seeming to be a little reluctant. If you count according to the order of entering the door, I must be the first. Then do I have to call you sister too? Mito rolled his eyes and pulled Kushina away from Hokage's office. And just as they led Nine Tails and were about to walk out of Konoha Village, several figures outside the village attracted their attention. Is her. In an instant, Uzumaki Kushina with fiery red hair directly made Uchiha Fugaku's eyes full of murderous intent. He's back, and on the back is the Uchiha round fan that symbolizes the status of the head of the Uchiha clan. But now, he is not wearing a mask. It's normal for Namikaze Manato to go back to Konoha first, he has other things to arrange. Even in his opinion, although Namikaze Manato is a little strong, the ninjas he united with are not weak, and they are probably all killed outside. You are taking a look, I will close your eyes. Kushina glanced at Uchiha Fugaku calmly. She had heard about Uchiha Fugaku, but she only left a sentence and said nothing else. After all, it was the other party who took the initiative to provoke at the beginning, and he should be grateful to her for being merciful if he didn't die under her hands, but now the other party's hateful eyes obviously didn't realize this. We'll see. In 10 years, while Uchiha Fugaku perverted, he became aware of forbearance. Especially after knowing Madara's plan, he understood this truth even more. The man who led the Uchiha clan during the war, he could endure for decades for a plan, why can't he? But forbearance is another aspect. The anger towards Kushina in his heart has been ignited. Uchiha Madara said, it seems that he can use this name to do something. If given the chance. Even if there is no way to kill the opponent, it is good to scare him. It would be better if it could be killed. Anyway, Uchiha Madara did not kill him. As if thinking of something, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep look at Kushina and Mito, and walked into Konoha village. Immediately afterwards, he said something to his subordinates. What's wrong with that kid? Also, last time we went to play in the cave of Uchiha Madara, we seem to have seen that fan before. Uzumaki Kushina had a puzzled look on his face. There is one thing to say, if she didn't come to Konoha with Uzumaki Mito this time, and she still represented Uzumaki village to give good support to the Senju clan, she would have kicked the boy when he glared at her. Calm. After all, Tsunade is Hokage now, and the face that should be given still has to be given. But this face will only be given once. If Uchiha Fugaku dared to say a word just now, he must be a corpse now. Who knows? Mito stepped forward calmly, but after a while, he turned his head and spoke again. What my cousin means is that those people were not hurt, so let's be more aggressive this time. Be loud enough. High profile. How about just destroying Sand Shinobi village? There was a murderous look in Kushina's eyes, and she seemed very interested. Not in a hurry. I heard that there is a Grand Canyon in the country of the wind, the scenery is not bad, let's go and see it as a vacation. Holding Nine Tails lazily, Mito said in an extremely relaxed manner. Sand Shinobi village is easy to deal with, and Uzushio village will only help Konoha this time. Compared with the boring practice, Mito likes to watch the different scenery in each world, but she has never been to the Land of Winds. She heard that there are deserts there, and she doesn't know how people in the Land of Winds live. Since it was to see the scenery, the speed of the two of them was not fast. But when they reached their destination, dozens of figures in front blocked their way. As for the leader, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina had a slightly weird look on their faces. By the way, if you wear a mask, can you hide the iconic Uchiha fan? Why not carry it on your back? Just now, they saw who was carrying the round fan. Uchiha Fugaku. As early as Konoha, he already wanted to take revenge on these two women of the Uzumaki clan. Sadly, that's Konoha village after all. He had to be patient for a while. But now, he had no idea that these two chose to come here to see the scenery. There is no one around, but it is a good place to bury the dead. Originally, he also wanted to learn Uchiha Madara, to be patient a little bit, and to control his emotions. But now, the opportunity is in front of me. He can't be a man because of that hateful woman. The people who have been following us have come out. Mito yawned and waved his hands, which meant to let Kushina handle it by herself, she was too lazy to move. Tail Beast. Wearing a mask, Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low, and he forcibly imitated Uchiha Madara's voice, looking at Nine Tails in their arms. But now, he wasn't afraid of them at all. Uchiha Madara had told him one thing. That is, Sharingan is, in a sense, the natural nemesis of tailed beasts. Even the three Siage Guyu of common can achieve short-term control. Not to mention, after he experienced a huge change in himself and personally killed a former confidant who talked about him behind his back, he opened Mangekyo. And after learning about this, and knowing for sure that Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito came to this place where no shit, he has decided to do it. Mangekyo, coupled with the wood-style ability contained in the body transformed by Uchiha Madara, he is quite confident at the moment. You still stare at me. Following the mask and looking into each other's eyes, Kushina looked indifferent. She had warned the other party in her heart. But I didn't expect the other party to be so unafraid of death, and even followed people all the way here. The idea of finally wanting to see the scenery has disappeared at this moment. Why did you say that? You and I just met for the first time. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, never thinking that because he wanted to pretend, the Uchiha fan on his back had already betrayed his identity. Oh, then who are you? What are you doing to stop us? Kushina smiled. What kind of brain circuit is this idiot? Wasn't it his gender that he kicked and ruined? How could he still hurt his brain? My name, Uchiha Madara. Stand proudly. When Uchiha Fugaku yelled out his own slogan, the people around him who also wore masks were dumbfounded. Can you pretend to be like that, Patriarch? How many years has Uchiha Madara been dead? And after seeing the strong men in the Sengoku period, anyone with a little brain knows that a strong man of that level will never hide his face and be such a small person. And, Lord Patriarch, you pretend to be Uchiha Madara. Are you sure you deserve it? My name, Uchiha Madara. This time is for your life. Thick murderous intent spread from Uchiha Fugaku's whole body. At this moment, after Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito looked at each other, they fell silent. It's just their silence, but Uchiha Fugaku took it as fear of the name. Fear, face the strongest of the Uchiha clan in the Sengoku period. Fear is justified. Uchiha Fugaku was enjoying the moment. As if he himself was Uchiha Madara. Are you Uchiha Madara? Kushina scratched her head suspiciously. What kind of trouble is this? Did your ancestors know you were such a dick? Well, I'm just checking, are you really Uchiha Madara? God knows what that Uchiha Madara meant, but Kushina had lost his patience. Taking a deep breath, she stomped her foot. Boom. The earth collapsed, and just one foot trembled like an earthquake, which instantly terrified Uchiha Fugaku and the people of the Uchiha clan. What kind of power is this? The terrified Fugaku was shocked, and Mangekyo formed in his eyes instantly, staring at Kurama who was being led by Kushina. That guy wants to use illusion on me. Now, Kurama, who ate melons and ate himself, quit, and rolled his paws, intending to show the other party a tailed beast bomb. Illusion not working. Wrong. When the illusion was released, Uchiha Fugaku's head seemed to explode, and the rebounded illusion was so powerful that he fell to the ground in pain on the spot. Adamantine sealing chains. After calmly binding Uchiha Fugaku with the gold chain, Kushina made Nine Tails grow bigger and jumped on Nine Tails' head. And that Uchiha Fugaku dragged directly on the ground. She doesn't know what Uchiha Madara is going to do, but this has violated the agreement between the ancestor and Uchiha Madara. Do what you want, but don't mess with the Uzumakis. Now, the agreement is broken. She is going to Uchiha Madara for an explanation. On the side of Sand Shinobi Village, I can only let my sister take action. Glancing at Mito, Yukihashi said. Okay, don't be tossed to death, at least it's my cousin's third brother, ask what's going on. Mito sighed. In the end, her desire to enjoy the scenery failed. Why did the Uchiha clan have to die at this time? What a crime. The aloof woman Wong suddenly turned her head. When she looked at the survivors who survived Kushina's kick, her murderous aura was instantly released. It's you guys who interrupted my enjoyment of the scenery. So, please go to hell. Slash the ground. The next moment, the canyon collapsed. The only proud landscape in the Kingdom of Wind was turned into dust by this blow. Ninja World. The country of rain. Some mysterious cave. When a red-haired girl dragged the masked heir in front of her. In fact, Uchiha Madara was absolutely astounded. He looked at Uzumaki Kushina puzzled, as if he wanted to see something. How long has this heir been out? Why was he targeted by the Uzumaki clan? Are you Uchiha Madara? Snapped. A slap on Uchiha Fugaku's face directly shattered the opponent's mask. Uzumaki Kushina slapped again with a murderous look on his face. Snapped. Uchiha Madara will be able to brag in front of my mother. I'm going to fight Uchiha Madara in front of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, who was half-breathed after being beaten, looked at his ancestor with difficulty. That meaning seems to be telling Uchiha Madara silently. Why? Why your name doesn't work in front of her? This is the situation. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, and Madara let out a long sigh. He seemed to have understood something. Don't mess with redheads. Black Zetsu, did you give him my suicide note? Aren't you dead yet? Ninja World. The country of rain. In a hidden cave. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina finally stopped beating Uchiha Fugaku, looked up at Uchiha Madara calmly. Beating up Uchiha Madara's successor in front of Uchiha Madara is nothing to her. After leaving the ninja world, she has become more knowledgeable. Even, she sometimes thinks that those worlds that are bigger than the ninja world cannot maintain stable peace, and no one has come up with a real solution. Then why stick to this acre of land in the ninja world? The ancestors said that the long-term division must be united, and the ninja world will be unified and peaceful, but as long as the ruler of the peaceful dynasty dies and the absolute rule of force disappears, division is also inevitable. This is the norm. Why can't Uchiha Madara accept it? Now that a successor has been created, it seems that there is still some plan to be completed. She stared at Madara, and if peace really existed, it was something only the ancestors could do. It's just Uchiha Madara, what is he? Does he really think he is the savior? The ancestor said, don't interfere with Uchiha Madara's movements when it is not necessary. But this time it doesn't count. This is the other party in the name of Uchiha Madara, pretending in front of her. Instead of beating him to death on the spot, he dragged this Uchiha Fugaku to Madara to ask for an explanation, which was already completely giving Uchiha Madara face. Anyway, this man is the third brother of the ancestor. Although there is no blood brotherhood, according to Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Fang mixed with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at that time. Although the ancestors didn't say anything, they always came back from Nengachuin with a smile of. Since the ancestor cared, she was also willing to give Uchiha Madara face. But Kushina understands that even if she doesn't give Uchiha Madara face, the ancestor will not blame herself. Now, she is waiting for Uchiha Madara to make a choice. And under her feet, Uchiha Fugaku, whose head was stepped on by her, struggled to regain his thoughts, and also raised his head to look at Uchiha Madara. But that man, the absolute strongman of the Uchiha clan in the Sengoku period, and now the real ancestor of the Uchiha clan, didn't even look at him. I didn't arrange this matter. After a long time, Uchiha Madara let out a long sigh and said such a sentence. No resistance, no scolding. Didn't even show anger. This is the response given by the ancestors of their Uchiha clan when the contemporary clansmen were almost killed. He even apologized a little to this woman. Uchiha Fugaku was in an incomprehensible state. What happened? That's Uchiha Madara. He actually has scruples. As a strong Sengoku, how can you give face to a woman? What about your dream? What about your pursuit? What about the world peace you want to see? If you don't work hard, how can I advance my dream of being a man? Fugaku was shaking all over, he couldn't believe the situation before him. Dignified Uchiha Madara apologized in front of a woman. How can such a person be called Uchiha Madara? I'm also to blame for this. I didn't give him the suicide note. Black Zetsu was heartbroken. It has been 10 years, and he has somewhat forgotten what happened back then. After all, he was thinking of giving Fugaku the suicide note if necessary after Uchiha Madara died. But who would have thought that this kid just went out as Uchiha Madara's heir, and made such a big mess? What? A suicide note? Uchiha Fugaku said with difficulty. Black Zetsu was silent for a while, then took out a letter and threw it on the ground. Coincidentally, after throwing it out, it just opened and landed in front of Fugaku. I am the queen, my heir, don't provoke the Uzumaki family. Just these few words made Uchiha Fugaku's emotions reach a critical point. Don't mess with the Uzumaki clan. Then what is he the heir of Uchiha Madara? His ultimate goal is not only to be a man, but also revenge. Thanks to me, I still want to restore you to your heyday, let you kill Uzumaki Fang, kill this woman, you actually snapped. This time, the strength of Uchiha Fugaku's feet on the head increased a lot, and he lost the strength to scream for a moment. See, he wants you to kill Patriarch. Kushina sneered, staring at Uchiha Madara for an explanation. Having said that in front of her, there is no need to imagine behind her back. Of course I won't do anything to my elder brother. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched, but this time instead of calling Uzumaki Fang's name, he called out, brother. He seemed to have undergone some changes. Big brother. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was completely dumbfounded. What happened? What's the situation? Could it be that Uzumaki Fang still has the blood of the Uchiha family? Are you kidding me? Wrong. It is rumored that when Uzumaki Fang makes a shot, his eyes will turn red. Could it be Sharingan? This conjecture made Uchiha Fugaku break out in a cold sweat, which seemed unbelievable. You think, let alone the current you, even in your heyday, you are at the 6 paths level at most, or even worse than 6 paths. To put it more, even if you surpass 6 paths, it is impossible to be the evidence of the ancestor. With a sneer on her face, Kushina finally let go of her feet. I don't care what you want to do, this is the last time. It's best to change your heir. He is too bad, you can handle it yourself, this girl has something else to do. Witnessing a farce, Kushina was a little bit downcast. I thought it was Uchiha Madara trying to deal with the ancestor, and the brother of the ancestor betrayed him. But that doesn't seem to be the case. With her perception and eyesight, she has found that Uchiha Madara has no idea of attacking Uzumaki Fang. As the ancestor's guard and bed warmer girl, she will attack when someone wants to deal with the ancestor. But now, since it wasn't what she thought, she didn't bother to participate. Turning around gracefully, Red's hair was like a ball of flames, and she walked towards the exit of the cave. But behind him, Uchiha Madara's voice came slowly. I want to meet him. 10 years later, finally changing your mind. Kushina didn't stop, just put Nine Tails down. It will take you, or you'll be blown to pieces. Also, I hope you will call me sister-in-law in the future. With a flick of her hair, Kushina left gracefully. In the cave, Kakuzu, who was hiding in the corner, shook his head after witnessing this episode. Lousy's days of controlling the finances are really far away. What the hell did Madara find an heir? Likewise, he's thinking about the same things as Madara and Black Zetsu right now. An heir of Uchiha Fugaku's level, it's better not to. Master Madara, why did you go to see Uzumaki Fang? Black Zetsu asked cautiously. The road of the heir seems to be dead. Then, in this world, there are not many people who can stand behind Madara. Don't die on the road. Kurama seemed to dislike the dampness in the cave, and said dissatisfiedly with his paws. When will Nine Tails be able to taunt Uchiha Madara? The half-dead Uchiha Fugaku watched the scene dejectedly. That's a tailed beast. Doesn't your Project Tsuki no Mi also use tailed beasts as weapons? You have to collect them in Geto statue. What are you doing now? Control it with your Sharingan. I can't use the illusion to control it, it should be because his pupil power is not enough. If it is Uchiha Madara's shot, even if he is an old man in his dying years, I am afraid he can do it in an instant, right? Are you still that Uchiha Madara? Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Fugaku asked the question he wanted to know the most. Shit, big brother. Senju Hashirama is also inexplicably like this. 10 years ago, he thought that the ninja god would kill Uzumaki Fang in front of everyone, but he also saw the respectful appearance of the ninja god to Uzumaki Fang. What the hell is going on in this world? Have I actually been living in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi? Pity. Uchiha Madara got up slowly, broke free from the pipe behind her, followed Nine Tails to the cave exit without even looking at him. Madara, you trash. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku, after so many inexplicable experiences, broke out completely. But he obviously didn't know. The man named Uchiha Madara, he never changed. It's just that the people he cherished are all dead. But now, there's one more alive. That person is his eldest brother. Only in front of that man, he will not act so strong. In front of others, my name, Uchiha Madara. I've never changed. Stopping, he made a casual move. Uchiha's round fan fell in his hand, and the chain at the end instantly wrapped Uchiha Fugaku's neck and slowly pulled it hard. Also, you have to remember. The Uchiha of Konoha never deserves to be treated as my junior. Uchiha Sengoku is dead. Gaba. The bones were shattered, and under Uchiha Fugaku's unwilling gaze, the man's back gradually drifted away. But when he was dying, he heard only one sentence. Kakuzu, your heart is broken. Take his eyes away. Since you are going to see your brother, you should think about the way forward. Nagato needs a pair of good eyes. Puff. Kakuzu, who got the order, did it directly. The heart of the Uchiha clan, he has never used it yet. Outside the cave, Nine Tails has grown in size. But Uchiha Madara became very weak because he left the Geto statue, and he gazed at the figure of Nine Tails and stretched out his hand. Then, he only needs one look to control this tailed beast. But now, he didn't choose to do that. Strenuously grabbing Nine Tails' hair up to the top of his head, Madara took a deep breath. As if holding on to his last belief, he nodded. Answer your words. Since I'm going to meet him, Uchiha Madara, I won't die on the way, don't treat me like a weakling. Nine Tails bared his teeth, too lazy to talk nonsense with Uchiha Madara. It does hate Uchiha Madara. After all, this guy used himself as a tool back then. When it is a tool, it is a tool. Tailed beast, it is a tool person. But you used me as a tool, and if you lost, it was your fault. It doesn't matter if you lose, just release the control and I'll run. It's really your fault if you lose the fight and die, and cause me to get punched on the ground by Senju Hashirama's wooden golem. It was also that battle that directly led to its being blocked. Printed for decades, hatred will not be let go so easily. But Ninetales understands better that this person is the third brother of that terrifying man. Now that it has gained freedom, as long as Uchiha Madara respects it a little bit, even if it doesn't live in harmony in the future, it doesn't bother to fight with Madara. After all, it is not afraid of Sharingan's pupil power now, and it has another half-body, so it won't lose in 2 against 1, right? And Black Zetsu, who has witnessed everything, uses Mayfly technique to follow behind Ninetales. He looked at Madara's crumbling figure, looking worried. Oh shit, he assured that everything was planned perfectly and smoothly. But since Uzumaki Fang came out, the Eye of Kai project has entered a stalemate. Madara has changed. Plans have also changed. The heir has a problem with his head. What the hell is going on in this world? Black Zetsu looked up and glanced in the direction of the palace. Mother, the world of ninjas is too complicated. Your son has studied it for thousands of years but still can't understand it. With a sigh, Black Zetsu accelerated forward. Ninetales gallops away like a flame in the land of rain. And when they came to Uzumaki country and approached Uzushio village, Black Zetsu's face was full of dignity. He has investigated Uzumaki village countless times. But no matter what, there is no way to get close to it. He tried everything, and even extending from the depths of the ground would also be blocked. It was an enchantment and power that he had never seen before. Finally, looking from a distance, the strange buildings in the distance have been reflected in the actors. Madara let out a low cry, and her pupils began to shrink. He seems to have seen the heaven that can only be found in dreams. The majestic building is an area 10 times larger than Konoha. The neat and solid but gorgeous-looking streets, the noble homestays on both sides and the architectural styles that have never been seen around. Finally, Madara looked towards the distance, the sky city floating in the sky. Is this, or that Uzumaki village? Is this where Uzumaki Fang lives? Standing on the back of Ninetales, Uchiha Madara seems to have seen another world, crossed the dimensional barrier of the ninja world, and appreciated a higher level of civilization. How did he do that? And why is the city in the sky floating there? Rinnegan. No, that's power beyond the Rinnegan. Madara stared blankly at this scene, and finally sat down on top of Ninetales' head in a weak state. Gedo statue's last strength is running low. Simply. He came to the place that should have come 10 years ago. The scene in front of Madara's eyes was a little blurry. And at the last moment, when he was about to lose consciousness, he saw a familiar figure and a reassuring voice. 10 years, have you figured it out? Yes, figured out. Should have figured it out long ago. But if it wasn't for the heir to disappoint him too much. I'm afraid this time will be delayed a little bit. And there is a word. It was also 10 years late, and it should have been said earlier. Brother, please, help me. Ninja World, the border of the Land of Winds. The ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village have gathered and are ready to invade the Country of Fire at any time. But to Chiyo's surprise, from the moment they set off until now, before entering the Land of Fire, she had not received any news of Konoha dispatching troops. In the camp, Chiyo looked at the information in his hands, and Ebizo next to him did not disturb his sister, and waited quietly. Princess Tsunade, don't you really think that our Kingdom of the Wind is just scaring Konoha and dare not really attack? Putting down the information, Chiyo said quite unexpectedly. She is also an opponent who fought against each other in the Second Ninja World War, and she admires Tsunade quite a lot. Of course, this admiration is limited to medical ninjutsu. She can crack her own poison, and her own strength is not weak. However, as a shadow, she is still a little immature. Quote. Chiyo said with emotion. As early as when Sand Shinobi Village issued a statement, clearly telling Konoha that they were going to enter the Fire Country to investigate, Chiyo had already received the order from 4th Kage Rasa. Attack the Nation of Fire. Although Chiyo feels that this is a bit aggressive, he also understands that now that Luo Sha has just assumed the position, he needs a victory to establish his prestige as the 4th Kage. That being the case, war is inevitable. Sister, where is the Whirlpool Village? Ebizo raised his head and spoke slowly. Outsiders know that Uzumaki, the ancestor of Uzumaki village, is an ally with the Senju clan. Now that they are going to attack the Fire Nation, how will the Uzumaki clan react? There is no news yet. Chiyo said indifferently, I'm afraid that the rumor that the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan are in retreat is true. Also, even if he doesn't retreat, how can he be? Yes, Ebizo nodded, the rumors are just rumors after all, and Uzushio village naturally has Kurigakure and Cloud Shinobi village to deal with. Those who haven't really seen Uzumaki Sufang, the Uzumaki family's attack, will not believe the lethality of the poison. Not to mention the tsunami in the Land of Water, it was just the result of Sufang experimenting with his own moves. Even if he kills Third Raikage with his own hands, it can at most prove that the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan is a Kage level with a higher strength than Raikage. What's more, it was widely rumored that Blood Dungeon could control other people's blood to fight, and the lightning-style chakra mode practiced by Third Raikage, the defense of the strongest shield was only used on the outside, so naturally there was no way to defend against blood. Maybe, Third Raikage just met his nemesis. How's it going? When the two were discussing the next move, Luo Sha suddenly walked into the camp. Kage came to the front line in person. This is Feng Ying's own meaning. According to his understanding, since Uzumaki might be dispatched because of Tsunade, he must come to the battlefield. I've already read the information about Shuiden. If people from Uzumaki village come, they will definitely not be my opponents. Walking to the main seat with a calm face, Luo Sha continued to speak. According to my analysis and the information I have obtained, the people of the Uzumaki family are very good at using weapons and engaging in melee combat. And once approached by them, it will cause blood discomfort in the body, and use the blood escape to inflict severe injuries. But this way of fighting is ineffective for me. A look of arrogance appeared on Luo Sha's face, and he even thought of the scene of unilateral crushing when he fought against the blood-running powerhouse in the future. Is it invalid? Chiyo frowned. Sometimes speaking too confidently would make people worry. But she thought about it, but she didn't think of any problems. Fourth Kage is a genius. And the strength is very strong. His magnet-style gold placer can launch a gold placer burial from a long distance, which is an ninjutsu of mass destruction that completely blocks the enemy's escape route. As the newspaper said, the Uzumaki clan are quite good at melee combat. But a ninja is a ninja, and ninjutsu can determine a person's strength. You are good at close combat, so I will avoid it and use ninjutsu to deal with it. And manipulating gold dust to fight is Luo Sha's unique move. As we all know, there is no blood in the sand. Without the blood of the enemy, what tricks can the Uzumaki clan perform? Thinking of this, Chiyo breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although their fourth Kage has just taken the position, his ability is not weak, at least he can consider various factors on the battlefield. With such wind and shadow, it seems that there is no need to worry about the future of Sand Shinobi. Master Kage, Elder Chiyo. At this moment, a Sand Shinobi village ninja rushed in from outside the camp. He first saluted respectfully to the senior management, and then quickly explained the information. Just now, our person in charge of inquiring about information sent news that the Grand Canyon of the Land of Winds suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Chiyo and Hefunkage looked at each other with doubts on their faces. What do you mean? What do you mean by disappearing? Luo Sha frowned, as if he was a little dissatisfied with the intelligence of this subordinate. He expressed it so poorly. It just disappeared. Our people passed by there just now and found that the entire canyon was in the process of collapsing. When our people went to check and waited until there was no movement, they found that it had become a vacuum. However, our people smelled the pungent smell of blood, and the earth looked like it was cracked. The Grand Canyon of the Land of the Winds disappeared. And there are cracks on the ground, and the smell of blood. For a moment, Chiyo seemed to remember something. Could it be? Swish. The entrance to the camp was opened again, and the other ninja who was in charge of sending orders had a strange expression on his face, but he still reported the truth. Master Kage, Tashiro Tenpei. There is an enemy attack. The enemy is coming. At this moment, Luo Sha, Chiyo and Ebizo sat up instantly. Has there finally been any movement? Explain the situation. How many people did you send? Luo Sha looked solemn. This is his first battle after becoming Feng Ying, he must not lose. You must know that his Cage came to power after the disappearance of third Cage, and he was not the real chosen heir. He had to get out of business. Ah, just one person. It's a red-haired woman. Red hair woman. The Uzumaki clan. At this moment, they instantly locked each other's identity. But, why is there only one person? Could it be that they are here for peace talks? Cage was stunned, and just when he was about to say something, a noble noise full of indifference resounded over the entire Sand Shinobi camp. Within 3 minutes, kneel down and surrender. Rebels, kill. Is this a negotiation? Is this a negotiation? Luo Sha was in a state of shock, and then rushed out of the camp with a face full of rage. What a joke. It's fine for a person to come over and act as an opponent. This kind of behavior that completely looks down on him can be humiliated when he kills the opponent later. But now that person is actively persuading him to surrender. This is no longer a simple humiliation, it is simply playing him like a fool. When Luo Sha appeared at the gate of the camp and stared at Uzumaki Mito with a group of Sand Shinobi village ninjas, Chiyo was shocked suddenly. Your Excellency is Uzumaki Mito. The longer you live, the more you will naturally know. Once Uzumaki Mito came to Konoha with several clansmen and became a distinguished guest of Konoha, which also represented the true alliance between the Uzumaki clan and the Shengshao clan. Coupled with the great respect that the Senju brothers have had for Uzumaki Mito over the years, this makes this woman a true queen. At this moment, just looking at Uzumaki Mito's temperament, she has already confirmed the other party's identity. You actually know me. Mito stood there calmly, and took another look at Chiyo. In that case, kneel down and surrender. I allow you to bow your heads in order to live. I won't despise you because of this. After all, in the face of absolute power, surrender is not a mistake. A few words made Luo Sha's face turn ashen instantly. Surrender. Make him majestic Cage kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. What is this woman thinking? Master Cage, besides being respected by first Hokage in Konoha, Uzumaki Mito is also rumored to be the cousin of the ancestor of Uzumaki. A person who has lived from the Sengoku period to the present. And, most importantly, she is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It is rumored that when Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina of Uzumaki village go out for activities, they will hug a little fox, and that fox is Nine Tails. Chiyo pointed at the fox in Mito's arms, and said solemnly. The fact that it is Jinchuriki alone is enough to show that the opponent's strength is not simple. What about Jinchuriki? It's not like I couldn't hold back when One Tail went berserk. Quote. There is no essential difference between Nine Tails and One Tail. Luo Sha sneered, stretched out his hands and started attacking directly. Magnet style. Great burial of gold dust. Pushing forward with both hands, the gold dust already hidden in the ground began to roar. In this kingdom of wind, he has an absolute geographical advantage. And since the other party is from the Uzumaki family, it's Uzumaki Mito who Chiyo is afraid of, then he must make a move and it must be a killer move. It seems that you have chosen to die. In the distance, looking at the ocean of gold in the desert, with the waves rushing towards him, Mito didn't panic, and just calmly announced the result of the choice on the other side. However, this trick is very beautiful. It was the first time for Uzumaki Mito to see the scene of the desert covered with golden dust. But there was one thing she was curious about. Didn't you say that Sand Shinobi village is poor? The support given by the daimyo of the country of wind is also very little. But where did Luo Sha get so much gold dust? It's all money. Or is Luo Sha's magnet-style gold placer made of chakra? Touching his chin, Mito sensed it a little. If it is genuine placer gold, then you have to think about the potential monetary value of Luasha. If you just use chakra to convert the common sand into gold dust, and use it for a short time, it doesn't seem to help your cousin. A second later, Uzumaki Mito sighed. Sure enough, it's not real gold dust. Pity. Then, you go to die. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she no longer wanted to talk nonsense with these people. Opportunity, she has given each other. It's what they don't cherish. Glancing at Nine Tails, Yin Kurama understood, and his chubby body slowly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Mito's body began to shine with gold light. When the Six Paths clothing appeared and the strange hook jade covered the long distance running, Uzumaki Mito's body was as dazzling as the flame of gold. True Nine Tails chakra mode. Gold chakra overlay. convert Mito's fiery red hair into gold, on Maruko's head. Next to the crown-like ornament, 2 decorative objects that look like magic charms are hanging on it, emitting a strange light at the moment. If we say that Uzumaki Mito gave the intuitive feeling just now, she is like a noble queen who disdains to associate with common people. Now, she is the horror empress who has entered the runaway mode. The murderous intent spread, the runaway started, and Gold's hole was stained with blood. The blood rage caused the golden light on her body to become extremely unstable, as if it was about to explode, affecting the surrounding aura. The devil prison blood break. With a low cry, a bloody magic sword appeared behind Mito. Point your finger forward. An arm transformed from 9 tails chakra stretched out from behind the indifferent empress, directly pinching the hilt of the scarlet demon sword. This is a special move only available to her and Uzumaki Kushina. Of course, her cousin Uzumaki Fang, needless to say, has already played the magic prison blood break well. The magic sword is in hand. At the same time, an extremely unstable sphere appeared on Uzumaki Mito's fingertip. The yin and yang attributes of chakra begin to merge, followed by compression. When the ocean of gold is about to sweep and miss her, the demon prison blood break behind him sent out a slash forward. Swish! The bloody sword instantly split the golden placer into a path, and the tailed beast bomb shot forward like a bullet in a pistol. But it's not just the tailed beast bomb that went out together, but also the bloody magic sword. Tailed beast bomb and devil prison blood break rushed towards the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village one after the other through the air. And when facing this kind of attack, the unprecedented sense of oppression finally made them wake up. People want to be defensive. Luo Sha, who can reflect the fastest, the gold wall composed of chakra, was chopped into pieces by the blood temple of the devil prison in an instant. This time, Luo Sha seemed to realize the power gap between the two sides. But they had already lost their chance. When the tailed beast bomb and the prison blood break exploded in the crowd, an extremely beautiful mushroom cloud slowly rose from the desert. Next time, you can try to throw 3 tailed beast bombs at once, and then use the blood break of the demon prison as a sharp knife to attack in 4 directions. Touching his chin, Uzumaki Mito seemed a little regretful. She's been working on perfecting the weird moves she can only use as a 9 tails Jinchuriki. There are also discussions with Uzumaki Kushina sometimes. But the two have completely different personalities. Shortly after Mito got in touch with Kushina, he discovered that the little girl was essentially full of irritable factors. Kushina's fights often lack the grace of Mito. But with more wild rage, it has another kind of appreciation. One last look at the explosion caused by tailed beast bomb and devil prison blood break, Mito turned around leisurely. She didn't bother to care whether 4th Kazekage was dead or not, and she didn't bother to care about Uzumaki's Murata army representative this time. She just followed her cousin's orders. Tell these ninjas, Uzumaki of Blood is back. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.